Greetings from the new Simply Hearing. Like everyone, we've made a lot of changes. We've always loved telling you about the teamwork and rapport that you find here, but now, for the sake of medical safety, we offer 4 types of services by appointment only. There's lots to be happy about with a new, more precise appointment plan made just for your needs. We also have a new, more transparent pricing structure. Start your path for better hearing and better life.
Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce.
The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
Hi, I'm Bob from Crane Appliance. Since 1983, as a family-owned company, our goal has been simple: to give our neighbors of the Cape and Islands a great shopping experience. Rest easy knowing our professional team will listen to your needs and help you pick out the perfect appliances. We'll take care of everything throughout the sale, delivery, and installation process. And we even have our own in-house service department. Crane Appliance, we call the Cape and Islands home.
CARLSON Printing for all your printing needs. 508-548-7303 or toll free at 1-800-696-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@aol.com. CARLSON Printing for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by Meganet Communications. Meganet offers a wide array of internet services including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their number one goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
I know
6 o'clock,
you'll get involved.
excuse me, it's a couple minutes after, apologize for being late, thank you for coming. Welcome to the first live meeting we had in how long? Jeez, more
15, 16 months.
Yeah, wow. All right, we're almost back, next we can get rid of these and we'll be good. So, we're gonna call to order, pledge? We don't have to do the official roll call, obviously we're all here.
Correct.
We can go right to the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to ask you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to make a comment on recognition tonight? Do you have anything, any ideas? Yes, Sam?
Yeah, I'd like to recognize the Cape Verdean Museum group for what they've done to the Emerald House. I got a chance to take a tour of that on Saturday, and I was blown away. They've literally lined the walls with pictures of Cape Verdean families from Falmouth. So there's a pictorial history of that cultural group here in town. I know Megan was there as well. But I was very impressed because it really gets you a connection with the family, the Emerald family that lived in the house, but also many of the other families that are descendants of the early immigrants that came here to Falmouth from the Cape Verdean Islands and from the Azores as well. So,
Thank you for that, I appreciate it.
And I would just say tentatively, we think we're going to be cleared to go. There are a few last steps, but tentatively there is the grand opening of the museum on the 25th of June. I really encourage folks, it's Friday.
Oh, it's Friday.
Saturday's the
Excuse me.
26th. And I really encourage folks to make your way over, if not on that day, another day. As Sam said, really wonderful presentation of showing that interconnectedness around the globe, really, and the piece of that history that belongs to Falmouth. And they've done a great job, and I know that the exhibits are going to be dynamic and changing. They've already reached out to the schools. The superintendent was at the event, and they've already talked to some principals about trying to bring students into that museum and really utilizing it. And so, I think Sam and I shared the real pleasure of knowing that building, which has such an important part of our history in Falmouth, is getting some use and some life breathed back into it after sitting empty for the last couple of years. So very exciting.
and if you're not familiar with where it is, it's actually right next to the East Falmouth School, a little bit further down Davisville Road, but on the same side of the street. So,
And on a personal recognition, I'd like to recognize the passing of Charlie Alfaris, the owner of Carpet Barn, well-known local businessman, and I attended his services this weekend. He's a well-respected gentleman. The church was packed, as you might expect, so my condolences to the family, as I did on Saturday. Any announcements from the board?
No?
And public comment. Is there anyone who wishes to make public comment on anything that's not on our agenda? If you have comments about anything on the agenda, it'll be made during that agenda item. Yes, go ahead.
Lauren Harlow Hawks, just a quick question. I know you can't answer it, but at some point, will you update everybody on when the spare fire truck is going to be purchased? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move now to committee interviews and appointments. And the first is the Regulatory Board, Board of Assessors, Robert Dolan and Timothy Skelly. Are those folks present to?
they're both.
They're both incumbents for reappointment. Is there a motion to reappoint them?
Yes, I move that we appoint Timothy Skelly and Robert Dolan to positions with a term explanation of June 30th of 2024.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sorry. I think everyone said aye.
Aye.
We're all waiting for you to call our names because that's what you're doing it for.
So used to Zooms.
Yeah, I guess that's unanimous. Unanimous or anonymous. And Board of Health, Diana Malloy is here and seeking reappointment.
Good evening,
Good
Diana
evening.
Malloy, and welcome. Seeking reappointment for the Board of Health. This is actually, I'm going into my 7th year with the Board of Health, and it's probably been the most challenging, obviously, with the pandemic. Who would have thought, being involved? But I hope that it brought something to the board, being in the medical field, and hope to continue to bring that aspect to the board. We've got I believe, a great team. I think we all feel that we're rocking and rolling as far as many issues that we've been tackling over the last several years. Our most recent has been the update of the tobacco regulations in accordance with the state regulations that were updated last June. And according to the folks we've been working with the state, we're the first ones, especially in this area, that have been able to update our local regulations. So that felt good. We asked what others were doing, and they said nobody else had gotten as far as we had yet. So despite it all, we were moving forward. And so here I am, looking to continue our work. We still feel like we've got a lot to do.
There always is.
It always is.
I learned a lot in these last few years paying attention to the Board of Health. I didn't realize how much stuff you were involved with. I thought it was just septics when I...
Isn't it amazing? We just keep learning more every day, And I want to say, I think that, have a great leader in Scott, and certainly he has more than stepped to the plate with what he's done, and I hope that we've been able to support him and guide him and be there when he's needed some help throughout this pandemic, and we'll continue to do
You've all done a
that.
great job through it all, and thank you very much. Is there a motion to reappoint?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I move we appoint Diana Malloy, reappoint, to a term with the Board of Health ending June 30th of 2024.
Second.
And thank you so much, Diana.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous, thank you.
Thank you.
Diana.
Go back to our meeting.
That's right, get back there.
Right.
For the Conservation Commission, Elizabeth Gladfelder and Maureen Harlow-Hawks.
Shall I just make the
Yes.
motion?
I
and move along?
move to
Go ahead.
appoint both Betsy Gladfelder and Maureen Harlow-Hawks to the Conservation Commission with their terms ending 6/30/2024.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we'll carry
Thank
on.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your work.
Historical Commission, Annie Dean, Joanna Reed, and Tamsin George. Would you like to comment?
I'm
Welcome.
Tamsin George,
Hello.
and I have served all of something like 6 weeks
I know.
on the Historic Commission. Actually, I served on the Historic Districts Commission until it merged with the Historical Commission. And that's when my second 3-year term ran out, and I did not re-up because I was getting very involved as president at the Museums on the Green with the number of renovations and restorations we were working with there. My area of interest that has been for about 30 or so years has been in historic restoration. So I think I offer something different to this commission because I'm not skilled as an architect, but I have been involved with the history side of all the buildings and in renovating, including several houses that I owned. So that's it. And I would like to have the opportunity to do more than 6 weeks.
I move approval for Tamsin George for her alternate position she currently holds, but for that new term ending 6/30/2024.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
And I'd also move both incumbents, Annie Dean, Johanna Reed, for a period ending 6/30/2024 as well.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
all.
Thank you.
Okay, Zoning Board of Appeals, James Morse, Mary Patricia Barry, and Gerald Patamas. Are any applicants here this evening?
All right. There are 3 openings, is that correct?
There's one full-time opening and one alternate opening. So another tough decision tonight here. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Board of Selectmen. My name is James Morse. I reside in West Falmouth. I've resided there for about 7.5 years. I did reside in Martha's Vineyard for about 20 years before that. I was a resident of Falmouth before I moved to Martha's Vineyard. My family's had a home here in Falmouth since the 1930s. Woods Hole, Falmouth Heights, and Magansett. I've always been involved in the community that I've resided in, regardless of where I am, here on town boards. I'm currently a town meeting member for Precinct 6, going into my 3rd term. Before that, I was a volunteer firefighter at EMT when living on Martha's Vineyard. About 3 years ago at town meeting, several members of the zoning board made a presentation asking for some assistance. There were numerous vacancies on the board. I applied along with Mr. Patamas and Ms. Mary Berry. We were all appointed at that point. During the past 2.5 years, I have been an active participant during ZBA meetings. I've been present, I believe, in all for 2 meetings. I did have to leave to go out of state for a family emergency, and I did have an evening when I was sick. For the most part, I generally participate. I know how to read blueprints. Work-wise, I'm an attorney here in town. My focus is criminal defense, litigation, probate and estate planning. I do a lot of construction litigation, so between the involvement on the ZBA in the last 2.5 years and my now litigation experience, I know how to read plans. I believe I've interacted well with my fellow Zoning Board of Appeal members, applicants, as well as their various representatives here as they come before the board. I'm asking or seeking reappointment as a full voting member of the ZBA, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board?
I have a question.
Yes, Angela?
Thank you. Does your work as an attorney working on litigation for building permits, is there any conflict of interest that you feel you might have on the zoning board?
I don't do any conveyancing work, and I don't do any regulatory work. I'm very much akin about my responsibilities to either recuse myself in the event of some type of conflict if I have a client or someone I represented, or if I have a neighbor or someone that I've known fairly well. So it does happen from time to time, but it's why we have alternate members, or why I get to step up sometime as an current alternate member.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And anybody else want to speak? Ms. Berry?
Jerry's here too.
Yeah.
Just be mindful of the agenda.
Yeah.
Good evening. Mary Berry, Precinct 2. Thank you, Chair Brown, and the rest of the Select Board. Thank you for appointing me as an alternate or associate member of the ZBA in May of 2019. I have enjoyed the opportunity to serve our community after 30 years of federal service at the national level, focusing on housing, subsidy programs, transportation, and banking regulation. I love to learn new things. I find the ZBA work and experience interesting and challenging. You have my application, so I'll only highlight a few items, starting with the most recent. I have perfect attendance. It's the only thing that I have in common with Cal Ripken. I come prepared. I review all submitted material, architectural, engineering, plans, and blueprints. I do site visits. I review bylaws, Massachusetts law, and in many cases, case law. Over the last 2 years, I took numerous classes on Massachusetts zoning laws and regulations, including affordable housing, 40B, and the newest housing law recently signed by the governor. I was appointed by the ZBA chair, TJ Hurry, to be the ZBA representative on the bylaw recodification work group. I was appointed by the ZBA chair to be a voting member on projects before the board. I was a senior executive and manager in the federal government in Washington, D.C., with nationwide staff involved in public and Indian housing and multifamily housing. The work included overseeing plans and construction of new and substantial rehabilitation, affordable and low-income housing. That's just to name a few of the programs. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? I have one tough question. Received some comments from developers this past week that there was some decisions that were made without feedback to the developer, and felt like there was some unfairness in those decisions without the feedback. I did speak with the chair of the committee, and he illustrated some of what he believed might be those reasons for that. So if you are reappointed, I just want to ask you to please bear in mind, in our committee handbook, which we have copies of here, there is a line in there that says, please, respect the responsibility of the position that you're in with regard to the impact that it has to applicants, and thinking in terms of operating in a business-like way. So if somebody comes before you, I don't want you to be shy about telling them if you think you have a problem with something on their decision, something that they're proposing. And so I understand, I got a pretty good explanation from the chairman of how this may have developed. And so I'm just putting this out there as not really a question, but just an advice, if I could, so that we don't have any more comments like that coming from, developers. and I'll take it.
I would like to know who the person is, who's the applicant, who's saying it. Have you talked to all the applicants, or is this just one applicant? I can assure you, and I've
Only one,
said
ma'am.
it before, when I go into the job of being a ZBA board member, an associate, I take it extremely seriously. I have spent a career with integrity and evaluation and objectivity.
Okay,
And I think to have somebody say in a public forum something that I have done without my ability to say anything in addition, do they have any problem with the male people on the board?
No, ma'am, this is your opportunity, and I'm sorry for bringing it up if it's an unpleasant issue, but.
I don't think it's appropriate.
Okay, well, I just wanted to put it out there.
This
because-
is not a place for feedback, is
Okay.
it? Is this where you tell me feedback on how you expect me to perform?
Well, I think it is actually, ma'am, I'm sorry if I'm upsetting you, but
Well, the last time you said I didn't have enough experience looking at blueprints.
and I agree that you have come very far, and this is why I'm asking.
I have had 30 years looking at blueprints.
Okay.
I have done new construction across this entire country
Okay.
and monitored it after it was developed. That's brick and mortar construction. You never asked me if I had that experience. You assumed something.
No, ma'am, I did not ask you that. I'm actually speaking in your defense this evening, and I'm bringing this up because I'm suspecting that maybe other board members have had this similar kind of commentary made. I don't know that. I'm just guessing. So-
Then you should do that to everybody on the board that applies to. I think it's wholly inappropriate to come here.
That does go-
And I come as a volunteer member with a lot of experience to give to this community. And to say that who is the applicant?
I don't think it was a comment.
I don't think
Made
it's
it
just-
personal.
It's not personal at all, ma'am. I'm just
James
trying-
was up here, you didn't say a word to James about something.
I didn't get any particular comments about James. I'm sorry if it's upsetting. I certainly understand that.
Well,
But my point is that I certainly respect the work that you've done, not only in the educational training, but in when you first got on, the research that you did on previous decisions and your dedication to the job, and I appreciate that. This is why I'm clearing the air about this right now with you, so that you'll have a fair opportunity to be heard.
Well, I don't understand what the issue is. You're reading from.
I'm just making.
I have read
I'm not reading.
every one of the handbooks that you guys have here. I have read the Open Meeting Act. I have read your housing production plan. I have read everything that I could get my hands on here.
I don't doubt that for a second.
And for you to say, read a particular passage out of a handbook, I think it's totally inappropriate.
Well, I'm
And I
sorry
don't mind
that-
saying so.
I certainly apologize if I've offended you. That wasn't my
You
intent.
did.
I'm sorry, I
And you
apologize.
offended me the last time.
Well, I was only going by what I observed last time, and by what I'm going by this time is, maybe it's inappropriate, and I apologize. I just want you to have a fair shake.
Thank you for apologizing, because I think it is totally inappropriate.
Okay, I was just doing it in your defense, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I have had people who I have managed and supervised, hundreds and hundreds of them, and you don't give feedback in a public forum.
Okay, well.
If you have feedback, you can come to me directly and have that conversation, and we could clear the air. But in this environment, it's totally inappropriate.
Okay, I certainly respect that. I'm sorry. Well, Mr. Patamas, would you like to speak to us?
Yes, my name is Jerry Patamas, or Gerald Patamas, a member of Precinct 2. I'm assuming you read the Reader's Digest, abridged version of my background. I'd just like to remind the folks, as well as myself, this is a quasi-judicial board. And as such, it's important that you balance regulatory compliance with common sense, especially when you're dealing with the inconsistencies in poorly worded zoning bylaw. I mean, that was part of the reason that they had the recodification, and that was just for typos. And that took a long time to get through. And I think that's important for transparency, because people have to know when it's a regulatory issue And when, I don't want to say you can bend it, but there's some things you can go to the second best interpretation, and the permit can be defensible. I think the other thing is, with my experience, I'm very sensitive to the town's priorities, the applicant's desires, and the concerns raised during the public. And finally, like the other people, I have an extensive technical and regulatory background. Ultimately, if I carry anything into this, is the need for the permit to be defensible, even if it's something I say, boy, that's screwy, or that doesn't make sense. It's not up to me, it's up to you and the people that make the laws to try to clarify it. And then we listen to the applicants, their attorneys and 40Bs, and our own counsel, and then we try to make the best decision we can. Appealing a decision is expensive for citizens. It's expensive for the town. I'm seeking I'm seeking appointment as a full-time member. Thank you.
I have a question for you.
Questions?
You were retired from the board for lack of attendance.
Yes, that's a polite way of putting it.
Are you going to be able to serve regularly if you were reappointed?
Most definitely. I had medical issues, and I exceeded the minimum week. I think it's after 4. If you don't get an excused vacancy, you're off. And I didn't get the excused vacancy. The board was very busy at the time. I fully understood why. I'm back. I don't have any other, well, short of having a heart attack tonight.
Knock on wood.
Okay, I'm not sure this is wood.
Yeah. We do have the fire chief here, but I don't think he's here for that reason, so.
Any other questions for Mr.?
That was my question.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so is there a motion from the board of appointments? We have one full-time and one alternate.
I motion to approve Jerry for the full-time position ending June 30th, 2026.
Patterson, second.
Could you repeat that motion, please?
I motion to move Jerry Patamas for the full-time position ending June 30th, 2026.
Is it 2026?
And is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, well then, all those that want to vote for Mr. Thomas?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, there's 2. Is there another motion for another?
I'd like to move James Morse to the full voting position.
I'd second that.
And all those in favor of Mr. Morse for the full position?
Aye.
Aye.
Patterson, aye. No, I guess we don't need a name.
Well,
Aye.
There's 3.
Okay.
Mr. Morse will get that. And is there a motion for Ms. Barry for the alternate position?
I don't think her position
Oh, she didn't ask
is
for that.
up. Can we have could we actually get a clarification on that? Is it, does Ms. Barry still have an alternate position? Is it Mr. Morse's position that was just coming up?
My understanding is that Ms. Berry is the incumbent, and James Morse is the alternate.
Right, but I guess what I'm asking is if Mr., maybe I can just ask Ms. Barry because she's here. They're both alternates. But I'm just asking if Ms. Barry's term is up and needs to be voted on tonight.
That I don't know the answer.
Okay, I don't see that here as,
When did the term expire? This is the question.
maybe TJ knows because he's here. It looks like Mr. Morse's term is would be expiring tonight as the alternate.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chair and Select Board. My name is TJ Hurry. I'm the chair of the ZBA. It is my understanding that it is James's alternate position that is up for renewal tonight, in addition to Ken's former position as a full voting member.
Right, so in other words, if we don't have, Ms. Barry still has her position as an alternate.
That's correct. You would be
Yes.
voting upon.
So now we would have an opening.
James's alternate position.
But we'd have to, do we have to well, I guess we don't. We didn't have anybody else who applied for the alternate.
No, just these
Right.
3 individuals.
So may I ask if, I don't know, this is a point of order question, maybe Peter or Julian could tell me, is it appropriate to ask if Mr. Patamus is open to an alternate position, given that that was an advertised position already and it's now open because Mr. Morse is filling. Is that appropriate for, I don't know, Jerry, if you're interested in that or not. I'm just trying to be efficient with our time, knowing the
I think that
ZBA
would
has a
be
heavy
allowed.
load, so.
In the interest of getting clarification from town council, yes, I'd be glad to accept
For
the alternate position.
Okay,
Thank you.
then I would nominate Jerry Patamus for the alternate position with the term ending, I'm sorry, I just have it right here. 6/30/2026. It's a really long haul. Okay.
I'd second that.
Now, all those in favor?
Aye. Okay, thank you.
All right, well,
Thank you.
thank you all for coming. Sorry about that big mess I created. Non-regulatory boards, Affordable Housing Committee, Jordan Fry, Robert Mahan, and Stephen Kraft. Is any of those folks here? Welcome.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Jordan Fry, and I would like to be appointed to the Affordable Housing Committee. I've been attending meetings since September, I believe. I was a part of the working group that was chaired by Anjali Scott Price before she became select board member. So I've been a part of the work, actually the report that you'll be reviewing later in the evening, I was a part of putting that together. I served pretty much as clerk on the working group, so I've talked to Ed. I know that Jessica is stepping down as clerk and he needs a clerk, and I would like to help, in a more official capacity on the committee.
Great.
Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Fry?
Thank you for your interest.
Thank you. And
No, we have to have all three first.
anyone else? Yes?
Hey everyone, my name is Stephen Kraft, and I live with my fiance in Green Pond Road in East Falmouth. We bought a house in January 2020. Early this year, I completed an urban planning and community development degree while also working full-time at Mass Maritime. My concentration in that program was housing, specifically how communities can increase housing stock through things like 40B, and also analysis of homeless policy in Boston and the Cape and Islands. And a goal of mine for this committee would be analysis and housing solutions that communities like Falmouth can have been successful in creating affordable housing with the goal of creating more equitable and vibrant places. So I would really embrace the opportunity to be an advocate for middle and low-income residents, not only to live in Falmouth, but to own homes in Falmouth. And out of planning and development issues, I really think affordable housing is the most important. So that brings me to apply for this position.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for?
We sometimes ask, have you been able to attend any of the meetings?
No, I haven't attended any of the meetings.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Mann?
Good evening. Thank you for the chance to interview. My name is Robert Mahan. I live at 65 Peterson Road here in Falmouth. I've been a resident here for 8 years. From the time I was born, when I was a freshman in high school, I lived in subsidized housing. At that point, the building we lived in was condemned and was razed, and my parents were forced to find a new apartment. In fact, we were the last ones to leave that building before it was demolished. It was not until I was in my mid-30s and about to start a family that I was able to afford to buy my own home. It was the first home I ever lived in, was the one I bought. This experience, I have firsthand understanding of not only how urgent the need is, but also the complexities of the problems. From my experience, I also appreciate what it's like from a both psychological and financial perspective to live in subsidized housing. I'm keenly aware of how important the community's responsibility is to strongly support a strong strategic affordable housing commitment. I also recognize the importance of striking a balance with all the stakeholders, including all residents of the town and businesses, in developing strategies around affordable housing. I have a master's degree in management and 40 years of experience in logistics with 2 Fortune 500 companies. I view logistics as a component of affordable housing. For example, strategically placing affordable housing with appropriate services located nearby in order to maximize the available funds. Over these 40 years in logistics, I've been part of numerous successful multi-million-dollar service-related projects, working cross-functionally with many departments. I am proud of my reputation of being a consensus builder and a team player. I've always had an interest in affordable housing and have long been interested and aware of affordable housing issues no matter where I lived. My plan was always to get more involved once I retired. I retired about a year ago, right when the start of COVID. So it delayed myself getting involved until right now. Although I have not attended any AHC meetings, I have read minutes and of all the recent AHC meetings, and I've become familiar with the 2019 Housing Production Plan. I strongly support all the initiatives that have been proposed and would like to make funding for affordable housing sustainable and not reliant on CPA. I hope this provided information, and I thank you, and I'll answer any questions.
Yeah, that was pretty thorough. Any questions beyond that?
No, I think you answered the one question we usually ask is how familiar folks are, if you've been able to
I
attend, so thank
understand.
you.
And in the future, I plan to attend all the HHC meetings. Thank you.
I'd like to move that we appoint Jordan Fry to a position on the Falmouth Affordable Housing Committee for a term ending June 30th of 2024.
Second.
If I could just say, I've, of course, been the liaison to that committee, and Jordan, as she mentioned, has been extremely active and a great contributor, so I'm very comfortable with that particular nomination.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Beach Committee, Barbara Schneider.
Nope, we have one more
We have
position
one more.
for
There are
affordable
two.
housing.
Yep.
Oh, excuse me.
A term that will end 6/30/2022.
Right. I'd like to move that we appoint Robert Mahan, hope that's pronounced right, to the Falmouth Affordable Housing Committee for a term ending June 30th of 2022.
Is there a second?
I would second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And please, Steve, there's always need on that committee, so get involved. Jordan volunteered for quite a few years. We would love to have your
Yeah,
contributions.
that expertise.
That would be great.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a reminder, it's a great opportunity to remind folks that all we're appointing are voting members. So there is never a restriction on the folks that can come and share their expertise, share their passion, their lived experience, and really, all that does is strengthen that committee, and it informs their vote. Just as when we take our votes, we want that public input from a variety of sources. So for anybody who doesn't get appointed right away, please continue to participate, because it just makes that board that much more effective.
Okay, so for the, next is the Beach Committee, and we have one applicant, Barbara Schneider.
I move approval.
Second.
It's
Too easy, Barb.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Barbara.
All those in favor?
Aye. That's for a term ending 6/30/2023.
And on the next one, Community Preservation Committee, I move approval.
I'm sorry, I think we have to do Jeffrey Billard. I think he's up, and he's an incumbent,
Oh,
so I'd also
sorry.
move Jeffrey Billard for Beach Committee for a term ending 6/30/2024.
Second.
Thank you, I did not
It's
see
not on
that.
the agenda.
It's not on the agenda.
That's all part of the reappointments,
No, it's
which
right
you would
here.
do as a blanket vote under item number 2.
Got it.
Oh, okay.
But you can certainly do it individually if you
That's
prefer.
fine.
So you want to vote now, or?
Okay, let's vote on Jeff now then. So,
Okay, we had a motion, a second, so.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I think Jeff's off to a great start as the chair there. Thank you. Cultural Community President Sandy Cuny, did we just, we just did Sandy. We didn't vote.
I'm,
That's right, we stopped in midstream there.
yes, I would like to move to appoint Sandy Cuny to the Community Preservation Committee.
Is there a second?
Second. And for that term ending June 30th of 2023.
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'd
Thank you,
also-
Sandy.
I'd also move Michael Stone, who's an incumbent, for reappointment for a period of ending 6/30/2024.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Cultural Council, Stacy Weisbach.
I think we're on hold. I think
She's
we
not able to
notified
attend.
that she
Okay.
could not be here.
But can we give a shout out that Cultural Council has 7 vacant positions? So if folks are interested, this is a really important, it has so much potential. You know, things that we talked about tonight with the Emerald House and so many opportunities to really just build on some of the work that they've done. So if people are out there, they're listening, this is a committee that you can come and put your name up for. We need to fill those positions.
Okay. So, Water Quality Management Committee, Ken Foreman, I see Ken is here, and he's a known factor from the Zoning Board of Appeals.
I move to appoint Ken Foreman to the Water Quality Management Committee.
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
I second.
We're gonna put you on anyways, even if you're not here.
For the term ending June 30th of 2024.
24.
Right, yeah, let's get that in the record.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. Thanks, Ken.
Do you want to tell us anything? Gotta be real quick, because we got a huge agenda.
Want to say anything?
Yeah.
I don't have to say anything.
No, you don't.
We know you're gonna do a great job.
We know your professional background fits in very well.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, this next vote would be for all those members who are incumbents who have petitioned in writing to be reappointed.
on the blanket.
If it would be the board's desire, yes.
All right, is there such a motion?
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor? of
Mr.
voting?
Chair,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think Kathleen Haynes is raising her hand to be
Okay.
recognized.
Thank you. Kathleen, would you like to speak to
You want
this?
to speak?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on, need a mic.
Three members of the Commission on Disabilities are up for reappointment,
Yes.
and I strongly suggest the board appoint Veronica Haas, reappoint her. As far as the other 2 members, one has been absent consistently throughout her 9 years on a commission. This year alone has missed 6 meetings and has caused us to not have a quorum for the last 3. The third person, Mr. Gruden, he has missed 5 meetings, but he also missed 5 meetings for the Transportation Management Committee, which I had to replace him this week on the request of the chairperson. I sent Mr. Gruden an email that was hand-delivered, asking him to please contact me in relation to these committees. He ignored that and several other emails. So I don't know what Mr. Gruden's priorities are. He's very disabled. But if those disabilities are impeding him being able to attend meetings, I'm leaving that to you to make that decision.
Okay.
But as far as Ms. Douglas is concerned, she has constantly missed meetings, and we're going to be down four people by not reappointing her. However, we're already down when we can't have a meeting because somebody isn't there. And I went to her house, taught her to make sure she had the Zoom down. 2 days later, she didn't show up for the meeting.
Okay.
And didn't call.
We do have your letter, and I do have a charter provision on committee vacancies, and if you miss 4 in a row, you're pretty much disqualified. It's not really a judgment call for us, it's just right in
Okay.
the charter, so.
Okay.
We'll strike those 2 names from the blanket.
Can I just,
Before
can
we
I just
vote?
disclose? Just for the record, I would just disclose that I have represented Mr., I think it's actually Mr. Grundon, I think an N is missing, Paul Grundon, so I would not be voting on that
Okay.
individual.
Very well. So let's take a separate vote then, if the board feels that, based on this attendance list that we've been provided, is there a motion to not reappoint those 2 folks?
Motion.
Okay, there's a
Second.
motion, and there's a second. All those in favor of removing those 2 names from the blanket?
Aye.
Abstain.
Okay, and we have 1 abstention. That will, we'll strike those 2, if we could, please.
Thank you for
Thank you for, I know it's a difficult position that
It
you're in,
is.
but I
It was a very
appreciate
difficult
you
decision to
giving
make.
us the heads up on that. Okay,
I think you just have to finish voting the blanket then.
Yes,
With
for
those.
the remaining
Right.
positions.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor of the blanket vote on reappointments?
Aye.
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 That's
Was there a
unanimous.
motion, per se? Did we have?
Yes, I think.
I believe we did.
Okay, good. All right, good.
Okay, next, interview, vote, and applicants for the Sandwich Road Fire Station Building Committee. And in the order that they're listed, Pat Callahan, are you here? Pat's not here tonight. John J. Elliott? Mr. Elliott, welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Elliott, and I've applied to serve on the Sandwich Road Fire Station Building Committee. I've got a little over 18 years' service with the Falmouth Fire Rescue Department as Assistant Master Mechanic. I'm an ASE certified master technician in both car and truck, and I hope to be able to offer some good insight and information on building this station.
Questions from the board first?
No?
Okay.
Thanks.
Is there any plans to do mechanical work at the new station, or would it stay mostly in East Falmouth?
I'm sorry?
Will there be mechanical work in the new station? do you
No, no, that's going to remain at Station 5 where the repair shop is, yes.
think? All right, thank you. Any other questions? No?
No?
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Karen DeCini?
Hey,
Welcome.
everybody.
Hello.
My husband and I moved here bought our house last August from Vermont, which we intended to always retire here, so it's great to be here. I worked in higher ed at Champlain College, and for over 22 years in campus planning, senior project manager, and we oversaw 13 new buildings and a handful of rehabs, really busy time in construction. Part of that was community relations, working with the city, which in Vermont can be pretty tough. And we also sat on the trustee committee monthly to report up to them and talk about the change orders, the budgets, and any needs. So I saw the article and I thought, well, I have some time and I enjoyed my work, so I thought I'd apply.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No.
Thank you
gotta-
very much.
Thank you.
Richard Bowen?
Let's see Mr. Bowen here
Let's
tonight.
see Mr. Bowen tonight. I remember serving with him on the previous town building committee, though. Peggy Nickerson, I do see in the
You
back.
see her. Well, Ms. Nickerson is coming up. Was this a 7-member board, did we say?
Yes,
Right, okay.
up to 7.
Yeah.
Welcome, Peggy, how are you?
Hi, Peggy Nickerson, newly elected Precinct 3 town meeting member.
All right.
I was also on the Senior Center Building Committee, first time on a Town of Falmouth committee like that. It was a great team of people, and was really happy to be part of that. That's what I do for a living. I work for a local estate agency, and my job is the procurement of vertical and horizontal construction, Chapter 149, which is what this building will fall under. So I'm here to volunteer and do this again. And the senior center came in, I think, under budget. It was a great project, and hoping that you'll choose me as a volunteer for this committee.
Okay,
Thank
thank you very much. Any questions from the board?
No.
They remember you. Okay, next we have George Rogers.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Board of Selectmen. I'm George Rogers, I live in Mara Vista Ave. I've been a resident for 3 years. I most recently served on the Fire Station Location Committee. My background is 35 years in the fire service. I was the fire chief and emergency management director in the town of Bridgewater. I was also the president of the Fire Chiefs Association for Massachusetts, and I was on the Homeland Security Council for Southeastern Mass. I spent more than my adult life in a fire station, so I think I have a pretty good perspective of what the chief's needs are, of what a building functions and doesn't function. I was I was the project manager on the committee in the town of Bridgewater. He built a substation back in 2001. So I reached out to the chief and asked the chief if he needs some support again. I enjoyed my time on the committee, working with Julian in that committee in location on Sandwich Road, so.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
No questions? No softballs?
Thanks, I'll ask you one if you want.
Sure.
What do you think about prefab fire stations?
Oh, excuse me?
What do you think about the concept of buying a prefab fire station off the shelf?
I like it. Personally, I think, function is the most important thing. So I was in a building that was in the 1800s where the horses came out of. So I know what buildings that don't function. And I think if we're going to look at a building, we got to look at something that's going to be there for 100 years. And I think and also it's going to fit the neighborhood. You got to make sure it fits the neighborhood. So I think it's important. I'm not against prefab, but I think, brick and mortar, we need to build something that's going to last a long time. So I'm not in favor of a lean-to or anything like that.
Right.
Or any trailers, or, I think we should do a nice permanent structure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, next is Christian Valley. Christian?
Good evening. Thanks for having me. My name's Christian Valley. I live in East Falmouth with my wife and 3 kids. Been in Falmouth most of my life, on and off. Serve on the town's historical commission and also on the Edward Marks Committee, involved in the rehabilitation of that building. My family owns a residential and commercial construction company in town, do a lot of work around town. Including the Oddfellows building right next door. So I understand commercial construction very well. I understand how buildings go together, budgets, site work, engineering, architecture, all the components that go into it. And be excited to be involved in this.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is your position with the company?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm an owner, one of the owners. It's called the Valley Group. My father and I own the company. Family business. We have about 28 employees in Falmouth.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? I have one. You sure you want a third committee?
Yeah. Yes, I am sure.
Okay.
I'm not busy enough at home or at work.
All right. Boyd DeMello, please. Are you here? Yeah.
Good evening. I'm sure most of you know me. I had the pleasure of meeting our newest member of the board a week or so ago at the fire station award ceremony. It's a pleasure. I've been at the fire department now going on 33-plus years, and the last 10 as a fire prevention inspector upstairs, so I have a working knowledge of the building code and the fire code. Also, I had the pleasure of serving on the headquarters building station committee that completed the renovation addition to the headquarters station. That was a challenging project from the start, and I think we completed and ended up with a pretty good building down there. And I also was a member of the board of directors of Falmouth Youth Hockey during the construction of the new ice arena up in Tech Park, which is a state-of-art arena. If anyone spent any time in there, it's operationally sound and came in on budget as well, and it's serving the community well. So the committee needed some help. I'm here to offer my services as a lifelong member of the town of Falmouth. That's
Okay.
it.
Questions
Thank
for
you.
Mr. DeMello?
No? Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Boyd.
And that's it. And then previously, we interviewed Mark Finneran, Chris Simler, and what's the third gentleman?
Edward Pride.
Edward Pride.
Yep. Okay.
So only Patrick Callahan hasn't come before us?
Correct.
We have not seen Mr. Callahan, but we do know his work from the
Indeed.
senior center and,
The Lawrence
yeah, the Lawrence,
School Project?
yeah. Did he work on the high school project also?
Can't answer that one.
I think he came into the high school project.
Yep.
after-
Came in to assist.
Yep.
After things
Yeah.
were falling apart.
Been a major contributor for the building committee.
So I guess the question for the board is, how much construction representation do we want, and how much fire department representation? Because we've got a chief, a mechanic, and a fire safety officer from the fire department. And then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got a lot of construction people here too that are very good.
So, oh, go ahead.
No, I just think we should have a balance of both. And I know on the headquarters station, we had a little problem with the original design, couldn't carry the weight of a vehicle. So I think it's important that we do have, you know, people in the construction business there that can look at the drawings and probably weigh in on whether the design was adequate or not. So, but I think a balance of 50-50 makes a lot of sense.
So I guess maybe if we just start by making some nominations and seeing how does that seem okay?
We could do that. I was wondering how we want to do that, if we want to propose a slate of names, or do we want to go name by name like we did on the last vote?
Name by name?
I don't know, I think in the past, we've taken a nomination and then we just kind of see if we move along, but however you think it's best.
Does anybody have a slate that they've put together of 7?
I have
I mean, I don't know if that's a
two
fair
right
way to
off.
do it.
I don't either, but I'm wondering if we should go name by name. I think a slate is more difficult.
Okay.
So I'd like to move Peggy Nickerson.
Second.
All those in favor of Peggy Nickerson?
Aye.
And then, well, I'll let you guys
Aye.
go ahead and start with the nominations.
I'd like to move Boyd DeMello.
Second.
2 in a row? Okay.
Sorry. All right, I'll be quiet.
No, that's fine. Okay, you got a second for Boyd. Is there one? How many votes for Boyd?
Aye.
Okay.
I'd like to move Patrick Callahan.
Second.
All those in favor of Patrick Callahan?
Aye.
Aye.
Well, how many was that? Was it?
It was 4, I
Okay.
believe.
And I'd like to nominate Christian Valley.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of Crystal Valley?
Aye.
Aye.
What? So, Angela, did you want to nominate someone? Because I don't see you voting for anybody.
I'm sorry, I was trying to keep up. So far we have Peggy, Christian, Boyd, Patrick.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
That's
correct?
it.
That's all we've done so far.
Okay, I'd like to nominate Chris Simler.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
So I think that's 4.
Okay, I know Chris has got.
We should raise our
excellent
hands when we're voting,
I
just
apologize.
to be sure that we've got it right.
Well, let me just say, he's not here tonight, but Chris is a professional project manager, and has extensive experience in managing projects, so I really have a lot of confidence in him personally.
Okay.
Do we need to revote that or not? And what was the count?
4.
4. Oh, okay, good, sorry.
Oh, were you in that? Maybe it was 5.
I think you get 5 votes.
Okay,
Let's
great.
do that again. Chris Simler, all in
Sorry.
favor?
Aye.
5.
Okay, good, good.
We didn't have to raise hands on Zoom, so.
I know, it's new. It's
All
new.
right. I'd like to recommend that we hire George Rogers, the chief, because I think having a chief on this committee would be important.
Second. Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need one more, right?
I'm actually going to, I'm just looking at my list here. I am going to move Mark Finneran. I think he's somebody who's cared about this subject matter for a long time and is a good connection to the community to kind of get that community feedback. And he never is afraid to speak his mind, but he also works really well and really dedicates his time to committees.
And he did serve on the location committee.
Yep.
Yes. I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's 4. Okay. Okay, there's your committee.
7.
Thank you so much for serving.
Thank you.
It's an
Appreciate
important
that.
role.
A lot of really good applicants.
You help
Thank
to keep us
everyone.
out of trouble.
Thank you.
Okay, so 7 o'clock, and we're gonna move to licenses.
Mr. Chairman?
A question for the board?
Yes.
When do you expect us to be up and running, Julian?
I'll be happy to comment, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
We have to, and we're in the midst of pursuing the owner's project manager. We want to get that in place. I anticipate committee being invited to convene your first meeting shortly after the 4th of July, since we're right on the cusp of that. Mhm.
Let me give one more question.
Okay, yes.
I have a question also, I'm sorry.
We should have, I'd like to ask you to come to the podium. We should have done that if it's something the public wants to know about.
My question is just about whether or not I'm actually on the agenda, which I was told by Diane Davidson that I was, so I just looked at the agenda and I don't see my item on there.
I'm sorry, what is it? Which?
It's signs for Molly's Parking.
It's on here.
You're on here.
It is on there?
Yeah.
It is.
Thank you. I was just wondering if I should stay or not.
Okay.
Good question.
Yes, Peggy?
I guess, Peggy Nickerson, thank you for voting me in. I just have for the Senior Center Committee, we had an alternate, which we did use the alternate at times because there wasn't enough for a quorum, and I'm just wondering if this is the place, if you're able to do that. I think it would be a wise decision in case there's not enough that can show up. It's a long process. It might be helpful.
Okay.
It's a great suggestion.
If
Is
that's
that something we can
acceptable to the
amend at
chair?
this time?
Yeah, I think we can.
Is there any reason why we couldn't?
No, that would be fine. Richard Bowen was our alternate last time around
Okay.
for the
I would-
Senior Center Committee.
I would move Mr. Elliott, if Mr. Chair, if you're willing to accept that.
I'll second that.
I would accept that. Is there a second from Mr. Patterson? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Good
Lots
choice.
of expertise there.
Good
so.
check.
Thank you, Peggy, that's
Thank you,
helpful.
Peggy. Okay, so we have under licenses, we have summary of actions, a license for special one-day malt beverage license, Barnstable County Agricultural Society, Barnstable County Fair, 1220 Nathan Ellis Highway, East Falmouth, from July 19th through the 25th, 2021, from 4 PM to 10 PM.
I would move approval.
Patterson, second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next, we have an application for a one-day wine malt beverage license, WM Cycling Events Incorporated, Really Rad Festival of Cyclocross, Barnstable County Fairgrounds, 1220 Nathan Ellis Highway, East Falmouth, November 13th and 14th, 2021, from 8 AM to 5 PM.
Only because it says really rad, I would move approval. I think we've had this
Second.
cyclocross before.
Okay,
Nancy seconded.
we've got a really rad second from Nancy. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. C, application for a change of entertainment license for Shipwrecked LLC located at 263 Grand Avenue, Falmouth. And this one we might want to look at a little bit. Is
The
there anybody
conditions
here
are-
for the applicant? Yes, please come up to the podium.
And the conditions do say outside entertainment, acoustic only.
Okay.
It's important to recognize.
I think that's really important to bring up and emphasize,
Right.
acoustic only.
Clarify, yep.
Right.
Because we've
don't-
run into that before.
Welcome. So you want to tell us what you'd like to do? It says acoustic music outside. Is that,
Yes, so we, as you folks know, we had the extra courtyard this year. So we were looking to get our entertainment for Saturday and Sunday afternoons for acoustic entertainment. It'd be
Okay.
like a 3 to 6 type of a deal, like an afternoon.
so it's
But-
not, no amplification then?
No.
Okay.
So,
Yes,
Mr. Chair, can I just clarify, because I know we've had this problem in the past, and sometimes it's just how things are filled out, but the wording that we have on this application says,
Building is so insulated that all entertainment music will
yeah,
otherwise-
will not be heard outside the building, but, okay, so it's only for, that's why I don't understand. Is it only for inside the building? It's,
No,
or it's
it's
for the
for-
courtyard, right?
It's for the courtyard, so that was what the,
And then
New
below
permit
that,
was
it says outside entertainment to be acoustic solos or duets only from 2 to 8 PM Monday through Sunday.
So there's two different,
Yep, there's two, so
That's
that's,
a
yeah, I just wanted to
condition.
clarify, okay. So the indoors would be Monday through Saturday, 11 AM to 1 AM for the
Correct,
indoors.
yep.
Sunday, 11 AM to 12 AM. And then the outside would just be 2 to 8,
correct,
Monday through Sunday.
correct.
Okay, thank you. Just want to clarify what's asked for.
I agree. Was there a motion to approve? I will move.
Is there any public comment on this?
Oh, yeah.
You want public
Yeah, but
comment?
it's usually the motion and then the public comment comes
Is that right? Okay.
in response to it.
All right, well,
I
I'll
move
take,
approval.
and I'll take a second. if it-
I'll second it.
Okay, and for discussion, we want to have some public comment?
It's you,
Come on
Paula.
up.
Paula.
Oh, sure, absolutely, step right up.
Thank you. So, hi, my name is Paula Lichter, but
Dave sent us an email.
he sent you an email. May I read it also for the public?
Certainly.
It's up to the chair.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I write with regard to Shipwreck's application for an outdoor entertainment license. He, is Dave Buzanowski of 32 Lucerne Ave, Falmouth, and he's currently the president of the Falmouth Heights Mara Vista Neighborhood Association. And as such, I find myself walking that thin line between personal comment and that of our association. Having said this, the issue is not a matter of entertainment per se. It is more a matter of volume of same, and in this sense, my personal comments are aligned with those of the association. This seems to be a reoccurring issue when it comes to outdoor entertainment, whether it was the Black Dog, the BBC, the Yacht Club, Falmouth Yacht Club, Bad Martha's, Sopranos, or the fairgrounds, for that matter. In the case of those establishments located in the Heights, the smaller lot sizes, higher population density, and close proximity of neighbors all have significant impact. The mission of our association is to preserve and improve the residential character of Falmouth Heights and Mara Vista neighborhoods while encouraging activities that promote civic pride, excuse me, and the healthful enjoyment of our community. In keeping with our mission, we are not opposed to entertainment, outdoor entertainment. However, the volume level of the same must be reasonable and not offensive to neighbors and community. I would hope that the Select Board can reach an agreement in advance on this matter in order to head off any potential complaints from the community. So that's from Dave.
Okay.
So I'd like to, can we reset the clock for me? It's not long. But,
Okay, well, I guess so. We
Okay. Was that a yes?
Try to be concise, okay?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Just try to be brief if you could.
Okay, so my name is Paula Lichter. I live on Deacons Avenue. I'm a long-term director of the Falmouth Heights Mara Vista Association, but I'm here speaking only for myself. I'm in agreement with the board's position, and I especially support outdoor dining, which I think is one of the good things that came out of COVID. I hope the temporary licenses you've issued eventually become permanent, including Shipwrecked, especially since they own the outdoor dining area without infringing upon public space. However, I have some comments about policy and precedent. For some years, we've been asking for a policy regarding outside entertainment. We have such a policy for indoor entertainment, which clearly sets volume limits. I understand this isn't going to happen anytime soon, in which case creating precedent becomes more important than creating policy. The conversation began a few years ago when neighbors contested Bad Martha's outdoor entertainment application. It resulted in a license which states, music is meant to be background music. It should be audible, but easily spoken over with low amplification. Next came the conversation here in March of 2020 regarding the Black Dog's outside entertainment application. And each of those of you who were present at that time voiced concerns about either limiting the volume or creating a relationship with the neighbors. Quoting from the minutes, Susan Moran said there should be a standard that the volume of music would be no greater than to allow folks in the establishment to speak over it. I had specifically asked that the sound not carry beyond the perimeter of the establishment, since it's for the benefit of the patrons, not for the general public. That application was continued, and because of COVID, hasn't come back. Just recently, you approved a license for the Falmouth Yacht Club. Your members discussed the rights of beachgoers and the Tides Motel clients. The resulting license included the wording, live acoustic music with volume limited to not go past the parking lot in front of the club. Shipwrecked is located in an area much like the Yacht Club, though a lot busier. It is surrounded by the beach and a hotel, but has more residential properties within 300 feet than does the Yacht Club. I had dinner at Shipwrecked last week The food was excellent, the evening was delightful, and the background recorded music was exactly right. It was loud enough for people in the dining area to hear, but not so loud that my friend and I were able to converse without having to shout at each other in order to be heard. When we walked away, we really couldn't hear the music beyond the contiguous sidewalk or the parking lot in the back. The piped music was already being played in line with the precedent that has been set for Bad Martha's and the Yacht Club, and I hope the live music will follow suit. So I hope and request that tonight you will add similar language to the shipwreck license, limiting the volume to not exceed the perimeter of the property, such that it is for the benefit of the patrons, not the neighbors, nor those on the beach, park, or ball field. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, any questions for me?
Nope.
Okay, may I approach to give you a copy for the record?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Can't do that.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and what do you think about the comment about not, oh, yes, sir.
Follow up with other comments?
Sure, go ahead. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, I had dropped you an email earlier today, and I'm just going to read for the benefit of the record.
Your name, sir?
Yeah. My name is Dave Buzanowski.
Oh, he just read that for you.
We heard the email.
You did receive it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you read it?
Read it for you.
She
I just
did.
read it for you.
She did it for me.
It's in the record.
Thank you.
She impersonated you first and then did her own.
Did look for you.
Okay. So,
Mr. Chairman, please.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
That's okay, thank you.
My name is Maureen Kelly, and I'm from Falmouth Heights, and we very much welcome the Shipwrecked Restaurant. It has helped Falmouth Heights Motor Lodge, it has helped the Heights House, and just in general, we do welcome that into the neighborhood.
Okay.
Happy with the music.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so what's the board's pleasure on the language about restricting the noise to the perimeter of the property?
I'm comfortable with the way it's conditioned at this point,
Conditioned in,
in terms of differentiating between the outside acoustic only and the inside music, which is, doesn't say it's acoustic, but if it doesn't extend beyond the perimeter of the building, it's got to be reasonable.
well, that's the inside part,
That's what I'm talking about.
but they're asking us to also condition the outside part to not be projecting beyond the property line. So that would probably, can I get some feedback from you guys on that? Would that, that would probably dictate the location of the singer
Right.
in a more
Facing
central
you.
location of your property?
I apologize too. I'm Rob Lowen. I'm the property manager, and this is the new owner, Alex Khan.
Okay.
Just so you folks know who we are.
Okay.
Thank you.
And if
So
you're
I'm sorry, what
speaking,
was the
please
question?
move a little closer to the mic. The question is, the neighbor association has asked that you consider we consider language in here that would restrict the outdoor music to not go beyond the property line. I know that's not exactly an easy science to get perfect, but it would probably force you to not have the musician up against the back lot, against the property line, so that you're close to the neighbors' houses. You'd have to kind of take that into consideration. Do you have any problem with that? Do you think that'll
No,
work for you?
They'll be closer to the front of the property, so they'd be a little bit closer to the street side as opposed to the back side.
Okay.
Or they won't be anywhere near the street on the, what's the name of that street?
I suspect that
Sorry,
they're
Mass Ave,
probably
sorry.
more concerned with the houses that are abut the backside of the parking lot
No, so it'd be
there.
further up in the front of the courtyard, closer
Okay.
to the street level than it would be in the back parking lot,
Okay, well,
closest to the neighborhood. So it'd be closer to the front of the building.
okay. Did you want to comment again?
Also concerned with the beach.
Right. Well, like I said, it's gonna be acoustic, and it's gonna be, it'll be a one or a two-man type show. It's not gonna be anything crazy. We won't have anything more than two people probably. So it'd be like a solo or a duo type background, beachy vibe type.
So I would
music.
think if you kind of located it generally as close as you can to the center of the property, then you're probably going to be okay.
Correct, yep. Yes.
You're okay with that?
Yeah.
It does say acoustic solos or duets only on the outside.
Right.
So it is limited in terms of the number of musicians.
Right, but we just don't want it to go up to the property line and start singing.
And I
Not a
think
problem.
that the request is reasonable.
Yes. Okay, so we're gonna just add this line that outdoor music will not extend beyond the property line.
Sure.
Okay? Is that a reasonable condition, Mr. Suso?
That's in the eyes of the beholder,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. I think it's, if we get a complaint, I guess it's enforceable. We can send the police up and have them stand on the property line and see if they can hear it.
Okay,
But that would be the way we'd have to proceed.
okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I just, I hope everybody is reasonable, businesses and people are trying to recover from a really difficult year that we've actually lost businesses in town that weren't able to make it. Music helps to draw some people in, and then I hope you folks understand that, even though, and I know there's dispute, but the Heights has a long history of
Oh, yeah.
entertainment and
We know.
frivolity and enjoyment. It's very boring compared to what it used to be, but
Exactly
it
right.
is very much a place where residents have been concerned about this issue, and we have heard about it as a board. So it saves you a lot of trouble if you're just sensitive to that.
Absolutely.
And it creates obviously goodwill for folks who are coming to, your neighbors who are coming to eat at your
Yeah,
restaurant.
absolutely.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and an amendment to the language in the license. And all those in favor, as amended?
As amended.
As amended.
Aye.
Very good, thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank
Thank you, good luck.
Thank you. Okay, next we have a special one-day malt liquor license and Sunday entertainment license, Shipwrecked LLC. Is that, oh, that's the same thing.
group, yep.
That's the same.
Sorry, that's probably for the.
It's for the road race. I would move approval.
Okay, yep.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That's the same thing you do every year, right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could we just ask Mr. Mr. Johnson-Staub, because I know he's the expert, could you make it cooler in this room, please? I don't know if anybody else, but these masks
I'm getting hot. Yes,
automatically
thank you.
raise the body temperature.
You do it
Sorry.
without the clanging noise of the.
I'll take clanging.
I'll take the clanging too, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so I see the Harbor House in my packet, but on here, I don't see it on the agenda.
He is the Heights House, 25
Heights
Harbor Avenue.
Hospitality,
Yeah, Harbor House, Heights,
It's this one.
The Heights House is on,
okay.
not in the package, that we said?
Lodging House, oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just looks different. Yep.
Application for a lodging house, license for Heights House located at 25 Harbor Avenue, Falmouth.
I move approval.
I'm
Second.
here for approval for the Heights House in Falmouth Heights, and my name is Maureen Kelly.
All right, and any questions for the
No,
applicant?
I am just going to once again disclose that I did work for Ms. Kelly and her husband, not related to this, so I will just recuse myself from this vote a while ago, but better safe than sorry.
All right, and any other questions? Is there a motion to approve?
We did.
We did, and I second. Yep.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
And I'll abstain,
Okay,
Thank you.
very good, thank you.
because I don't love the project.
Thank you very much.
Good season.
On the next one, we have vote to expend $109,000 from the AFC mitigation fund for Herringbrook nutrient threshold study. I got a question for that, and I apologize for not having asked this prior to the meeting, but wasn't the AFC mitigation funds designated only to be spent in East Falmouth? Pretty sure it was.
To the best of my knowledge, I thought the board had full reign as to where you wanted to spend those, but
That's my
Amy
rec-
might be able to
I'm pretty sure that, I'm
comment
pretty
on
sure
that.
it's conditioned on that, actually.
I'm Amy Lowell. I'm the wastewater superintendent for the town.
Welcome.
And, thank you. And the AFC mitigation funds were intended originally to offset the nutrient impact of the base's wastewater treatment plant discharge on South Coast watersheds. The reason I believe that this is applicable, so what we're talking about is allocation of $109,000 for a a nutrient threshold study for Herring Brook, which is not in that South Coast watershed area, but which is related to the town's existing groundwater discharge permit for the wastewater treatment plant. And the wastewater treatment plant site does serve, most recently, the Little Pond watershed. And the planning that we're undergoing right now is for the watershed to the east of that, the Great Pond watershed, which is one of the watersheds that was originally under that umbrella of concern from the discharge at the base. So that's, yes, you're right in remembering that money was tied to nutrient impacts from the base, but I think broadly it is appropriate to consider using it for issues related to our current discharge. That site right now is was identified because of bringing the Little Pond wastershed wastewater there, and the town is currently evaluating other options for discharge for the Great Pond watershed immediately to the east of that.
So it's water collection on those East Falmouth areas.
Okay.
So this is looking at the impact of discharging it, which would flow into the Herring Pond area.
Potentially, that's the goal. Is so just backing up a little bit. You got a memo saying why we're proposing to do this at this time. The northernmost infiltration basins at the wastewater treatment plant are outside the West Falmouth Harbor watershed. They're north of the West Falmouth Harbor watershed, and the discharge. What happens when we discharge at those beds? Those are sand infiltration beds, and the treated wastewater infiltrates down through the unsaturated sand down to the groundwater, and then it moves with the groundwater the direction the groundwater was heading, which is west towards Buzzards Bay. Along the way, none of it flows, according to modeling, the groundwater modeling that the town did in order to plan for that discharge. According to modeling, none of that discharge flows directly to Herring Brook, but some portion of the discharge flows through Crocker Pond, and some portion of Crocker Pond, the groundwater that comes out of Crocker Pond does flow north towards Herring Brook, north and west towards Herring Brook. So there's we need to be aware of the water quality status of Herring Brook and how that discharge over time could contribute to its water quality status.
Understood. And I accept the logic of it's coming from East Falmouth, so it's an East Falmouth project.
I move to expend $109,000 from the ASFE mitigation funds for a Herring Brook nutrient threshold study.
Thank you. Is there a second? Mr. Patterson, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next is vote to accept donation from the Falmouth Men's Club in the amount of $500 to the Recreation Department donation account.
So move with gratitude, thank you.
Patterson, second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you to the Men's Club. Next is vote to approve an exemption from the conflict of interest law prohibition on holding more than one position for Adam Swain.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
So this request is from a part-time receptionist in the Recreation Department who would also like to work as a seasonal employee for the Summer Adventure Program.
Okay.
I move approval.
Second.
Sounds like a great person to have on board.
Indeed. Got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye. Thank you.
Unanimous. And then vote to approve a request from the 300 Committee Land Trust for a conservation restriction on the Hallman Ladd property located at 0 Kane Way, Falmouth.
I move that we approve that request.
Second.
Any comment or questions from the board? All those in favor?
Aye.
That's unanimous again. Okay. Public hearings, 7:30, it's
I
not
think
quite
we can,
7:30.
We
probably
can
squeeze
squeeze
in the
those in,
special
yeah,
events,
we
because
should
they're
be all right.
recommended, right?
Okay. Special events, Community Memorial Service, Falmouth Clergy Association, Library Lawn, Sunday, June 27th, 2021, 6 p.m. to 6:30.
Move approval?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Fee waiver request. Request for a waiver, reduction of special event permit fee, Cape Cod Wang Ping Tai Chi Kwang Club, Marina Park.
Move to approve?
Is there a second?
Oh, well, how much is it, just for clarification? What will the value be? The $287?
$287.50.
Second.
With the board's
Second from Mr.
concurrence.
Patterson. All those in favor?
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Just want to note that that condition is that that the individuals will follow up and clean up any litter debris, and just so the public understands, one of the reasons we waive fees sometimes if there's providing really a service to the public, and this is a no charge for attendance, so
Right.
individuals can come and participate in this event for no fee at all. So that's one of the things we take into consideration.
And this is a repeat request.
Yes.
No, it's
Yes.
a request that was granted last time, and it was not granted with or without fee, and so that's why the request is here. And I'm Clifton Genge. I'm the president of the Guan Ping Tai Chi Quan Club, and I'm also a teacher with the club. We've been practicing on Saturdays for years, Saturday mornings. We use the park as a park. It's not an event. We go in, we clean up before we go out on the field if it needs to have things cleaned up. We don't charge admission. We don't sell anything. We don't create litter. We don't damage the premises. We do our sets, our exercises, and our forms. We say hello to each other. We have a little bit of social time, and we leave. We don't leave anything there that was not there before we came, and maybe take more than was there when we got there.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much. I think we already
That's
approved
great.
We
it.
approve.
Any other questions at all?
Nope.
No, sir, we already gave the approval before we
Okay.
realized you were here.
Appreciate your
Thank
good
you.
citizenship.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I think we can start now.
Do you want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Okay. The public hearing notice. Let me just start by saying, I think, number one, the first, the application for an alteration, is that being extended again, right?
The
So,
request
Yes,
so I'm gonna move.
Yes.
So, and what is the next day? I saw Attorney Clara. What is the next
July
day?
12th.
July 12th. Okay, so I'm going to move that the application for an alteration of the licensed premises of an all-alcohol common victular license, Chappaquay Grill Incorporated, located at 410 West Falmouth Highway, West Falmouth, continued from April 26th to May 24th to June 7th, and now to July 12th. That's my motion to move approval.
May I ask a question?
Yes,
Why has it been continued
waiting for a site plan.
I'd be happy to address that.
many times?
Yes.
Yeah, there's
I'd
just,
like to know the answer.
there's a backlog on engineering work. Not from Mr. Porcelli, of course. But there is a backlog on engineering work, and it's just taking a little while to get the site plan done and then submitted. And we also have a request out for an amendment to the lease, which the owner is working on us with, but just
Can't
hasn't.
quite hear you, I'm sorry.
Sorry. I probably mumble it under the best of circumstances, so this isn't the best of circumstances, so my apologies. We are waiting on the revised site plan and seating plan, and we do have, we're working with with the landlord right now to amend the lease, and that just hasn't come together just yet. But we're trying to address all the questions and requests that the board made at the last hearing in one swoop rather than addressing it in a piecemeal manner. So we'd like to have everything submitted to you at once, and as soon as we are able to get all those things buttoned up, we'll have that in. And my hope was that it would have been done by now, but we're not quite there.
Do you
So
think
you are
it's,
confident that you'll have it by the 12th?
Confidence is a strong word. I hope to have it by the 12th. That is my intent.
Thank you.
So that's my motion.
I second it.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. I will now read the public hearing notice. The Falmouth Select Board will hold a public hearing under Section 24077, Wetland Regulations of the zoning bylaws of the Town of Falmouth on Monday, June 7th, 2021. This is one that was continued. In the Selectmen's Meeting Room, Town Hall, an application of Lady Fair LLC located at 44 Jewelers Avenue, East Falmouth, for permission to repair an existing licensed pier landward to regain access to the pier and to replace decking. Body of water affected is Eel Pond. Interested parties may review the file on this hearing in the Town Manager Select Board office at Town Hall. This was published per the Select Board in the Falmouth Enterprise, Friday, May 21st, and Friday, May 28th. And this was continued from June 7th previously.
You can give us a quick version, it's such a small project.
Oh, okay, I'm happy to give you a quick version. Mr. Chairman, for the record, my name is Michael Borselli from Falmouth Engineering, and I represent the applicant. The applicant has filed a request for special permit to repair an existing dock that sustained damage over the past several years. Just for reference, this yellow area is where the existing dock is. 44 Jewelers is in this location. These are combined lots with a paper road in between. Just south of the site is Minot Yacht Club. This is the spit of Washburn's Island, and this is the channel coming in. Through the years, if you look at this plan, through the years, currents have come in and out of this in such a way that they've eroded this western shoreline and caused portions of this dock to be undermined and damaged. If you look closely at this photo, you'll see a shoaling of sand here, there's a channel, and there's a significant shoaling of sand here. And in this darker area, the water is actually deeper closer to shore than it is where the dock is, where you would tie a boat. It's important to note some of the changes. This aerial photo is from 2011, and you can see the resolution isn't very good, but you can see the dock, you can see the pilings, and you can see that it terminates up in this area right at the toe of this bank. But as the years go by into the future to 2019, you'll see that there's a section missing here. And then if you look at this photo and compare it to the most recent photo from 2020, you can see another section was damaged. So the piles are actually undermined and fall, and the pier is no longer supported. So what we're proposing to do is basically rebuild it in the same configuration that it had been when it was constructed and licensed. The end of the pier right now is out here in this area. You can see it's a slightly lighter line type, and we're proposing to rebuild it from here back to shore. The construction's typical of what you've seen on previous piers that I've presented to you. There's a profile on the second page that I'll just briefly share with you. Here's the end of the existing pier, and it needs to get to land. So we're rebuilding this section. You notice this little slope up here. That's so that we can provide public access for underneath the dock. So this is slightly elevated to provide that access, and then it ramps back down to the existing pier. We've been before Conservation Commission, and we have an order of conditions. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? Certainly understand the erosion happening out there, and it makes sense to me that you take this action, so. Any other questions? Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Whoop, whoop, you need to take.
All public comment, excuse me. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this project? In favor or against? Very well.
And you want to close the hearing?
Okay.
I move, yeah, we do, we should move.
Right.
We need to close the
Okay,
hearing
we're gonna-
first, so I'll move to close the hearing.
Second?
All right. All those in favor of closing the hearing?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
And now, Nancy, you want to move approval?
Yes, move to approve.
And I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Basilli.
Thank you.
Next, we
Nice
have an
to see you all
application.
in person.
I know.
You're here.
We can just get rid of these masks, huh? Next is a public hearing for application for an alteration of licensed premises of an all-alcoholic common victual license, Quahog Incorporated, doing business as Quahog Republic Dive Bar, 97 Spring Bars Road, Falmouth. An application has also been made for automatic amusement device license.
I'm going to read the notice.
Yes, ma'am.
Notice is hereby given under Chapter 138 of the General Laws as amended. that Q-Hog Incorporated, doing business as Quahog Republic Dive Bar, has applied for an alteration of the licensed premises of its all alcoholic common victor license located at 97 Spring Bars Road, Falmouth, Mass. An application has also been made for an automatic amusement devices license. A hearing will be held in the Selectmen's Meeting Room, Falmouth Town Hall, on Monday, June 21st, 2021, at 7:30 PM on the above application. This was published per order of the Select Board, and it was published in the Falmouth Enterprise on June 4th, 2021.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tom Hughes, one of the owners of the Quahog Republic, and we're entering our 12th season at Spring Bars Road. And what we're looking to do is amend our liquor license to extend into the adjacent vacant unit that's next to our current location. And basically just to expand it into a game room, like for darts, maybe some foosball or something like that. Not looking to for any more seating, just expand the wall that's shared, like bump through the wall that we share into 540 or so square feet of vacant space.
Okay, and I have your map here, your plan.
Yep.
Pretty well done.
My artwork, yes.
Yes, a question, Angela?
I do have a question.
Yep.
On the additional information, it says there will be 3 high-top tables to rest drinks and eat on, so.
That was kind of my thing, so if we had 3 lanes of, say, darts, a place to put your drinks down,
Okay.
so forth like that, maybe, but no seating.
No seating,
Yeah.
okay. Wanted to clarify, thank you.
Yes, sir?
I'm just curious about the supervision of the area, because obviously, that's our concern.
Oh, sure. Well,
And so, how, are you gonna have regular staff moving into this extra annex area?
yes, we will. We also have cameras, as we currently do have cameras, so we extend our cameras like we already do. And we wouldn't have somebody posted in there, but we have somebody that would be going through
Okay.
the area.
Regular.
Yep,
Okay, thank you.
of course.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay,
How about-
is there a motion to close the hearing? Or is public comment? Anybody have
comment,
any
yeah.
comments about this, for or against this project?
Okay, then I'd
Seeing none?
move that we close the hearing.
Second.
All in favor of closing the hearing?
Aye.
I'd move approval.
Second.
All those in favor of approval?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Unanimous.
Thank you
good.
very much.
Thanks. Good luck with your new endeavor.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have discussion update on COVID-19 issues. Vote to affirm ending of temporary masking order for municipal government buildings as of July 6th with masking advisory order to remain in place. I guess it'll become voluntary after July 6th if we so decide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I should note that Scott McGann, I think their meeting is probably not concluded yet. Normally, he would join us for this part of the
Would you like
the
to table
agenda.
this until he's had a chance to join us? Let's bring it up at that time.
I don't know exactly when it's going to be ready.
Yeah, we're not sure when he'll be ready. I'm certainly
This is-
comfortable if the board
This is a simple matter, we can
Yeah.
just
and
take
I
this.
certainly so recommend, if the board's inclined, I would leave your advisory order in place, which you've jointly adopted along with the Board of Health at
Okay.
your past meeting, if you
Still
want
waiving
to
these.
end this one. This would
Okay.
take us through the 4th of July, Mr. Chairman,
Thank you,
if
sir.
you're agreeable.
I would move to affirm ending of temporary masking order for municipal government buildings as of July 6th, with masking advisory order to remain in place.
Okay,
Second.
I have a question.
yes, what is?
Could we hear from Mr. Suso if any of the town employees have any comment or concerns about this?
That's a good question, thank you.
Well, we've just informally spoken to some. I have not polled all the employees, but I believe it's generally understood that this was going to be explored, particularly because of the way we see items opening up in the rest of the community and throughout the Commonwealth. And I have not had any individual employees express a concern. Generally, what has been expressed is appreciation that the board has been willing to extend this for the period that you have, potentially through the month of June, to get us through that very busy 4th of July period, when we know we get a very large influx of visitors. And then after that 4th of July weekend, relax to a masking advisory, which still recommends, by the way, that masks be considered for wearing in indoor locations, but it is not mandatory.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And just to clarify again, so there's no confusion, right, we're only talking about municipal buildings. I just want people to,
Correct.
you know.
Municipal government buildings only.
Right. The reason we kept it going was because employees don't have a way to defend themselves, and so we give them a little extra protection for a little bit longer.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just
Yes.
also note that the board will recall that this will also mesh reasonably well with the coming opening of the senior center and some of the programs and activities they have there, as well as at the Gus County Recreation Center, where there are some active things occurring, and the ability not to have mandatory masks will facilitate the function of both of those buildings much more effectively.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor of this?
Aye.
Okay. So status update, federal ARPA funding. Mr. Johnson-Stott.
Fortunately, Jen will be taking this up, so you're spared more of my voice.
Welcome, Ms. Mullin.
Peter's been great in assisting me, so I don't have to worry about advancing the slides. I haven't done this in a long time, as you all know.
We'll yell at you, don't worry.
That's okay. It's so nice to see everybody tonight, and it's nice to be back, so thank you. So I just wanted to, there's been a lot of talk on the ARPA funds. What are the ARPA funds? That is what President Biden had signed into law in March. And this is more of an economic recovery package, more than, and you heard me talk about this in the previous years, of FEMA and the CARES Act, where that was directly related to the expenses to mitigate COVID, or to, keep us safe, if you will, when you see the plexiglass and things of that nature. So this is more of an economic recovery funds for that. And so I wanted to bring it up because there's been a lot of discussion on it. So I just wanted to give you an overview, give you something to think about. We're still waiting for more information. A lot of questions come up, and then we wait for more information. So we know some things right now, but as you can tell in my presentation, more will come at a later date. So this, even though this is more of an economic recovery plan, you can still use these funds for the responses to the public health emergency. And so we still have some funds that we can tap into for CARES and FEMA. So I don't foresee us using this for that, because we still have other funds that we can use, although they have to be expended by the end of the year. This goes out to 2024.
By the end of the calendar year, Jen?
Yeah, the CARES and FEMA by the end of the calendar year. So the eligible uses, verifiable economic impacts of the public health emergency. So this is more, mitigates economic harm to workers, households, small businesses, and affected industries in the public sector. It can be used for that, which is very broad. It also can be used for a public sector revenue loss, and this is where it gets a little bit more detailed. There is somewhat of a formula. The Department of Revenue will give us a little bit more information in the future, and maybe on that formula, but they're looking at the revenue as a whole for the last 3 years, and then as a whole for the year that we had COVID. It doesn't seem to me at this point that we had a revenue loss. So it's not like we can look at one bucket of revenue and said, oh, well, investment income went down in COVID, and, by so much we can use that. So it's really looking at everything. And you can't look at water. So it's getting a little technical, but that's something that you can use it for. You can also use it for premium pay for essential workers. Next slide, please. And you can use it for water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. And as you know, we definitely have a sewer project coming up, and we have, water projects too that we've been discussing. And the broadband infrastructure, the Treasury actually gave us guidance and gave us numbers for that. And that, and as you can see, it's they must provide a service to unserved and underserved households and businesses, defined as those that are not currently served by a wireline connection that reliably delivers at least 25 download and 3 Mbps of upload speed. So that's really what the threshold is.
Yes, Jan?
Yeah, I've actually read a more recent advisory that says that needs to be 100 megabits per second both upload and download. So I think I don't want those numbers to be a limit that we decide whether to use this money for that reason or not, because I think those numbers are somewhat soft, and I would challenge that that's not correct anymore.
Yeah, let me just respond to that, Sam, if that's okay. So this is the threshold of minimum, right? And in the, they call it the interim final rule. In the interim final rule, once you finish your broadband project, you have to bring it up to more than the 100 of upload and download. That's not the minimum threshold. So and we've explored that. They actually have an advisory on that, just so you know. So that's where the 100 comes in on upload and download. And next slide, please. So like I said, the revenue loss is calculated on an entity-wide basis. Right now, it doesn't appear that we had a revenue loss. If a revenue loss is determined, use of funds can be used for a broad range of government services. And the reason I bring up revenue loss, this is where we get the most flexibility of using the funds from the ARPA. Because once you determine a revenue loss, say the revenue loss was $1 million, then you can use that $1 million for really any type of government service, because the thinking behind it is, if we had brought in that $1 million, we would have been able to use that for what we wanted to. So it doesn't have to be budget related or things. There are things that you can't use it for.
Yes, Megan?
I was just gonna ask a quick question.
Sure.
So if your feeling is we haven't had a revenue loss, where does that, maybe I'm jumping ahead, but where does that leave us? If we haven't, so we've been granted this 3.2 million.
Right.
If we can't find a revenue loss, which is like the last thing you really want to normally be looking for.
Right.
Can you just tell us what happens?
All right, so if we don't have a revenue loss, we have the other areas that we can use
Okay.
it for, water and sewer. This is just one area.
No, all right, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I do focus on it because you're going to hear, and this is the reason why, really wanted to come in front of the board tonight and just give you a thumbnail view, is because you will read in the newspaper and you're going to hear about other communities that might buy an ambulance, that might buy a fire truck, and you'll be thinking, how can they do that? It wasn't in the list. It's because they determined a revenue loss, and when they did that, they can do the other things. So I really wanted to update, the board on that.
Thank you.
Okay, oh, did I miss anything? Okay. And so the funds need to be obligated by December 31st, 2024, and then expended by December 31st, 2026. And next slide. Is that it? Okay. So I just wanted to update everybody on the ARPA funding as it stands.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
Our next window for debt is 2025, our drop-off.
Okay,
The big one, the next big one, is it 2025?
it is 20, yeah, yes.
I mean to put you on the spot, I'm just.
I believe it's 2025, yes. I'm thinking of the chart, and actually, I'm going to do a presentation, so when we present the capital plan, I will present a capital facility plan that will show you that debt drop-off.
It would just be nice to see.
Yeah.
How those, it looks right now like that might play nicely into that debt drop-off to help supplement some of those, which I think is what you're talking about with wastewater.
Yeah,
It looks like those timelines for the 2024 and 2026, that it will dovetail with the
Right.
debt drop-off.
And when I say the debt drop-off, like, when you ask me that question, I think of the chart that I have, and then I
Always
think that I'm
dropping.
actually putting in that next wastewater project, which kind of brings it up. But we'll definitely, it's a good point, we'll make sure that we bring that up for discussion.
Maximize it. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Tim.
I just want to, I think the request from that group that's been trying to work on creating a broadband network here in town beyond what we currently have through commercial vendors is a modest amount of $200,000. And that's to get an engineering study that basically puts us in that shovel-ready category. And I think looking at 3.2 million, a $200,000 request is modest. And there's also the fact that there's a lot of communities that are trying to actually get ready and be ready when grant funding becomes available. And we know it's coming down from the federal funds and funding as well as state funding. And I just want to say, all of us have seen the results of inadequate broadband connection. And with regulatory meetings, people frozen, we've slid by, but technically we should have all been involved in the deliberation if we were going to vote on any particular item. And I think it's important that we try to get ourselves in a competitive position to be able to actually put out requests for proposals with the appropriate specifications to put us in a better position to be able to actually to move forward on fiber to the premise, if you will, for businesses and homes alike.
No, point well taken. I do want to mention that these funds are federal grant and that they're subject to the rules of the federal grant on expenditures, and they will be audited, with the federal audit. And we do give quarterly reports to the Treasury on how we're spending that money. So there's some determination still to be made on certain things, but no, point well taken.
Well, and I might say, in terms of evidence for the town, the EDIC actually paid for a study of our current broadband services. That's a pretty good basis for establishing the need in this town. So I think we have evidence that will serve us well when that audit takes place.
Yes, Peter?
If I could just comment on the broadband question. The most recent summary that came out from I believe it was from Massachusetts Department of Local Services, was a very high-level summary, and I found it very confusing with respect to broadband specifically. But the more detailed delineation of how a community qualifies as an unserved or underserved, there, as Jen, I just wanted to sort of go over it again because it is very confusing. There are two thresholds, right? There's a threshold, do you meet the criteria as underserved or unserved? That threshold is 25 megabits per second download or less. Comcast offers over 100 megabits per second.
Yeah.
You don't always get it.
You surely don't.
I understand that. But there are a couple layers to that, right? So if you're paying for 25 megabits per second, maybe on a given day you're getting 18. But the system has the capability of 100 plus. So if you pay for 100, some days, presumably, you're going to get that 100, and maybe some days you're a little bit below, but you're way over 25. So I'm not looking to get to a final answer to the question. I just wanted to clarify. So there's the qualification threshold. Then the second threshold comes into play. Okay, if you use this money to build out broadband, the new system you put in must be at 100 megabits per second or higher. And this executive level summary that you saw didn't reference the first definition of how you qualify. It just referenced what you need to put in to use the money.
Do they give a percentage of the time kind of specification?
No.
Because when you're not on, you're not getting anything up or down, and that's what we've seen an awful lot of in this town, because the user demand is constantly shifting, and the capacity of the current system cannot service us in peak loading.
And go ahead, Nancy.
I was just going to say, and if this federal grant is not appropriate to use $200,000 for that project from Falmouth Net, then maybe we look somewhere else. But I agree with you that we need to do it. I just need to have some surety and clarity that it is applicable to this federal grant. And if it isn't, we need to look elsewhere.
And
through the town.
I have a question. If
Sure.
we do read through the legal jargon and find out that it is applicable to us for some reason, how soon is the funds available?
The funds are available we haven't received them yet, we have applied, so hopefully we'll get them within 30 days. But I will say, and I really should probably clarify this, and since it's a federal grant that we get the money, then we spend the money. We can't give the money to anybody. So we can't just write a check to EDIC or some nonprofit. We have to head the project ourselves, expend the money ourselves. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay.
Important point.
Thanks for the info. Appreciate it. Any other questions?
No, thanks, John.
Thank you, Ms. Mullen.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Okay, next we have a report from the Coastal Resiliency Action Committee. Welcome.
Sure, I guess so. Good evening.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess they were loaded. Yeah.
You've done that before this, huh?
I just figured that all those other ones are long.
Sure.
Right. Mhm.
My advance.
So you can use these arrows. This is to forward,
Forward,
this is back.
back, okay. Thank you. Thank you. I'm Charlie McCaffrey, Chair of the Coastal Resiliency Action Committee. This is a presentation about our final report, which is being edited and formatted, but should be ready within a few days. I'm going to have trouble. I'm very nearsighted, and my glasses are fogging, so bear with me. This may be an awkward presentation.
Mr. Chairman, he can remove his mask.
I mean, you can pull that down if you need to.
Okay.
The speakers are able to remove their masks under the
If you need to.
board's policy.
You're going to be talking a lot.
Oh, okay. Well, if it becomes a problem, I'll,
Yeah.
thank you.
You can pull it down.
The charge with which you are familiar. No?
There you go.
To prepare action plans for submission to the Board of Selectmen to address the risks and hazards to coastal infrastructure and coastal properties that may be caused by coastal erosion, storms, and sea level rise. The committee consists of myself, Melissa Freitag, who's here. Andrew Ashton is not here. Paul Dreyer?
I haven't seen him.
Not here. Jamie Matthews is here, and Ed Schmidt is here. Whoops, what did I do? I can't see what's, oh, I see, it's here.
Yes.
Good.
So high-tech that it's
But my notes are on here, so I've got what Falmouth faces in the future. Increases in the following natural forces that shape our coastline. The important thing is that these natural forces, which we're familiar with, hurricanes, sea level rise, flooding, nor'easters, erosion, are not in themselves hazards. They provide as many good values to us as they create problems. The character of our shoreline, the beaches, the dunes, the wetlands, were created and are continually being created by these forces. Now, the problem is coming as these forces are increasing as a result of climate change, and they're interacting. It's probably good not to think of these as the hazards. I've tended, and the committee, we're referring to them as the natural forces that we must deal with and live with. The hazard is when development exists where they are creating dynamism, change in the shoreline area. Hurricanes, the first and most consequential in some ways, are expected to increase in frequency. We haven't had a major hurricane in 30 years. We haven't had a Category 3 hurricane since '54. That year there were two within a few weeks of each other, though the second one didn't affect us as much, but it was in the area. So although these are usually associated with the 100-year storm, it could happen anytime, and then it could happen again. One issue is that since the last hurricanes, development has increased significantly. Here you can see, this is a view post-38 hurricane of New Silver Beach. You see a lot of damaged homes, some missing homes. The lot on the extreme left near the shorefront, the whole house washed out to sea with the residents inside, they perished. But the point I want to make here is that you see all this land around that's undeveloped. It's all developed today. While major storms and hurricanes have the most significant effect, over the long term, the increase in sea level rise will become more significant. Not in the immediate future, but certainly within 50 years, if current projections are right. That could be later, it could be sooner, but a best guess now is that we'll begin to see the effects a little bit in the near term, more by 2050 and quite a bit by 2070. The projection that we're using in the committee, which is what the State Department of Transportation uses, is that there will be 4 feet rise in sea level by 2070. This can be described as a conservative approach in that it, in terms of the risk avoidance, it may be less, and we hope it is, but it could be more. But we need to plan based on certain assumptions, even if we allow the planning to be adaptive as those assumptions change. And at this point in time, 4 feet by 2070 is a reasonable assumption to use in our planning and decision-making. We estimate that 849 structures, primarily residential, by 2070 will be, this gets hard to explain, will be seaward of the high tide line. So they may be underwater all the time, or they may be in the intertidal zone and twice a day experience water. Sea level rise is not just a problem in and of itself. The gradual rise in sea level will increase the consequence of major storms, of nor'easters, of groundwater rising, and erosion. So it complicates the others, but it's a significant issue in and of itself. Flooding, we don't have to talk too much about flooding. We're aware of that's an issue. It comes from various sources. It's associated with major storms, major rain events, which will become more intensive and frequent, even if the actual amount of rain that we receive annually may not, but we'll experience it in more intensive storms. The effect of sea level on groundwater in nearshore areas could cause flooding from groundwater. It will raise the groundwater so that in some places groundwater may become above the surface. Nor'easters, we're all familiar with, frequently occurring events. Their effects are significant because they often last a long time. This slide I took after a nor'easter on, it's either Surf Drive on him or not, I think it's Surf Drive. And you can see that Public Works had moved the sand that had blown over the road and piled it up on the seaward side of the road. Makes sense, but in the long run, this is a good example of how we destroy barrier beaches. A barrier beach to survive in the long term needs to move. So nature was moving the sand across the barrier, wanting it to be on the backside, so there'd be a base for a new location of the barrier. If we keep building it up in the front, it ultimately makes it weaker during a storm and certainly as sea level rises. It's not that doing this now is wrong, but eventually it will create problems. Erosion. Our shorelines, as we know, are dynamic, constantly changing from wind, waves, storms, sea level rise. These forces move sediment that creates the beaches and dunes. When you interfere with the movement of sand, you adversely affect beaches, even if that protection may protect the immediate house. If you look at this section of our shoreline, the revetments, seawalls, may protect the homes immediately on the shoreline during certain storms and other than the major ones. But in the long run, they may create worse flooding further inland. If instead there was a beach and dune system here, that would attenuate the storm surge, and it may not extend as far inland. With these structures, it actually makes the storm surge worse. It rolls over this and will extend further inland. So short-term protection of houses along the immediate shore can lead to more damage further inland. The best resilience would be wide beaches with dunes and wetlands, and then ultimately development. I won't dwell on this, you're all familiar. This is just a summary of the major studies that the committee sponsored. You attended these, some of these, you attended this workshop. You've had presentations on the vulnerability assessment, on the surf drive assessment. During the course of these studies, there were working groups made up of leaders of all of the town agencies, and we've sponsored numerous public meetings during the process. It's important to think of the scope of the resources and use that are at risk from these natural forces as they increase. The vulnerability assessment clearly looked at the public infrastructure and was very detailed. So you have a lot of data on what the town assets are that are at risk, and it's a significant amount. Private development, we took the model and applied it to private development, not with quite the same level of detail, but enough to identify, as I mentioned earlier, that 849 houses would be seaward of high tide by 2070. This graphic gives that broken down into one of 13 neighborhoods, and from the present day through 2050 and 2070. This is a graphic of the risk by neighborhoods and how it increases over time. This is the risk where the previous chart was for actual sea level rise. This is for degrees of flooding. And the numbers at the bottom indicate the degree of flooding. So 1% is the 100-year storm. 50% means it would be flooded every other year. And the lines are by date. It increases more rapidly in some neighborhoods because there's more extensive development in low-lying areas, which is much of our shoreline. All right. This is the most important slide. These types of actions are what you have to pursue. There's no simple solution to resilience. You have to engage from many facets. There are administrative actions, physical projects we all think of. Regulations are key. You're going to need new regulations. Education is important. You have to have clear policy that you're following to guide your decisions to assure that resilience is increasing over time. There are planning studies that need to be done because we want to protect not just the Falmouth of today, but the Falmouth of 2030, of 2050, 2070. That will not be the Falmouth of today. So we need to understand where that Falmouth will be, and in some ways, by planning, create that Falmouth that is more inherently resilient. And I'll talk about that in a minute. In the Davis Strait study is a good example. Administrative actions. Well, the committee thinks you should continue some committee that will advise you. Said advisory, not actions. We're saying that because the entity responsible for actions now has to be you. We'll talk about that a little more. It's also critical that there is staff on board that is devoted to coastal resiliency. I know adding staff is always a challenge, but this is a position that is essential. Jennifer has been very helpful to us, but she has so many responsibilities that you need somebody who is devoted full-time to supporting the various agencies and yourself who's responsible for making the town resilient. We did, as you're familiar, the Surf Drive, where they had four visions and 4 options. We're not recommending any particular one, though we did decide that it's reasonable to eliminate some of the options that you may recall. We're not going to build a bridge at umpteen millions of dollars over Surf Drive to keep the connection. We're not going to build a 19-foot wall in Surf Drive to keep the tide out. I think, that's our recommendation. But there are many options within a more natural approach that can be considered, and that's, you need to begin the process of making some of those decisions now. Develop a fiscal plan. That was beyond our ability and scope, but it's important that we really look at the fiscal. Is Jennifer still here? The billions will be spent or lost over the next 50 years. I should say, will be spent and lost but it's pretty clear we won't be alone in meeting those costs. There will be, I think, significant state and federal funds, both to aid our planning of resilience as well as in response to disasters. There was more than $50 billion awarded after Sandy to New York and New Jersey. I believe at least in the original infrastructure bill, there was a whole section on grants for making infrastructure more resilient. All right, physical projects. We identified a few that we think should begin to be pursued now. The first one, in one of the Woods Hole study, they talked about we could protect Town Hall from flooding with a small berm. We're suggesting you take that concept and we begin a feasibility study to see if we could enhance that berm and not only protect Town Hall from flooding, but to protect or reduce the risk to the flooding of Main Street during a major storm, which could happen. That seems a worthwhile objective, that Main Street is protected from flooding during a major hurricane. And we've all talked, and you know that things are being done, grants have been done under the Municipal Vulnerability Program, state one, to move the sewer from Trunk River. We will eventually need to begin moving or raising the bike path in several locations. There are several other projects identified in the vulnerability assessment in the Surf Drive study. None of them are shovel-ready, but we should be identifying the ones that we can begin to make shovel-ready, particularly if their funding becomes available. Here, particularly look at the bottom right picture. That's from another community, but it's an example of the bike path that has been put on essentially a boardwalk. This will be needed, say, along the stretch near the Sipawis in March, but it doesn't need to wait till it's threatened. It may not be threatened for quite a few years. But by doing this, it will enable easier migration of the marsh inland as it is being adversely affected by sea level rise. All right. This is my favorite image. It's not here. Whenever I talk about coastal regulation, I took this picture from a helicopter ride where we were surveying. This is on the north shore of Nassau County on Long Island. It's a wonderful example that without good regulation, there is not anything that some people will not do. Regulations. The first one, and becomes important, and I alluded to this earlier, is we need to adopt an official, by regulation, town projection of sea level rise that we are basing our regulatory and capital decisions on. We suggest you use the 4-foot one that state DOT is using, and always look to see what is the state advising. Have they adopted an official one? But of course, you need to periodically update it because the estimates and projections of sea level and the timing of it will change. But we need it one, because you don't want in every capital decision and in every regulatory decision to be debating what is the projected sea level rise scenario that's being used. You need to say, this is what the town believes is prudent. This is the figure that will be used in decision making. But the next two are important. Some communities have done this, and we recommend that this begin to be explored. Restrict new development in the velocity zone. No matter how well built, those houses will be damaged and cause significant problems. We recommend, related to that, we recommend phasing out of development in areas projected to be below high tide by 2070. The two areas are often very similar, but may not be. And we're saying phase out. People can build a house now, but if you build a house, put a time limit, amortize it. Amortizing is a concept that is accepted in zoning, that a use can exist for a limited time period. So you could say, you can build a house now, but your permit is good for 30 years. Or it could be a performance time period related to official projections. And you'd want that to occur sometime prior to the projection. In other words, if we have solid projection that this property will be flooded in 2050, permanently flooded, you want it removed by 2045, because we can't have existing development falling apart in the water. Development needs to be removed if the sea is taking that area over. If we want that area to be productive beach, wetland, open water, we want to make use of it for beaches, boating, etc. Because we can take some advantage of we want to take advantage of changes that we cannot change. In general, we're recommending that the various land use laws, the dimensional requirements, be revived. In other words, if we have a 100-foot setback from the sea, maybe it should be a performance, so you can factor in it's 100-foot back from where we expect the ocean to be during the life of that project. And begin to require that setbacks may not be as rigid, more performance, so that development should occur on the highest ground or the least vulnerable to flooding, rather than a set distance. Often we may, rather than be concerned with, say, the front setback, we want to maximize the setback from the near shore area. An important tool that will help implement the phase-out and the restriction of development and to reduce any costs associated with it is to provide for the transfer of development rights. You have communities such as my own, Silver Beach, and we saw that. There are more than 100 homes that are at sea level. They were built on filled wetland. All of them will be underwater by 2070. But this is an important, thriving community. And it's developed with small lots. Yet the town, almost all vacant land, is zone 1 acre. There is land nearby, within the bounds, there's say there's an 8-acre lot that now could have 8 houses. If you allowed transfer development right, and they could transfer the density they have in an adjoining, immediately abutting area to that density, you could have 50 units instead of 8 units or more. And that density is not unattractive. Some of the most expensive homes being built now in Falmouth, we see these small cottages closely grouped together. They're at that density, and they're selling for several $100,000. People may actually want to move their house. There are many aspects to this, and it's very complex logistically, but it is a key tool that could be used. Finally, you made some decision earlier under your wetland authority for a special permit. This is a very broad authority, as I've read the statute, and it involves a lot of discretion. I think the board needs to develop rules and regulations to guide decisions and to include in that decision how any project is affecting the coastal processes that are essential for maintaining a natural shoreline. Finally, it's not list. Oh, it is. Somehow, it fell off my printing. The last one, require town agency actions to be consistent with coastal resiliency goals. This has now been made somewhat out of date by the May election, in which the Charter Review's recommendation that town agency actions for all policies of the comprehensive plan and your strategic plan be reviewed for consistency and charged you with developing procedures to implement that effort. So I think these are, when I said much will fall on you, I see the last two as an important tool for the select board to manage how we become more resilient. Education. This is self-explanatory. I would only mention on the last one, I think we could do more with, and I have no idea how to do this, but with virtual realities, create very telling graphics as to what future scenarios could look like. The good, the bad, the ugly, various options would be very helpful in helping the public understand what's happening and what the options are. Policy, the comprehensive plan has 4 policies that address coastal resiliency. I'm suggesting, and the committee is doing this, is suggesting that we align our policies with those of the state. The Coastal Zone Management Agency has policies. They title them coastal hazards, coastal resiliency. The wording is somewhat different than we have, but the intent is the same. I think there's a lot to be gained by our having our policies in sync with the state. Because under the Coastal Zone Management Act, those policies are legally binding on all state agencies and on all actions of the federal government. The coastal consistency of the Federal Coastal Zone Management Act is an extremely powerful tool. Massachusetts can say yes or no based on the policies to any federal action. State and federal actions are significant in our shoreline. So it would be useful if the decisions were based on the same policy, the wording, so you avoid different interpretations. There's also a significant record of guidelines and interpretations of decisions that the town could fall back on in applying its policies. It would still be the town applying its policies, but I think there are many advantages to those being in sync with the ones that are required of state and federal agencies. Planning studies. The FEMA mitigation has to be updated. The planning board should conduct studies similar to Davis Straits studies for several areas in town that are going to be significantly impacted. Woods Hole is an obvious example. When they did the Davis Straits study, when the Woods Hole group was analyzing the resiliency of town assets and development, it looked at the existing development. We suggested that they assess the resiliency of the Davis Straits plan, if that were implemented, which we expect it will be by 2050. How resilient is that plan? Well, it was much more resilient, significantly, than the existing development, with Walmart and all of that area, which will be replaced in a wetland that's going to be permanently flooded. They looked at a couple of things where something else would have to be done. Minor amendments to that plan will make it extremely resilient. The planning board talked about opening the stream that's buried between, I think it's Moss Pond and the harbor. Well, in a major storm, that could lead to feeding of floodwaters. All you need is you put a tide gate. Instead of trying to protect all of the shopping center with a berm, a small berm may still be needed for the new affordable housing development, but it's minor. We also feel that the Surf Drive study needs to be replicated for the other 12 neighborhoods that we identified, and that certain additional information be added. That was very good in terms of flooding projections, which is what the model does. But we need to better understand the dynamics of the shore. How actually will it, as it suffers storms and gradual sea level, how will it physically, the immediate shoreline, change? We want it to change into dunes and beaches if it's not an area that's to be protected. But how will that happen, and what do we need to do to facilitate it? A big factor in that is sediment and the movement of sediment. So you'll see later in another place, we need to have a much better understanding of sediment, their sources, and how they're moving. Further research. All right. As I mentioned, sediment studies are going to be essential. And there are legal issues that need to be researched. We hope that others will do these, because many of these are common to all communities. There are three particular areas that I think we want to explore. One is the implications for the public trust doctrine on properties that will be affected by sea level rise. The public trust doctrine essentially means that land underwater and in the intertidal zone is held by the state in trust for the benefit of the people and cannot be alienated. It may very well be that as the sea rises, title to the land underwater transfers to the state. And we know, for example, that many shorefront properties, their title talks about the low water or the high water mark or a combination. Well, what happens when the low water mark is landward of their home? Another issue is the need to abandon some infrastructure over time. Currently, most legal theory seems to be that municipalities have an obligation to maintain infrastructure to development. That's not going to be feasible in the future, given significant costs and environmental damage that could be associated with maintaining infrastructure that is frequently inundated or is permanently inundated. So the best approach is probably to outline this well in advance, what the plans are to be defensible, but that needs more research. One technique that would be helpful, and whether this is allowed now or not, I'm not sure, is create taxing districts for projects that benefit a single area. So it may be a neighborhood that wants to do beach nourishment, and the effect of that beach nourishment does not have significant public benefits. Allow a taxing district to exist. Or it could be a shared support, as we do with water quality improvements. That may need legislation, or it could be allowed under a broader interpretation of creating districts for tax purposes. Well, I'll show the next slide, but this wasn't the picture I wanted, so don't look at it. We all love NOPSCA, and it may have been reasonable, but I don't want to look at a lot of riprap because of the multiple adverse effects, though in some cases it is important to protect certain resources. What I wanted to show is a picture of the Falmouth Heights Beach, well populated. I think beaches are important to keep in mind as we think about resilience. That's what we want for our shoreline. Falmouth Heights Beach was the first beach, really, that brought people to Falmouth as a resort going back to the late 19th century. It's an important beach today. It should be an important beach in the future. And it should be matched by other beaches. And with luck and good planning, maybe we can have more beaches as we better recognize the role that these forces have in creating a natural shoreline. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sure there's some questions from the board. No?
Who's going to do it?
What? Who's gonna do
Any
what?
aspect of this, there's quite a long list.
You already told you, we're going to do it.
What?
When did you say you guys are gonna you're doing the final edits and then the final report? You
Yeah.
said when you think in the next
In the next
week or so?
We would hope by Friday, say.
Okay,
So you'll have proposed policies?
We included within that are the state policies.
Okay.
And there's also a place where the existing comprehensive plan policies are. So you can look at them, and they say the same thing with different words. So.
Can I just?
Yes, please.
Not a question, because I think I don't even know that there are questions to ask at this point, because
Yeah.
it's been thorough, and we know that we're gonna kind of do that deeper dive. But I guess I would say that just as an exercise to comment on how valuable this process, I think when we first started out and we created this committee, I don't know that we thought we were gonna get the level of detail, that asset risk chart that we've
Yeah.
done. I mean, that is just, if that's all you handed us,
Yeah.
that is a tool that I think benefits the town to such an extent that we haven't really even begun to understand yet. So, as far as, obviously there are really large questions, you've talked about the policy implications, but on a very specific, detail level, that, and then the surf drive piece of it, I think has given us just real meat to work with. So I just want to say thank you. I think the committee took what is an enormous topic, that your focus could have gone in a lot of different directions, and really made it as, I think, solution or action oriented as possible, given that we're talking about very broad questions, as you said, legal implications that there aren't even answers to yet, because municipalities haven't had to engage at this level. So I just want to say thank you. I think it's been incredibly helpful.
Thank you.
I'm just going to say I appreciate the work that you've done. I look forward to the written report. And so the surf drive study that you mentioned that we should act upon, do you guys have a sense of what was the better option? There's 4 options in there.
Yeah, as I said, in our discussions, we felt you should eliminate 2 of the options.
The bridge and
the bridge and the wall, those things are not feasible, either economically or certainly from an environmental point of view. Then there are several options that need to be explored. One of the more extreme ones is that we abandon that property and create a public park. And that is, on that chart, that is one of the most vulnerable areas of town. I don't know how there are some theories that it could be defended with some berms. I'm not sure that's feasible. There's a place where groundwater may start rising with sea level even before the sea reaches it. And we need to allow, what's important is we need to allow for the natural shoreline that exists to retreat. We have to have space for it. As I said, a wide beach with a dune, a wetland, or some undeveloped parkland is the best form of resilience. No, we can't have that everywhere.
So now, what if we had, I know this is one you're not recommending, but if we had a plan in place to, every time we repave that road, to raise it a little? Chip away at that, the armoring in a sense that, I know you're not in favor of that, but I'm thinking in terms of the dollar value of real estate between Main Street and the beach is probably one of the highest because of the high density and the high value. And those houses sell quickly when they go on the market. So I'm just wondering, maybe we should be doing a cost-benefit analysis of that real estate value as well.
As that study said, it talked about an adaptive approach. Take certain things, but then when circumstances change, be ready to change directions. So there are things that make sense in the near term for the occasional flooding that we will receive that may make sense to do it. You mentioned about the value of the property, but that will change over time. Already I've read some studies that waterfront property is not increasing in some areas, I don't think it's true right now here, is not increasing at the same rate that nearby properties of similar nature are.
Future waterfront.
Future waterfront, or future, or if we're right, it'll be future near waterfront, not quite on the waterfront. And insurance, banking, they're all looking at this. There's not going to be yes, people can pay cash, and they will, some. But as the risk become more apparent, I think that will change perception. So if when you ultimately lose that property, it's 30 years from now, its relative value compared to others is not going to be what it is today.
Okay, I think Megan has a question.
No, I was just gonna say, I wanna just hazard and just offer some caution that I don't want to, I mean, if I had my house and I was watching this and I was sitting on Surf Drive and I'm hearing like, we're gonna abandon it, and I know that that's not what you're saying, but I want the public to understand that any of these policy objectives that we've talked about are going to engage community development, you know, community input, as you talked about, getting out the education. So, you know, I just want to make sure, because, you know, if someone's tuning in and they're hearing the last few minutes of this, you know, all the options are on the table, and it's going to be a mixture of options and decisions and responses. So, you know, it is not going to be something that this board is not making a policy about abandoning Surf Drive Beach tonight or anytime in the future. It's going to be a community discussion, because at the end of the day, it's people's homes and it's tax dollars, and, you know, and it's folks' livelihoods when you're talking about the businesses on Main Street and in those areas, in Woods Hole, you know, we've seen those projections. So this is a community-wide discussion, and I think, you know, the Action Committee has really laid down the foundation for that discussion to be based in some fact and to have some scenarios and options on the table. So,
And recognizing that when some of these decisions are made, it's a future reality that we don't have today, and we can estimate it, but we're not sure.
Okay. Well, thank you so much
Thank
for
you
that
so much.
report, and we'll look forward to that written report when it comes along, and we'll get busy working on it.
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, could I just comment, just to clarify? Normally, of course, we post, as the board's aware, once the report is presented to you, we'll post it on the website, but obviously, that will need to be delayed until we do receive the
In this case,
final
we can
form.
post the PowerPoint if you like.
That would be great.
You know, that'll highlight things at least and
Yeah,
reflect
if we
what we've seen
we'll need to
tonight.
receive that from Mr. McCaffrey, if he can transmit.
You have it.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we'll post that for now, and then when we get the full version, we'll put that up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
Mr.
can
Chair,
we
might
take
I-
one item out of order, if that gentleman is still here?
Yes, he
He
is.
is right in front.
Would you like to come up and talk about the, because we got a long way to go.
I'm just, actually, if the board doesn't mind, this is something we've seen before. I would actually
have.
recommend approval. They've had the signs at those locations. We know what it's for parking, and I don't
Want to
think.
tell us what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm Ben Mezzacappa. I own 29 Depot Avenue and Molly's Parking, which was previously my mother's business, but she doesn't run it anymore.
Okay.
I've been doing it for roughly 25 years. I've been before this board many, many, many times for this exact same subject.
Right.
I don't know if it's appropriate to inquire about possibly having like a 2-year period of this or something like that. I mean, it's not that terrible for me to come before the board each year, but
Look how you learned tonight about coastal resiliency.
that was amazing. That was actually an extremely sobering account.
Yeah.
Yeah.
However,
I don't know if
but anyway, that's something to consider perhaps, but if not, that's fine too.
Certainly get you taken care of for tonight, though. I
Yeah,
think.
yeah, we do, it's 3 signs. I have an on-premise, an off-premise, and a handheld sign, which is pretty much the crux of the business.
Right.
Can I ask a question? Are those signs all the same size as they were previously?
Yes, no change.
Okay, good.
Any other questions from the board? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Nice
thanks
to
for
see you.
hanging in there.
Okay.
And discuss indoor and outdoor options for June 28th town meeting. Can we do that afterwards, or do we need, can we put that up? Do we have Colonel Porter here, and we have the machine gun range next? Would that be okay? We'll take that
fine
out
with
of
me.
order? Just keep moving. Welcome, Colonel Porter. Thank you for coming. We were gonna just talk about what we know, but you know more than we do, so we're glad to have you here. Yes, please. That's fine.
So thank you. I'm Colonel Porter. I'm the base commander for Camp Edwards. So just for everybody's clarification, I appreciate you having me tonight. I do not have a slide presentation, but I know you've seen the 2-hour or so slide presentation that we normally brief. Be more than happy to make it available if you need it, but can answer any questions of the machine gun range as they come forward. But I just pretty much, I think the most important thing is maybe give an update on where we are. Currently, we have gone through the MEPA and the NEPA process, got a finding of no significant impact from the NEPA process. We went through the Science Advisory Council, which is a council that, sub-council of the AMC, the Environmental Management Commission. They gave us a unanimous decision that the range is in full compliance with Chapter 47. We are awaiting the Community Advisory Council meeting, which has been delayed for time for the governor to appoint the remainder of the seats, or at least as many as that are awaiting appointment, to make sure that the communities have proper representation on that council. And then following that will be the EMC meeting, and that will be a meeting to decide whether to approve the design, and then also the operations, monitoring, and maintenance plan for that range. And that's currently where we stand for the machine gun range.
Great. And I know myself, Mr. Suso, and then Chair Megan English Braga were privy to the good report that you gave us at the police station, where I was pretty impressed by your presentation. And I was, at the time, I don't know if you remember, I said, I can't wait till you can bring it to the whole board. We can have this public meeting. And I know that COVID put some restrictions on that.
And I would say we're more than welcome to, happy to do that. I would say, though, the format would probably have to be a meeting that is probably mostly dedicated toward that one subject.
We could do that.
And I know Sandwich I just saw an email today asking the same thing, so I'm more than happy to arrange that. It does require me and to have my full team, because there is a lot of detail and a lot of subject matter expertise that, although I know, the wave tops and the majority of it, the real details, I leave to the scientists and those who work for the National Guard.
Well, I'd look forward to that. And, the only reason that we put this on the agenda tonight was because we felt there was a sense of urgency to have some sort of comment, although, only a couple of us really got to see the presentation. And we felt like with the EMC meeting scheduled for July 12th, we wanted to at least have some kind of comment from this board and give our town citizens a chance to comment. And basically, it would be a comment of all is what they know.
Sure.
Because there hasn't been, we've had a couple of these meetings on Zoom, but it's limited interaction and it's not that effective. So.
I'm more than happy to answer any questions that are here.
I'm sure there's quite a few. Any questions from the board to begin
And if
with?
I can't answer them, I'll write them down, and I'll make sure I give them to Julian, and maybe he can pass them along as well.
Sam, you have one?
Yes, I do have a question. An awful lot of our constituents have written to us and questioned the whole impact on our sole source aquifer. And I know copper is relatively stable, but I'm more concerned about the propellants that are used in all these shells and how much of that is likely to perk down through the soil and into our aquifer. And they're pretty toxic materials. Has that been looked at, and is there any?
It has, and that is actually something that's very, so mostly we look at that around the firing line, because that would be an area of concern. In fact, that was part of the, putting in monitoring wells at the firing line, and we do that with all our ranges to ensure that we are testing, the soils, as, around the firing line, also at the berms, to ensure that, there isn't migration of those chemicals down into the aquifer. And that is something that the Science Advisory Council does look at, and they're well aware of, but they, like I said, a unanimous decision to approve the range, and it's in full compliance with Chapter 47.
And then there's also been questions about why on the Cape. I know you answered it in the meeting that it's the only one that has this much land that's available.
Yeah, so it's, I know it's hard. I mean, there are other ranges. There are ranges, 200, 300, 400 miles away. And although that isn't a large distance, it is when you only have 1 week in a month, and 2 weeks during the summer in order to get the same amount of training that an active component has 365 days a year to actually, get done. So when we have to travel that great distance in order to do pretty complex, especially when we're talking about gunnery, which is what the machine gun range would be doing. So it's multiple tables, and it takes some time, and there's limited number of lanes. So it does take an enormous amount of time in a very short window. So it does have a big burden on soldiers. So what happens is we'd have to cancel, weekends, combined weekends, or combined days. So soldiers are gone longer away from families as well. So it does create and compete with other states that have ranges for organizations that they have within their state. So the reason why we compete for this type of range in our state is because of the Army Range Requirements Model, which is a model that the Army uses in order to determine, based on force structure that you have in your state or units that come to your state to train, that warrants or makes you competitive for a certain type of range. Again, you only can build that on a piece of land that can occupy that, and Camp Edwards is a fairly decent sized installation, at least within the 15,000 acre to do that. Now I know it does fall on top of a sole source aquifer, but believe me, we are more concerned than anybody about that, and we have spent 20 years, looking at it, analyzing it, and really building trust, that we have been doing it right. So much so where the EPA, backed away from, oversight and gave it to the EMC because we're doing such a good job of it.
Okay, there's been just an outcry from the public for us to take some sort of action. I was envisioning, if we didn't hear from anyone and we don't have any hopes of plans of seeing another hearing, a public hearing where we can ask these questions, I was inclined to maybe make a motion that we would ask for a peer review. The reason is we're getting a lot of comments that the environmental studies are sort of done in-house by the National Guard, and there's some, this is the public perception I'm sharing with you, and there's some perception that it may need more scrutiny, and so that's where we would head today if we didn't have you here to say that we might have another chance to have another public meeting.
Yeah, I would say let's do another public meeting for sure, and we can bring in, our team and, all the science that's behind it.
Do you have a time frame in mind when that might be able to be?
I would say let's do it, sooner rather than later. I mean, sometime in the July timeframe would be great.
Okay. What's the board's feeling on?
Might have to manage a couple of vacation timeframes, but, maybe, third week in July or something like that.
We're going to have public comment regardless, so hang on. And what's the board's feeling on waiting for a public meeting where we can have a full discussion about the whole?
I guess I'd like to have access to some of the studies that were done, particularly in terms of the environmental pollutions.
Sure. So everything that has...
We're very sensitive to that because of past history of the use of the
right.
The base.
And we understand that, but again, I understand how we got here to a point, and we talked about this in the meeting at the at the firehouse, as well as the meeting that we had at our regional training institute. We have been doing an exceptional job of cleaning up the contamination, so much so where, the public stopped coming to, Science Advisory Council meetings, the Community Advisory Council meetings, and the Environmental Management Commission meetings, where those are the public meetings in which a lot of this is discussed, and these briefs are briefed in detail at length. And then, so we had a feeling that we had a lot of trust, but then all of a sudden, because, for whatever reason, there was maybe not a lot of discussion because people weren't at those meetings.
Mm-hmm.
It was mentioned at public, at the select meetings as well, but I only have a couple minutes to brief, so it's really just talking about the Milcon project and what the project is.
Mm-hmm.
But it's unfortunate because there was a lot of hours, hundreds of hours spent on briefings for the public that the public didn't go to.
Okay, Megan?
And, I hear what you're saying, but, and we've experienced this as a board ourselves. It isn't really, even though as citizens, we have responsibilities to educate ourselves, it's not, we can't, and we've been critiqued rightfully so when suddenly we put something forward and people say, what are you talking about? We haven't heard about this. And we say, well, we talked about it at our meetings. You could have come to it, it's open. But if we don't really do the job of, really reaching out and publicizing and, making sure, holding large public forums that everybody, gets coverage in the paper because it's a, something that is not the normal, not our regular meetings that nobody ever, you folks are here, but, lots of folks don't ever come to a meeting like this. And I think that's part of, the process. And I know we talked about that a bit,
Right.
that yes, you guys were having these meetings, but unless somebody is really dialed in, they're not looking on the website to see what's being covered. Yes, you come and make presentations here, but we didn't get the level of the presentation that Julian and I attended and Doug and I attended, the one at the police station and then the one at the base. That was the kind of detail that I think most folks in the public expected when we have something so significant. And I think that was part of and I say it, just as a critique that we've done it as well.
Right.
The senior center, we talked about it for 10 years. And then suddenly we landed on a spot and it was like we had made this up out of nowhere last week. And it was part of our fault for not continuing to grab the public and pull them in and just expecting that they were going to be interested enough to track the information down and come to the meeting. So I think that's part of the pushback.
Right.
And
I would recommend, I implore everybody, and I mean this, we will do a tour and I will show you what we do and how we do it. Come anytime. Call me, call Alex McDonough, some Colonel Matthew Porter. I can leave you a phone number. Come and we will show you. And I think, the picture will be worth 1,000 words. It'll be much easier for you to understand the length in which we go to when you get to see our natural resource team, and our biologists and our scientists that work on this every day. I think it'll really start to change some minds. And, that's always available. And now that COVID's over, it's going to be available a lot more often. We had talked about maybe putting it on a weekly tour. If that's something that you're amenable to, that's something I can put, in play, that we can just put a flat, weekly tour on Fridays or something, just so we have a bus, we can take you around, we can do a briefing. I think that might be a better way of showing you. But whatever it takes, we're willing to do it. We just didn't understand that there was a communication breakdown because we had received so many accolades for the work that we've done.
Well, we've come a long way since we first discovered the plumes, and the Air Force Environmental Excellence Group came in and injected all the wells to extract all the stuff. And I remember it was, a year and a half or 2 years ago where we determined that there's no longer need to pursue that, and we can let nature take its course, because we pretty much have extracted as much as you could get by mechanical means. So yeah, there's been a lot of improvement. It's been
but
very
we still pump and treat, millions of gallons, and we'll continue to do that. And those plumes are shrinking, and that's another thing. Plume models and two, groundwater cleanup programs. Those will be available on the tours as well. All those things are there's nothing to hide. We like as much as the public to see it as possible. It makes us, we're proud of it, and we do a good job of it. So I implore you to be there, please.
Okay. And Anjali?
Yeah, I have a question. So because we're concerned about the sole source aquifer,
Mhm.
are there any other sites that are comparable to what we have here that we could look at as a model?
Other installations such as ours?
Or other sites that
There
have
may
them?
be, but nothing that I know of. I'm sure there probably is somewhere, but not that I know of.
Not in New England, right?
Not that I know of. Every installation has, concerns on different things. This one just is source aquifer is the main one, obviously.
So we've got some actually really pinpoint technical questions from some of the scientific members of the community that we've been getting as emails, that we'd love to have that public meeting where the environmental folks are there, so we can really in-depthly, really cover all that stuff.
Okay.
And tonight we
Are these
posted-
ones that have not been asked in past public meetings, or are these new questions?
I believe so, yeah. We got one from David Dow today, specifically asking some real pointed questions. It's stuff that's actually technically over my head, but I was going to read that. I could read it to you, but I think it'd be more appropriate if we can commit to another public meeting with the environmental staff, and then he can come, or I can read his question to them at that time. And we do have this posted as a public meeting with comments, so folks are gonna comment. It's probably, a lot of it's not, it's gonna be a little critical, I imagine, but it's just, that, you'll get a sense of where people's heads are at. Yes, Megan?
I was just gonna make two suggestions. One's exactly what you're speaking to, that, I think people want to make their comment, and then, if we have a separate meeting, I actually think it should be a separate meeting, like a Saturday meeting, where it's not our regular business. It's Saturday morning, and it's your 2-hour presentation. I think it
Sure.
runs about 2 hours
Yeah.
or so. And then feedback, or however you plan to, we would host it as a selectmen's meeting, select board meeting, but for that sole subject matter.
Right.
Because I just think that's what, it needs that, it deserves that level of attention and feedback, and, it's not at 9 o'clock at night, and you're not able to answer, I'm not critiquing you, you're not gonna be able to answer all the scientific questions.
Probably not.
And so I think that, I would suggest we hold it not as one of our meetings, but a separate, maybe Saturday meeting.
Would a Saturday work for your staff, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Saturdays, any day. I mean, this is important stuff, so we're willing to do what we have to do. Like I said, we've done a lot of briefings, and I know many of you probably have been part of these briefings that we've done. The briefing probably is not gonna look a heck of a lot different. There might be, we might be a little further along in the process, but a tour or to walk the ground, to actually do that piece of it, like I said, is probably worth a lot more than the actual briefing, just because you can see what we're doing. And I think that would be very helpful as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? We'll open it up to questions from the public and comments. Yes, Sandy?
Cindy.
Do I get to go up there?
Yes,
Oh,
please.
You want me to sit down and you come up
Yes,
here?
sir, thank you.
He's leaving. I had some prepared remarks, but in light of what was just said, I'm going to change. Do I have a limit, or do I get as much time as he just got?
Well,
I know it's late, but,
how much time do you need?
I need enough to, the first thing I'm going to say, he wants 2 hours at a public meeting. We want 2 hours at a public meeting to tell you everything that has not been said. It's as simple as that.
Okay.
You've gotten so much public comment because you ignore and obscure the facts. I hate to say this with all due respect, and I'm.
Should be addressing the
Through
board.
the chair.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I'll just point,
Sandy, you just gotta make your.
I'll just point out,
Let's introduce yourself first.
I'm
please.
Sandy Feynman Silva, Precinct 2.
Thank you.
And I said, equal time for us. We asked for a meeting with the Board of Selectmen. Rosemary Carey wrote you a letter,
Yes.
and 2 months later, she heard nothing. But you invited Joint Base Cape Cod to meet. We have a citizens committee with hundreds of allies, all sorts of organizations, Cape, statewide and nationwide. The Sierra Club, all sorts of organizations are on our side, allied with us,
Okay.
asking questions about what has happened to the promises that were made. I have had a house in West Falmouth. My well had to be capped when the plumes of contamination were heading toward West Falmouth Harbor. That was in the early 90s. The federal government, us, taxpayers, have paid more than $1.4 billion cleaning up the toxic pollution. This is not good custodians of our environment. And it's not cleaned up, as was admitted. You thought it was, but it's not.
Well, there are some wells that are no
Yeah,
longer in service.
It's
because they
still
did
being
what they
cleaned
could.
up. That's a fact, I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, the ones in the perimeter of Falmouth, we signed off on that they had extracted as much as was possibly
Well,
physically possible to
as
do.
lo-
Can I just speak to
it's
one
a
point?
sole source aquifer that we are talking about. I wanted to just mention, I'll mention it right now.
And I just want to point out, when you're talking about Rosemary's letter, we're not going to have discussions at different times. We're going to bring everyone together, and so because it's much harder to get all the individuals and to get the presentation, especially when we were doing it virtual, and that's all anyone was doing, we're not going to have the Joint Base Cape Cod group do something virtually that has hindered the dialogue, which I think has been part of the problem. So the conversation was, let's find out when they can do a presentation so that we can have a full public discussion, including, Rosemary or anybody else, whether it's a unified group or individuals, responding to it.
Well-
It doesn't make sense. There's no universe where any subject matter we discuss makes sense, where we bring in one side on one day and one side on another.
You had invited Joint Base Cape Cod. We did not get an invitation, even though I'm sure the community knows that our organization exists, because we have written letters to the editor, we've written letters to the select board. I wrote a follow-up letter asking for a meeting because they did not appear that evening. You could have had us meet with you that evening and given you as many facts.
Because I was chair at the time, we're going to have everybody come at the same time. That's my point.
But you didn't even this evening invite. You've invited the Joint Base Cape Cod people with their glossy photos and their 25-minute video and 2 hours of a dog and pony show, just like Arlo Guthrie talks about the photos, the glossy photos at Thanksgiving. We have facts, but I did want to point out, I just got from about the public water system, the DPW report on water quality, and I'll read a quote from it under Falmouth's water supply. There is a single body of water, the Sagamore Lens, that is our water supply. When we draw water from the lens at 6 locations, a combination of surface water and groundwater. The piping system that distributes the water consists of over 300 miles of water main and over 21,000 water services. This is the Sagamore Lens, from which we draw water for our fresh water drinking supply. It lays underneath the 15,000 acres at issue that constitutes the upper 2/3 of Joint Base Cape Cod, which is a 22,000 acre site, as you all know. On that site are well over 30, possibly 40 endangered and rare species. There are environmental, there are microenvironments consisting of forest, pine barrens forest, and grasslands forest that are rare environments in and of themselves. These environments became an area that was polluted, as I mentioned, costing the taxpayers more than $1.4 billion to clean up. It's still not cleaned up. In 1998, a memorandum of agreement was entered into with what was then Mass Military Reservation to promise to not undertake any activities on the upper 15,000 acres that would threaten our water supply, our sole source aquifer that feeds not only Falmouth, but at least 6 towns on the Cape, possibly even much wider than that. And the promise was that the wildlife would be protected, the microenvironments would be protected, and our sole source aquifer water supply would be protected. It was designated as an area, an environment of critical environmental concern. It became protected in 2002 under the EPA as protected land. And at that time, a commitment was made that environmentally polluting activities at the base would be prohibited, including small arms fire, including the use of live bullets, and other activities that were potentially going to, again, re-pollute our sole source aquifer that we are trying to clean up. The only reason that the Joint Base Cape Cod personnel have offered to use this as a machine gun firing range, an 8-lane machine gun firing range, is because it will reduce travel time to the soldiers that train there. That is not a sufficient reason People that live in Western Mass drive 180 miles to get to Cape Cod. It doesn't make sense. Not everyone comes to the base from Provincetown or Harwich. They come from all over Cape Cod and even out of Massachusetts, which is prohibited under the agreements that we have with Joint Base Cape Cod. Do you know that the land that Joint Base Cape Cod sits on is owned by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts? It's under a lease agreement with the Commonwealth. And our gentleman who spoke this evening said they're the best stewards of the land. I don't think so. I don't think so. He's the best steward. Really? No one else can do a better job? And then later he said that we are doing all of this wonderful environmental work. That is an inside job. They have, what they're doing, they're going to cut down 170 acres of trees and then replant some trees over there. But if you have a microenvironment in which live, turtles and moths and birds and flora and fauna, you can't simply physically move that microenvironment and reproduce it, a few miles away. Mother Nature doesn't work that way. The upper 15,000 acres is protected land. And there is tremendous evidence to show that the proposal to build a multi-lane machine gun range is a very ill-conceived, ill-advised undertaking on our sole source aquifer. This land is also the largest forested land on the Cape, left on the Cape. The two microenvironments, the mixed pine, oak forest is a very rare environment because most of it's already disappeared in southeastern Massachusetts and even along the Atlantic seaboard. And the grassland environment is also very rare. We're talking about rare and endangered species. Yes, some of them may be moths, and at the last meeting I went to, the scientists smirked because most of the endangered species are moths. Well, we have a very huge crisis with bees because they are pollinators and they're disappearing. Moths also perform all sorts of very important jobs on Mother Earth that we cannot ignore. So 20 years from now, after this is built, we are going to be shaking our heads and say, we were taken. Those promises in that memorandum of agreement, and I sent you copies of it. I sent you those primary documents to this board. You should have copies because I sent them to you. And you should read them because those are legal documents. Those are promises. Acting Governor Cellucci vetoed 5 machine gun range proposals in the late 1990s that Joint Base Cape Cod, at the time Mass Military Reservation, was proposing because he thought they violated Chapter 47 of the Mass Laws of 2002, which you also received a copy of. You have the evidence, folks. We have been giving it to you. Why did the public stop coming to meetings? I was on a committee in the mid-1980s headed by Joel Feigenbaum, who died of cancer many, many years ago. We had a citizens advisory committee to the base cleanup, demanding that the base be cleaned up. It took us years to finally, in the late 90s, they finally agreed to clean up the base. We had a citizens committee. Seth Roebline wrote a book about the whole crisis. If you read that book, I can't remember the title, but look up the book about the base cleanup. Everything that happened then is happening now. The public has been ignored, deceived, subverted. We stopped going to meetings because we trusted that the acts of the 1998 agreement and the 2002 agreement was going to be honored and that people were working on our behalf. But then I look on the Joint Base Cape Cod website and I find there's no meeting minutes. The meetings were not being held for years, from 2018. Go look on the Joint Base website. They don't have any evidence that they were even holding meetings. For months, and if not years, they haven't had a quorum because the governor has not appointed people to those committees, the Science Advisory Committee and the Citizens Advisory Committee. I heard this week that they're not going to meet until the fall. The EMC, Environmental Management Committee, is not going to meet until the fall because they want to get their house in order and get their committees running. You can't do business, make decisions, if you don't have a quorum. So how could we, we couldn't even, and then let me just tell you another bit of information that I want the public to know. Back in August of 2020, August 8th, a very small ad appeared in the Cape Cod Times, 2 inches by 3 inches, announcing to the public that a 30-day open meeting time period was going to be opened for 30 days for public comment on the Mass Military Reservation 8-lane machine gun firing range. So we better hurry up and get our comments in, and we all were in shock. Like, what are you talking about? We haven't even heard about this. All up and down the Cape. I've talked with everybody people up and down the Cape. None of us knew that this was happening, even though it was in 2012 that I think the funding started. I don't call that, a trust. That we delegate the responsibility to our elected officials. We delegate under trust. It's a delegated system of authority that you will look out for our interests. Anybody on this board should have known that there would be some red flags when you hear about an 8-lane machine gun range right near the Forestdale School on that single source aquifer that was already terribly polluted and still is. Now PFAS is being found there in the water supply, which is also a link to base activities.
May I come?
Yes.
Just to point out that this board did respond to that. In fact, we sent a letter asking for the timeline for the comments to be extended, a request from this board. We voted on it, and that letter was sent. It was actually our discussions with Joint Base Cape Cod that started part of this, our outcry that we didn't know about this project to the extent that it was clearly already at this point where they were doing 30 days. So we did respond as a board. The
Right.
minute that we saw that, we took a vote as a board to ask for that time to be extended. And that's when, I think some of the first public rollouts of this full presentation, at least to my knowledge, were seen.
But the public was never invited
Right,
to
but
say, we want to hear from the other side. Science requires all voices. I did want to make one more comment, maybe others, but why can't you do it somewhere else? If this were Quabbin Reservoir that you were going to put your machine gun range, would the people in Boston who get water from Quabbin, all those suburbs, would they be happy?
All right.
That's not your main.
So Sandy, I think we've got your
You're
point.
not making a good case here.
I think it's a good case. I think we have a lot of allies.
This terminology is not making any kind of an argument as to what we should be moving forward. You're conjecturing about what other people would be doing.
I just want to let you have your say.
I'm asking a question. Would people at a location like Quabbin Reservoir agree to have a polluting activity, which is akin to an industrial activity, in their neighborhood, potentially polluting their water supply? The question about travel. Devon's could build a larger facility that would have less impact on the environment. They go to Fort Drum. They go to Vermont. They can buy energy-efficient buses to transport people here, there, and everywhere that will have less polluting effect than cutting down 170 acres of trees. Furthermore, the Science Advisory Council that just met a couple of weeks ago and made a determination that, well, yes, we support this proposal scientifically, but we acknowledge that the environmental standards that we're using, which are years old, are not sufficiently up to date, and they don't include carbon sequestration issues and other issues that are now under consideration as we think about the potential toxic effects and polluting effects of activities on our various ecosystems. So that the ways that they are measuring whether we're going to have problems with this particular activity, the machine, are out of date. They're not sufficiently rigorous. That is very troubling. And that was the second sentence of their statement that they sent up to the EMC. They had a 2-sentence statement. And the second statement said, the environmental standards we're using back in from I don't know when are not enough. They don't take into consideration the science that we should be using. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I received an email from our Senator Sue Moran. She asked me to read this also, if I could. And this is her statement from today. If you don't mind, I'll read this out. Sue says, I am calling for a suspension of any further action on the proposed machine gun range at Joint Base Cape Cod. When I was chair of this board, I listened intently to annual reports by Joint Base Cape Cod representatives on an ongoing cleanup efforts of the pollution of our water caused by military activities on top of the Upper Cape Water Supply Reserve. But any mention made about plans for a machine gun range might as well have been knocking on a window with a sponge. 20 years ago, there was a master plan by the Cape Cod Commission in which it was agreed that the 15,000 acres under jurisdiction of Division of Fisheries and Wildlife would be protected conservation land dedicated to water supply and wildlife habitat protection, and that only compatible military uses would be allowed. Clear-cutting 170.5 acres of carbon sequestering forest that is habitat for numerous protected species would clearly be a breach of that agreement. Based on this threat to the vulnerable ecosystem that is the foundation of our residents' health and our tourism economy, I'm calling for a suspension of any further action on the proposed machine gun range at Joint Base Cape Cod. Earlier this month, Senator Sear, Representative Fernandez, and I met with Commissioner Sundberg of the Department of Environmental Protection and a member of the Environmental Management Commission. The Commission has delayed the hearing to have an opportunity to staff the review and agree upon the process. I have filed legislation with Representative Fernandez to evaluate any new or expanded activity within the reserve that requires 10 acres or more of habitat destruction or clear-cutting of forested land. We are the same Cape Cod community that reached out and stepped up during the January 2019 federal budget shutdown to offer a helping hand to our military neighbors by running food and diaper drives, donating gift cards, free meals, office space, and discounts to our servicemen and women, something forgotten recently with the threat of holding those same business neighbors hostage from the appreciated economic benefit the military contributes to our business. We can collectively work together to find an alternative way for the base to be economically viable while still upholding the integrity of this protected land. That's Senator Sue Moran's comment. We have tons of comments from people. We've got a lot of letters and emails asking to be read into the record. We've been holding Zoom meetings where remote participation was difficult for some people, and we've been reading a lot of letters into the record. I don't know how many we can read in this evening. We still have a long way to go. I wonder, I'm going to just acknowledge Rosemary Carey's letter here.
Can you please speak up a little bit?
Yes, ma'am.
Closer to the mic?
Okay. So I got an email from Rosemary Carey, as you know, is involved with the 350 group that you mentioned earlier. Let me see if this will load.
This one?
Yeah, thank you. Would you like to read that?
Sure.
Vice Chair Nancy Taylor's going to read the letter from Rosemary.
Okay, this came from Rosemary Draker Carey this afternoon at 5:01. I'm writing to submit a comment about the proposed machine gun range at Joint Base Cape Cod. Please include these remarks in the public record. The $11.5 million taxpayer-funded gun range has been in the pipeline since 2015, but the public was not notified until August 2020, when a tiny announcement appeared in the Cape Cod Times. The ad directed readers to an environmental report describing full-blown plans for construction of an 8-lane training range for the routine firing of automatic pistols, machine guns, grenade launchers, and other projectiles, and a 5,000-acre known surface danger zone when an incalculable number of spent ammo will land. The only stated reason for this $11.5 million project is to cut down on soldiers' travel time to Vermont, where they currently receive training. While these aspects may make some neighbors uncomfortable, NIMBYism is not the issue. At the core of the problem is the failure of the Mass Army National Guard to learn from past mistakes and show little or no regard for public sentiment. After decades of pollution due to military activities costing taxpayers $1.1 billion and still unresolved, the 15,000-acre northern portion of the Camp Edwards JBCC was designated by the state in 2002 as the Upper Cape Cod Water Supply Reserve to serve 3 specific purposes. 1, protection of water supply and wildlife habitat. 2, the development and construction of public water supply systems. And 3, for the use and training of the military forces of the Commonwealth, provided that such military use and training is compatible with the natural resource purposes of water supply and wildlife habitat protection. Nonetheless, the MARNG has moved full speed ahead to build a gun range atop the Sagamore Lens, which feeds into the Cape Cod Source Aquifer. It would require the clear-cutting of 170 acres of mature trees, a critical tool to fight climate change and obliterate the trees' natural water and soil filtration services. It would display or destroy forest and animal species, at least 37 of which are state listed as vulnerable. And noise from the gun range would reach homes as late as 2 a.m., businesses, an elementary school, a cemetery, and a county prison. The elderly and children would be affected the most. As gun ranges are widely cited as among the top 10 adverse uses, along with toxic waste sites, strip clubs, and substandard schools, the range would likely contribute to decline in residential property values. Recently, the Army National Guard found no significant impacts, in quotes, to the environment and, quote, no significant controversy, end quote, for the proposed gun range. Reason would have it that the MAANG would work to protect Cape Cod's fragile ecosystem and very limited water supply with all of its might, or at least anticipate the public would vehemently oppose such a plan. Talk about not reading the room. The state-appointed Environmental Management Commission can stop this project, but the public needs to speak out. Tell your elected officials at every level, starting with our local select board, to urge the state's Environmental Management Commission, which is legally obligated to protect this conservation area, to veto this project. A machine gun range is wrong for Cape Cod, wrong for the climate, and wrong for this protected environmental area. Rosemary Draker Carey.
The reason we read that is because she's in this coalition where they've got hundreds of people in it, so it's not just one person's opinion. Yes, Mr. Finneran, you want to speak?
Sorry, I really don't mean to take up any more time than's already been taken up, but we've listened to these letters and people speaking for the last 20-plus minutes. And logically, I just have to say that they keep trying to equate the sins of the past, which were cleaning the runways with toluene, I believe, dumping jet fuel out into the land, with a machine gun range. And as Sam noted, copper is stable. I mean, all our drinking water, well, not all, but most of our drinking water comes through copper pipes. I mean, we don't use black powder anymore. And, I mean, if they have all this science behind them, how come nobody has given us the reason why firing weapons is going to cause any damage? Why has nobody provided us with, I'm sorry, the smoking gun? I mean, it's just, it's not a fair comparison. And I just had to say that. I mean, they're not doing like they did in the past. I mean, there are gun ranges all over the place. Nobody's told me. What damage is it going to do? I mean, I don't believe much. Thanks.
Thank you. So I'd like to end the discussion here tonight. Thank you, Colonel Porter, for coming, and thank you, folks, for sharing your views. We're going to have another meeting with the military representatives. You can ask your questions pointed and get your answers of what we need to know to find out whether or not this project is safe and our environment is safe. So unless there's any urgent more comments that we have to hear, I'd like to move on to the next subject if everyone's okay with that. I think we've had a good representation from the view of the public and the concerns. Thank you, sir, for coming.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, indoor, outdoor.
Special town meeting, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chairman?
Indoor, outdoor options for special town meeting.
Indoor. I'm just going to move to say that it should be indoor.
Yeah, we've spoken to moderator David Vieira, who's
Second.
in agreement with that, holding it at the high school field house,
Okay,
6 PM a week from tonight.
okay.
If the
Better
board
for
concurs.
acoustics. We don't have to worry about rain. We don't have to worry about mosquitoes.
And our presentations if we want.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's my motion, indoor.
Okay,
I got the second.
all right, any more discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
By the way, Mr. Chairman, just one clarification.
yes,
Our understanding would be that it would be conducted similar to the last time we were at the field house, with individuals being masked and social distanced, and would be removing their masks to speak at the microphones.
okay,
So that would be our understanding going forward, and we would have a similar setup to what we had the last time around, to continue to be cautious in protecting the health of all involved.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so number 7 is acting as, I'm sorry, yes.
Are they gonna fix the acoustics? Because that was terrible last time.
What was, oh, the,
Town meeting indoors.
okay,
Well, it's hard to change the acoustics of the field house, but it's better than being outside, because then we can't project. When we did it outside, if you recall, we don't have the opportunity when we do presentations because it's still bright out. So there's no perfect solution, but I don't think there's much that they can do in the field house to make it less echoey. It's just, we're gonna hopefully ask people to really articulate and speak slowly and do the best we can.
okay. Number 7, acting as trustees of the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund. Discussion on and vote on amended applications from Falmouth Housing Trust for $260,000 to construct 3 affordable
Mr. Chairman,
single
you
hou-
skipped, I
Oh,
apologize.
I went to
Number
the other
6.
affordable housing, excuse me. Number 6, asking trustees of the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund, discussion and vote on update Falmouth Affordable Housing Funding Guidelines, excuse me. That has to come first.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes,
If I may, I'd just give a brief overview.
Yes, please.
So the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund Working Group has taken a look at a couple of recent applications, but also policy-wise at the escalation of cost of housing. And our housing coordinator, Carla Ferroni, took a look at what other communities are doing. And it is the recommendation of the working group that the board amend your current funding guidelines to allow for awards of up to $100,000 per unit. So that is the recommendation that we are seeking your approval on tonight.
Right, and I certainly agree that construction costs have significantly increased. Is there any more, any discussion or questions on that?
I would move to approve.
I think,
I had
Would you like to read it?
no, I have a question.
question, excuse me.
Just about how the criteria.
Second, so we could.
Yeah.
Okay, about how the criteria is weighted. It's, I don't remember where it is in my list.
So the criteria are in a draft in the Select Board's packet. I'll recap them for the public very
weight given to them.
briefly. Level of affordability and percentage of units created that are deed restricted affordable, extent to which the development meets the trustees' funding priorities as set forth in the housing production plan, strength of overall concept, reasonableness of operating costs for a project of its size, and availability of additional subsidy to leverage Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund investment. We did not envision a numerical weighting. So it's really going to be, taking a close look at the particulars of each project that comes forward, balanced against funding available and other requests in the pipeline.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Megan?
But just to clarify, what I think is helpful is that when we have a presentation from Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund with a request like that, these will be the things that we would, I think it's helpful to outline these pieces. So just like when we have the waiver for the sewer, where we know what we're looking for, and so does the committee or the individual or group coming before us. So that's helpful to have that outlined.
And so we still have the same outline, we're just scratching out 65,000 and putting in 100,000
Yes.
because of the significant change in the construction costs.
The only amendment that's being requested.
Okay. Any more discussion?
I would say that one thing that's not here that did come up in discussion is the environmental impact. Now, this is really talking about funding it, but to qualify, we definitely thought about the environmental impact where that development might be located. How sewage, for instance, is going to be handled, be it septic systems or, packet treatment facilities or sewer.
As far as the criteria, you mean?
Well, qualification of a particular project to move forward. This deals with funding, so I presume that those other criteria would be used prior to this stage.
Peter's shaking his head yes. And so
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Okay, any more questions or discussion? I entertain a motion to
I
approve.
think we have a motion and a second.
I
Okay.
moved, Sam.
Very good, thank you. All
seconded.
those in favor?
Aye.
If you want affordable housing, you got to pay for it.
Mr. Chair, on the next item, if I could?
Yes, please.
The Falmouth Housing Trust has asked that we defer the action on Lewis Neck Road amended application. This is a project you're familiar with. The board previously approved funding for 4 units. The amended application calls for 3 units, but there are some underlying issues that are being worked out with the Zoning Board of Appeals, and the applicant who is here tonight has requested that the board defer action on this request.
Okay, then.
We don't need a motion for that, we just defer,
No.
right?
Okay, very well. We'll wait till hear from you in the near future when we're all squared away. Okay. Let's see. And then number 8, we're still going to work on, acting as trustees of the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund, presentation and vote on an application from Falmouth Housing Trust for $85,000 to secure a deed restriction in perpetuity and thereby preserve the affordability of one single-family house located at 2 Esker Place. That was originally developed by Falmouth Housing Trust, I believe.
And I can make a few brief comments if you like.
All right, thank you.
So this is a request to, as you indicated, to essentially rehabilitate an existing deed-restricted unit that has fallen into disrepair. It was vacant for a long period of time. The working group did look at a detailed cost estimate of the project, which I believe is $325,000, if my memory serves. So this would be only a portion of that rehabilitation cost. That includes some septic I don't know if it's a replacement or repair as well. So it's a pretty extensive project, and it has been recommended by the working group.
Very well. Any questions from the board?
I'd move approval of that.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Very well, thank you. Number 9, Affordable Housing Committee, proposed revenue sources for Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund. Who is here for that? Mr. Curley?
Lots of people.
Well, we're going to want the public to see the slides, right?
I don't know how my stuff got so.
Oh, mine happens like that all the time. Always. And it's very hard. You really have to do the double-sided too. So hard.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm
Because the
Ed
trees were
Curley,
cut to
Chairman
make
of the
this packet.
Affordable Housing Committee. I don't need to tell you that affordable housing on Cape Cod and in Falmouth is in a crisis of undersupply, which has resulted in dramatically increasing prices. During the past 5 years, the median cost of a house sold in Falmouth has more than doubled. It was $362,000 in 2016, $730,000 this year. It's estimated approximately 42% of Falmouth residents spend twice the recommended amount on their housing, twice the amount of their personal income on their housing. So clearly, there is a problem. In January, this past January, the Affordable Housing Committee appointed a working group to explore how funding sources for the development of community housing could be expanded in Falmouth. Our committee's role is to advise and assist the Select Board in its efforts to provide a full range of housing choices in town. A critical first step toward mitigating the crisis is to identify additional funding for the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund. The working group produced a report that you've seen that identifies multiple funding options, which in collaboration with the town can be used to tackle this crisis. The working group members included Angie Scott Price, who was the chair, Karen Bissonette, who's here, Carla Ferroni, our housing coordinator, Jordan Fry, who you just appointed to the committee, Mike Galasso, Pamela Harding Barrett, and Wayne Lingefelter. Wayne will lead the select board through the highlights of this report, and then we'd like your input and feedback. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Good evening. My name is Wayne Lingefelter. I'm a resident in East Falmouth, and as Ed said, while I'm actually not a member of the Affordable Housing Committee, I did serve on the working group, which is not to be confused with the working group you were referring to just a bit ago. This is the Revenue Working Group, so it's obviously the members that Ed touched on. I have 3 slides, and so I'm going to try to get through this in roughly 5 minutes. But I want to give the topic its due accord, and we certainly, as Ed said, want to make sure that we leave time for questions and comments. But I'm going to start by suggesting that I think it's important that you understand what the working group did establish as its guiding principles for the report. They're listed on the screen, but I'd highlight the importance of a couple of them. First of all, we placed emphasis on learning from other Cape communities, and we didn't want to necessarily have to recreate the wheel, and Carla was particularly helpful in that regard. The second important alignment was, the second important guideline was the alignment that we saw between the funding sources that we identified, and I'll speak to, and the populations which are most in need of a robust community housing program. So, for example, as you'll see on my next slide, the alignment between the revenues that are generated in the hotel motel taxes, the short-term rental taxes, the restaurant and meal taxes, all are aligned with the housing needs of the workers in this space, which are, we think, a very compelling underlying principle for the report that we've put together. Lastly, we arrived at the financial objectives, which were actually derived from the Falmouth Housing Production Plan that I'm sure you are all likely familiar with. It does call for 74 affordable housing units to be constructed each year as part of that production plan. At the time that this draft was released, the annual targeted subsidiary was $65,000. So $65,000 over 74 units gives you the $4.8 million. Thankfully, you've agreed to increase that subsidy just a few minutes ago. So this table is slightly modified, but it's in the report that was in your package this week. It's the result of research that the working group did over several months, and we landed on these 9 potential funding sources. Undoubtedly, you're familiar with all of them. And as was stated on the previous slide, we identified 3 types of what we're calling funding sources. There's new funding sources on this list. There's expanded funding services, which leverage existing revenue sources. And then lastly, there's what we're referring to as proposals to redirect some existing revenue to fund the community housing in these very challenging times. There's specific detail in the report on each of these 9. I'm not going to go into those tonight. You've got that at your fingertips. But I think if you look at this in our perspective, the bottom line is that the list comes up short of the objective we set out to achieve, which is that $4.8 million. And even with the change in the subsidy level to $100,000 per unit, we're well below this target. So I would suggest to you that the real challenge that's embedded in these numbers and the recommendation of the report is less than 10% of this total, less than 10% of, in this case, the $4.8 million can be generated from new funding sources, at least in the near term, and at least until the state passes certain legislation that is now under consideration. What this means is that the low-hanging fruit to fund affordable housing is limited. The select board, the town administration, and ultimately the community will need to make choices which prioritize the funding for affordable housing at the level proposed in our report so that the community housing crisis can be addressed in a meaningful way. And we look forward to that support. Lastly, and with respect to our timeline, you can see that tonight's meeting really kicks off what is a fairly aggressive campaign by the Affordable Housing Committee to educate the leadership and the community about the pressing needs that Ed described around affordable housing and the importance of acting on this in the near term with urgency. After receiving your feedback over the coming weeks, and along with the others that we will solicit in the community, we plan to reissue the report that's in your materials tonight in a final form. And then we also expect to actively prepare for November's town meeting so that the appropriate articles necessary to advance these funding initiatives for the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund can be voted upon by town members. And so we look forward to a very active 3 or 4 months with you. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Ed if there's any closing or summary remarks. No? Just take questions? Okay? Or listen to your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
As mentioned, I led this working group until I was appointed to this position. And I was thinking about what Megan said earlier about how often things are brought to the public and the public says, well, we didn't know about this. How was it researched? How was it done? And I just want to say that the committee, we put in a total, when I was still working on the group, at least 30 hours collectively on this between meetings and doing research and working in small groups. And so the items in this report are very well researched and thought out, and they're not without need for feedback and for input, but I hope that the community members look at this and know that the Affordable Housing Committee really took pride in making this document so we can really work on this issue that we have in town.
I think it shows in the document.
Absolutely.
Yes, Sam?
Very well done.
I point out that one other thing that we, back in, when we were looking at our operating budget, at the residential tax exemption, which has been employed by Nantucket and Mashpee, and that's not reflected in this report.
That'll be a separate action. This is just funding.
I understand, but I'm just saying, if we're serious about affordable housing, we need to look at all of these sources. And I would really, I really hope that we take this seriously. I think this is probably the most comprehensive set of opportunities that we've looked at. And so I hope we can move forward and make some things happen in preparation for November town meeting.
Yes, Megan?
I would just say, and I know you already know this, but just since we have the floor and people hopefully are still up with us and watching, but I hope that we emphasize in our discussions the level of crisis that we're at for the change that is going to occur. It's already occurring, but the fundamental change that will occur to this community when we no longer have people who work in all of the things that we need and enjoy, in all of the healthcare, in the first responders, in the public services, people who work here at Town Hall, teachers, people who work in the service industry for all these restaurants and shops and everything that we love, our teachers. When those individuals cannot reside in our community, I don't think people fully understand how that, one, changes the fabric of your community and makes it something very different than what we have today. And two, if you don't even care about that altruistic piece, how it will impact your quality of life here, because we will not be able to draw enough workers. It will, because of our geographic location, because of the bridge and that obstacle that it puts in place for folks. We're already having a crisis of employment, and I know lots of places are facing it, but the Cape is facing it more intensely because we already are a seasonal place that needs an influx of seasonal workers. And that has changed dramatically. It used to be a place that college students could come and get a summer rental and work for the summer, and that doesn't exist anymore. Now we have to rely on J1 students and seasonal H-2B visa holders to come and work, and when that doesn't happen, and there's nowhere for them to live either, and employers are trying to buy homes to put people in, and we don't have that. We don't even have that option for even those well-heeled employers that were able to do that in the past. So I just hope that we, as a community, really take hold of it and accept that it is going to change who we are as a town, and that once that change occurs, you really kind of can't pull that back. So I hope that we just emphasize that to folks, and because I do think that sometimes people don't really recognize that and how significant it is. So I think this is such a good first step to just raise it to the level that people need to have awareness of. So thank you.
Yes, Nancy?
We've been talking about affordable housing for a really long time, certainly for long before I was ever appointed to this board. And so for me, we are at a crisis level, and it is incumbent upon us to do something about it. And I really am, I think this is a great report. I think your timeline is really aggressive. And I think the message needs to be for folks around affordable housing that the time is now. We can't just keep kicking this down the line. And I think I said at an earlier select board meeting, I don't remember when it was, that when we talked about affordable housing, that it really is time that we as a select board ask the community to put their money where their mouths are in terms of affordable housing. And I feel really strongly about this. We don't have the housing, and the fabric of our community will change. I'm just tired of talking about it. Okay, it's time for us to act.
To put it in another perspective, other than just workers won't be able to come here, I went to a funeral Saturday and I saw a couple people I haven't seen in a while and say, hey, how are your kids? And they say, oh, they're doing great. And I said, are they still in town? No, of course not. They can't afford to live here. And, it used to be they get a starter house in Mashpee or maybe Bourne or, you know, because they used to live in Woods Hole and they can't find a place. Now it's getting to be where they're looking off Cape completely and looking at a different state, you know, because it's just more affordable. They can work from remotely, and it's just, we're just losing not only the chance for workers to come here, we're losing our own family's ability to live here. So it's pretty serious. I'd like to give some feedback on this myself. I feel personally that I would be totally in support of all the revenue from the Airbnb so-called tax going into this fund myself. I had proposed that earlier in the year. Some of it I have a little bit of trouble with. I don't want to increase the hotel motel tax another percentage really, unless we feel like that's something the other board members want to do, because I don't feel like the motels are directly causing the affordable housing shortage as much as the short-term rentals of homes is. I think that's a real direct result. I also don't want to be the first community on the Cape to do the community impact fee, but we are talking about a crisis, so we might have to consider being groundbreakers there.
Falmouth likes to lead.
Yeah. We don't want to be leaders in taxing, but, you know, we have to develop some revenue here. Yes, Megan?
Just one last comment. The other piece is we could have all the money in the world for this, and if we don't as a community, I mean, I can't, you know, how many times do we always hear I'm for affordable housing, but not here and not in the, well, like, where is this gonna be? There's no more land that is being made for the town of Falmouth. So we have open spaces, or we have opportunities for redevelopment in spaces that are already developed. So we as a community have to acknowledge that affordable housing is not a negative. We have to start breaking down some of the, you know, really deeply held, you know, just prejudices and stereotypes against what that means, and those are rooted in lots of things, you know, racism, classism, and so we have to do that work as well and stop allowing people to, I think we, and I'm saying as a board, but I'll just speak for myself, have to push back much harder when we get that pushback that says, oh, not here, but somewhere else is good. Well, where else is that place? Because, you know, we've seen the really positive ways that affordable development has happened in our community. And I can guarantee you, as someone who works in the court system, there is nothing that's happening at, I'll just pick 704, other than the terrible fire, but it's one of the quietest, most peaceful places. There are more things happening at some, you know, restaurant, bars, and local places that people hang out than are happening at any of these affordable developments. So we have to stop that really destructive mindset that, you know, again, we could have all this money, and if the public is just pushing against it, I know we can do 40Bs, and I know, but we have to get over that piece of it. So I think we can do more as a board and you know, push that.
Do you want to respond to my comment?
I was going to, but quite honestly, that's such an elegant summary of the what we face that I would just say that that we're going to clean up some of the points you make on with respect to the detail around the financial are good. Mm-hmm. And we had the opportunity to meet with the town administration. They pointed out a few things as well. That's why this is a draft report. So there are a few things on the technical side that do need to be cleaned up. But the comments that you've made and others tonight are exactly the type of you know, energy that we think this crisis needs. And the reason that we've adopted, frankly, what we know is an aggressive timeline is because of that. And so the fact that we can have the type of support that we've heard here tonight is energizing for us, and we'll look forward to remaining fully engaged over the next several months to do the very best we can for the community in terms of the town meeting in November.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have laryngitis. Karen Bissonette, Affordable Housing Committee. I'm speaking tonight as a volunteer on the Affordable Housing Committee, and I would like a commitment from someone on this board or the leadership of this town to talk about a bond, because money is very, very cheap right now. And, you know, 20 some odd years ago, this community borrowed $27 million for open space. And that was a good thing, and we have a lot of open space in Falmouth, and that's great. I said, but right now, this is a crisis. And, we could probably borrow $20 million for about $800,000 a year. I think that builders and developers are going to look and say, well, if the money's there, then maybe they'll do it, because it's really, really hard to build affordable housing. Take it from me, it's very hard. And we need to know that the money is there so that we can build what we need to build. So, yes, we borrow money, but, we have the money that is going into the community preservation fund right now that after we paid off the bond for the open space. So it might be a wash, but I need someone to help us figure that out. And we need to do it soon, because interest rates are probably going to rise. But our friend Troy Clarkson, who sits on the Falmouth Housing Trust Board, told me that Brockton, who does not have as good a bond rating, just borrowed $6 million at 0.5%. So if they can do it at 0.5%, we can probably do it for less. So I'm just urging someone to help us do that, and I would hope that we'd have a commitment from the board to really look at that seriously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Any comments on that?
No, that's great.
Okay, any more comments on action at this time on this item?
No.
Look forward to that revised technical data. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, discussion and appointment of 2 select board members to the Davis Straits Joint Working Group. Has anybody given any thought to that? I know a while back I said I would love to do it, but I don't know if I should.
I don't think you'll be able to
take
do it now.
It sounds like a fun thing to be involved with.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, could I just clarify,
Yes, sir.
if I may, on items 11 and 12? As the board makes that determination, both of those groups would
Have to be
be,
created.
would be governed by the open meeting law,
Correct.
meaning agenda postings, minute taking, and 48 hours notice of meetings, et cetera.
Are we gonna have to draw straws? Yes, Megan.
I just had a quick question. So for this, can someone just remind me, because I can't find it in this, and I know I looked at it, but we were talking about having this Davis Straits working group having how many people? We were thinking
5.
5 people, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
2 planning board, 2
Okay.
select board.
And then 1 resident at large.
Yeah,
Okay.
a developer, hopefully, or
Mhm.
some capacity.
Okay.
Question,
Yes.
and I apologize if I should have known this. Is there a reason why there's nobody from the zoning board on this working group?
Only because it's a planning initiative, and they're just looking to collaborate with us on what is really a planning board initiative. The Davis Straits reset is, redeveloping the
Right.
plaza, but it also involves another aspect, which is the multifamily housing district, which would be on the far side of that, over towards the CVS area. And that's a real opportunity for affordable housing, because I think once we look at larger scale buildings, we can make affordable housing somewhat affordable. Because doing it one house at a time is very expensive.
Right. So I think the concept was just to start having really substantive conversations with some of the developers that are at play in some of these areas. If I recall, I know we talked about this when we had our joint meeting with planning.
Right. Maybe some
Okay.
outreach to some of those,
I'd like to be on this group.
that'd be great. And now we just need one more.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
All right. All right, we have 2 volunteers, that's great. And do we need to vote them onto this position, Mr. Suso?
Probably not a bad idea.
Yeah, I think that'd be good.
I
Okay.
move that Anjali Scott Price and Megan English Braga be appointed to the Davis Straits Joint Working Group.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And
Thank you.
you folks will set your own schedule, whether it's monthly meetings or when needed. I'm not sure how often that will be.
Yeah, we'll touch base and coordinate through staff to get everybody. Has planning set their 2 members?
Yes,
They
they
have.
have.
They did, right? Okay.
And the discussion and vote on appointing a working group for Falmouth Net. And we did have email today, I think.
Art is here.
Art is here. Okay, right. Thanks, Art. Thanks for hanging in there.
bad. I mean, it's 10.
Well, given the hour, I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about this, and I think everybody, I sent the draft proposal.
We know who you are, but just please introduce
Oh, I'm
yourself to the
sorry.
folks at home.
Yeah, I'm Art Gaylord. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of Falmouth Net. And basically, you know, since the feasibility study, which was sponsored by the EDIC, was done a few months ago, the Falmouth Net has been working on all kinds of things to see what would be necessary to advance a project. And, you know, it's become obvious that there are many topics that, you know, the town's input and direction is critical. And I outlined some of those in the proposal, and it seemed that perhaps the best way to move things forward would be to have a working group. And I mentioned, or I suggested a potential makeup of that group, obviously subject to your approval or whatever you want. And I think the other thing is there was some discussion about whether this would be a formally chartered, or whatever the right, working group or an informal
If
group.
if it's a working group, as they stated it, then it would be minutes, agenda, and in the past, we've done that just because it really allows the public to be part of the process, or at least have that opportunity. The other piece would be, what do we call it,
Well, if the town manager appoints a working group
Yeah.
at his pleasure, then it can be more of an informal group. But if it's such a big item as yours, a public group appointed by the select board would probably be more appropriate, because it's going to be a big impact to the town and a big expense.
And as Mr. Suso said earlier, it will be subject to the open meeting law.
Sure. That's fine. I mean, I think whatever is your discretion on that is fine. My thought had been that perhaps if it started as an informal group and it evolved to a more formal group, that might just be a faster way to identify what the issues are that need to be addressed.
Tell me again, what type of personnel were you thinking of? Someone from DPW?
Yeah, my thoughts was somebody from Falmouth Net, somebody preferably from the select board, somebody representing the town administration, be it Mr. Suso or his designee, somebody from the town financial.
and then DPW.
And somebody from DPW. You know, there may be other groups that would want to get involved, but I think that's a good core group to start with.
You know, if I could.
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
And one of the issues that has arisen is that some of the potential overbuilders have said they'd rather use what they call micro trenching, which requires putting like a 10-inch slot in the roadbed and putting the cable down and then filling it back up. But, you know, that's an issue that requires an easement from the town. There are rights to use poles, for instance, but some of these implementation techniques really require, you know, the town's staff to weigh in on and talk about, you know, what are the unknowns that could be identified up front that would make it feasible or have to be worked around. But there are issues like that that come up as soon as you start putting out requests for proposals, and then how do you consider that? Because there's going to be different implementation proposals, and we need to be able to put up, you know, if they're going to get a proper bid, they're going to have to know what the constraints are, and we need to identify those constraints.
Yes, Megan?
So actually, as I'm thinking about it, just with that makeup, that doesn't actually sound like, go ahead, Peter, were you gonna?
Yeah, just if I could clarify. So the trigger for the open meeting law is who appoints and who does the group advise. So if the appointed group advises the town manager, it can be exempt from the open meeting law. But if the purpose of this group is to advise the select board, then it is going to have to be, it is subject to the open meeting law, regardless of what you call it.
Yeah. So I was gonna say, I think one piece missing is maybe, you know, a member from the community at large, or some, you know, I think having some other, you know, one other kind of entity or something that would really kind of, this is a lot of town staff, which is appropriate, because I think that's where we're starting. But if we're talking about something that ultimately the town, I'm sorry, I have my back to you, ultimately is a massive investment, you know, depending on which, what we use, I think it would be helpful to have, you know, or I don't know, maybe it's somebody from FCTV or some, I think there's, to me, it just feels like it's missing something with that. I like what Art has suggested, but I think it's missing, and I don't know where, but I feel like it's missing some input.
Art, when you said you'd like to, you thought maybe it would start off informally and then get to a point where it needs to be designated as a full board, are you thinking that maybe it would be Falmouth Net with DPW to iron out the initial, like, micro-trenching issues, or?
Well, I think that's part of it, but I think there are broader issues. I mean, the thing is, you know, to just start off with, you know, what is the town's thought about, you know, engagement of this? I mean, does the town have a preference as to whether this would be done as, you know, a fully publicly invested project, or at the other end, a fully privately done one? You know, I mean, the market will tell us some of this, but I also would like to see the town, you know, make sure that it gets its opinion. Similarly, when it comes things to, like, you know, how is it funded? Is it funded through bonding or grants or private funds? You know, what's the town's opinion on this? I think that was the thing that I was hoping that the working group would do, is get some sense of what the town, the select board and the administration's positions were on these things, more than making actual decisions about how to do things.
Okay.
I think it needs the finance committee. That's actually the piece that I think is missing. I think you need a member of the finance.
He did mention finance,
Yeah.
whether it's finance staff.
No,
or
yeah, but I'm
finance
saying I
committee.
think we need, I think Jennifer needs to definitely, or someone from our department, but finance committee, at the end of the day, if this goes to town meeting, it's gonna be a finance committee, it's gonna be a numbers article.
Yeah.
If we go and do it, it's going to be something that finance committee is going to give a thumbs up or thumbs down on. I think it makes sense for them to be involved in the process from the beginning of, so I think that that's a piece that I felt was missing, sort of that oversight. That's not the right word, but you get what I mean.
Yep. Well, I'm inclined to think that this should be a publicly held, you know, minutes taken meeting for two reasons. One, it's so important and such a big investment that we're considering. The other is I want people to be aware of it and know about it and be incorporated in it. My first take on it, after attending your Zoom meetings and becoming familiar with the options, I think the town should consider investing the $10 to $12 million into a fund that is there to propagate this development, to ensure that we can get our cost per pass down to a reasonable number so that we'll be attractive to a developer. That's the kind of items that this group is going to have to work through and determine, because a lot of people are skeptical. I've had a person call me this week and say, I hate to see our town go into an investment of potentially $80 million on a totally bonding, because 5G might come along and cause us competition that we're not, you know, thinking of. We are thinking of it, but it's just that, you know, there's two sides to the coin. So we want to try to minimize our exposure financially as a town, but not kill the project. So there
You
is.
should realize that 5G is going to require this kind of a network. 5G transmission, the radio frequencies, like we go to our cell towers with our current cell phones, they can't propagate even that far. You've got to have antennas distributed throughout a community to be able to use 5G effectively. We are so far. So this would be absolutely essential as a foundation and infrastructure for the implementation of the 5G. So people don't realize that the technology is very different. And 5G depends on this kind of a fiber optic network.
And I don't think the person that I spoke to realized how far along Open Cape is in Falmouth as well.
Yeah,
Hey, there you are. Did
I
you?
do realize how far along it is.
Okay, good. Do you want to give us a comment?
Yeah, it's
Just only if you were looking to weigh in, we welcome all comments if you have something you want to share.
My name's Peter Stark. I'm a full-time resident of East Falmouth, and I have 33 years, plus or minus, of telecommunications site infrastructure background. Recently retired from American Tower Corporation, which of course is the biggest vertical real estate company in the world now, I guess. I joined American Tower when it was still owned by a radio station group, American Radio. And so I've been involved with the business for quite a while. American Tower was not just towers. American Tower is also into the distributed transmission system business, the DAS systems, and also data systems, data centers, and also now getting involved with like edge caching and smaller data centers, trying to get, push all the data and video and everything out to the edge in that. So I am familiar with the requirement for fiber, not just for 5G, but for, of course, LTE, 4G LTE that operates today. And I did speak to Chairman Brown the other day, and thank you for taking my call and returning my call. Appreciate that. I saw this come up, and I heard a lot tonight about how people don't pay attention to things until it's too late. And I think it is important to have an open meeting here, because it would be quite a feat for a town the size of Falmouth to complete this Herculean task of building out a network in a fairly large and what I would call somewhat rural area that Falmouth is. Falmouth is, we bought our house here in 2016. We moved down full-time in 2018, and I do a lot of biking. And biking around Falmouth, I found out how rural Falmouth really is. And a lot of that has to do with the town itself, with all the open land and the great job that it's done with that out there. Great place to live, no question about it, and keeping that environment that way is fantastic. Getting back to the subject at hand, though, one thing that I brought up to Chairman Brown was the recent news that was announced by some of the big carriers out there. So the wireless carriers have come out, and all of them have announced that they're getting into the fixed wireless access business. And basically what that is using a backbone of a fiber network like you're talking about here, but the most expensive part about getting fiber to home is that last few hundred feet, or that neighborhood where everything's underground, or that neighborhood that's in an environmentally sensitive area out there. So the plan that Verizon and AT&T and T-Mobile are proposing, mainly Verizon and AT&T, is a fixed wireless access network, where they go out and they install their fiber, which they're way ahead of Falmouth in a lot of areas. And they must already have something here now, because if you go down along the beach, the shoreline, you'll see on some of the telephone poles down there that Verizon has a distributed antenna system built down in that area. So they have mini cell sites. I'm not sure if anybody's aware of that, but Verizon has mini cell sites located along Bristol Beach, Falmouth Heights Beach, and Surf Drive down there. So they must have fiber down there already. So these are companies that we have a love-hate relationship with, obviously, and they are getting actively involved in getting fiber to home, but doing it a little bit differently from what you're talking about, and that is with the fixed wireless access network out there. So part fiber, but also part wireless. And these companies have just went out and spent billions of dollars on getting what's called millimeter wave frequency, which is a higher band frequency, which covers a smaller area, but it has higher capacity than, say, a longer distance signal like the lower band, the 800 megahertz band 700 megahertz band, which is the old television station band that just got auctioned off. I guess what I'm really saying here is that I read the feasibility report from cover to the last page that came out in November. The team that you all put together, obviously the pedigree in that team is fantastic for what we're looking at here for the town. My question is, with the recent acquisition of spectrum from auctions from the FCC, and also the announcements by some of the bigger wireless carriers out there about fixed wireless access and wanting to get into the home now or into premises, how does that play into the feasibility study that was done back in 2000? On top, or 2020, I'm sorry. On top of that, then you have the COVID effect, which I've heard quite a few times tonight, especially when talking about the Housing Authority. So the numbers, the projected numbers of the costs that were in the report of 2020, how accurate are those today? We all know what's happened with construction, the cost of construction. Same thing's happening on the utility side and the electrical and the telecommunications side of the business out there. So how is that going to impact the cost projections so far that have been presented out there? So I'm extremely happy that you're going to make this an open meeting, because I know there are some other residents here that do have a concern. You know, everybody, of course, you know, wants the best service, the highest speed service out there. We all know what we go through with Comcast right now, and something has to be done about it. So I applaud the town and the community and the group and the EDIC for moving forward with it. But I think there's still a lot of questions that have to be answered. One mainly is financial, and the other one is competitive, because if we think that Comcast is going to be our only competitor for this network, we're absolutely wrong. There will be more competitors that will come in here. And oh, by the way, I didn't mention Dish Network, who's sitting on a bunch of spectrum, who has announced that they are building out a wireless greenfield 5G network nationwide. And you know, Dish is in the media business. Charlie Ergen, the CEO, has come out publicly and said that he wants to build the most robust 5G network out there. They've already started the process out there. They're starting their build out there also. So there will be other competition that will come in a little bit different form than what you all are proposing here. So I think that has to be looked at also. But I think it's absolutely fantastic that the town is looking at this and recognize how important it is. And COVID made it even that much more important for us to understand how important it is to have a robust network in town.
We've been watching Fios commercials for years, but
Yeah.
they just won't come over the bridge.
So why is that reason? Why is that, do you think?
Because it's expensive.
It's return on
Expensive.
investment.
Return on investment. And what's the most costly piece of installation of fiber?
Hooking it up to my house.
Hooking it up to your house. Getting that last couple hundred yards in there. And that's the reason Verizon now has come out and put the cable companies on notice, saying that, hey, we're going after your business now, because with millimeter wave, we have a solution to that last piece that costs us so much money. Okay?
All right, Art, come on back.
All right?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming.
Sure.
There's your person, your
I don't-
person at large for the other person on the committee, Megan.
I don't want to divert the discussion of whether we form a working group into a technology discussion debate, but I will just point out that, one, the committee is very familiar with all of the technologies that were just mentioned, and we also know that the companies like Verizon, AT&T, and so forth have never invested in the Cape. I mean, we will get the latest technology, what is the latest technology now, 15, 20 years from now, if ever. And we know that from the fact that Fios never came. We know that from the fact that Comcast has never really upgraded their cable network.
Because they're not competing with anyone.
Right, because they don't have it. And it is, Sam, I think it was you who were right that, I'm sorry, Mr. Patterson. You're right that, it is a matter of return on investment. And the big companies are beholden to their stockholders, and they are going to do their investment wisely in the places where they can get the greatest return. Falmouth is not one of those places and it will never be built out to satisfy our summer burst of population. And so to really address the problem once and for all, it's a matter of the town, I believe, to take some of its own actions and its own initiative. And, hundreds, approaching 1,000 communities throughout the country have already taken this action. One of the reasons for the working group and proposing that it has a relatively short timeline to make some of its deliberations is that with the potential of infrastructure funding coming from the federal government, thousands and thousands of towns and cities are now looking at doing these types of projects. And the longer we wait, the harder it will be to get the experts and the companies to build it that we need. So anyway, and I'd be happy to talk to you more about the different discussions and so forth. One thing I will point out is that, with the millimeter waves, I was involved with some experiments in the use of them 15 years ago. And the results were that they didn't work very well in Falmouth because of all the tree coverage and all the hills and so forth that we have. So, we're not a great community for much of that to work unless you have extremely high density of the transmitters, and in which case you do approach the cost of fiber to the home.
Okay, well, thank you.
I'd just like to say on top of that, I was talking about...
You have to come up to the mic,
Needs to go to the
We
podium.
got TV viewers at home, if you can believe it.
Yes. I was talking about the big wireless carriers building out fixed wireless access, which will happen, and I'm sure for all the reasons you said, that Falmouth may be low on the totem pole for actually having that done. But there is unlicensed millimeter wave frequency available, I believe in the 60 gig range maybe, that is available. So if there is unlicensed frequency available, that is open for communities to use and the public to use. That's something we may want to look into also.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, discussion and vote on appointment a working group. So have we identified it? One person from the select board, someone from admin, someone from the finance committee? Would that suffice, or do we want?
No, I think we need Jennifer, but I think we need someone from Finance Committee, because if I were sitting on Finance Committee and this working group existed for a couple months, and then we weren't part of it, and at the end they get a final product, I think that's not really utilizing
No, I'm not-
our resource.
Not disputing that.
No, I know, I'm
wondered
just
if you
saying
wanted
both. Yes,
Yeah.
please.
And then from the DPW, that would be whoever Mr. McConerty feels would be most helpful with regard to roadway questions,
Easements.
and trenching and so forth. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we had someone from the general public at large, we would,
Well, this is a working group, remember?
okay, so we don't need that.
It's early.
But it'll be an open meeting, we can get public comments all along the way.
Public comments.
And
Yep.
people can go to the meetings.
5, is that it then, for now?
I think
5
that's
people?
good.
This is a working group, it's probably smaller the better.
Okay.
I thought you had more than 5. I got Falmouth Net, Select Board,
Oh, excuse me,
Yeah.
Falmouth, I didn't write
Town
that down.
Administration, Town Finance Director, Public Works,
6,
Finance Committee.
so I guess it's 6. Is that okay, the even number? It's just a working group, they're not gonna be voting on a lot of stuff.
That's right, all for recommendation.
I would move that format.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Sold.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Finally, we saved the best for last. Ed?
In your dreams. Do you have the PowerPoint on the computer?
I believe it is.
So just as I'm Ed DeWitt, chairman of the Transportation Management Committee. How we got here, let me just give you a little background while we're setting this up.
Sorry, I need to pull this trap.
Okay. In last July, we had our first meeting and we identified some areas of concern for the town in transportation. And one of the areas was 30 years of dealing with the Steamship Authority. So we said, well, the Steamship Authority is too big a function. What is the one area that really drives people the most crazy and raises issues? And we said the freight operations, and particularly trucks, through the Woods Hole, Locust Street, North Main Street, Palmer Avenue, and out of town over the bridges, including. And how do I advance these? Just
either I can do it or the keyboard has the arrows on it.
Just up, down.
Okay, got it. So we said, we don't have the expertise to do this, so let's talk to someone who has what the expertise is over marine freight in 2020 at the time. So we reached out to the U.S. Maritime Administration, thinking that they had a view across the country, and they said, well, we don't do that kind of work, but we've got a lot of money that can plan those things and study those. And they identified at least 3 different grant sources to look at this. And they said, by the way, one of the initiatives that we're really trying to push is connecting freight from the interstate highway to the maritime highway. And this is what we have been tasked force, and this is what we're trying to carry out. So last September, we sent you a recommendation to send on to the Steamship Authority. Here's funding, here's how you find, it doesn't require you to do anything, it requires you to find out, looking at your operation, what a 2021 freight operation would look like. There's been a number of instances of improvement in freight and consolidating things with mixing mini containers, being able to carry some bulk freight and also roll on, roll off, which is the way the Steamship Authority carries out freight operations. In January, we got word that Mr. Sayers of the Steamship Authority said, we're running out of options and we're going to have to start looking at 24/7 freight operations out of Woods Hole for the Vineyard. And we said, well, I don't think that's such a good idea. And what we do know, what little we know, is we think that there are more options, including going back at the Cass report of 20 years ago, which said New Bedford as an off-Cape port is inevitable and necessary. And obviously 24/7 operations out of Woods Hole versus some operations out of Woods Hole and some operations out of a port like New Bedford. And there are other off-Cape possibilities. And I don't want to just sort of say, New Bedford is the place, but what we wanted to do was to get a grant to look at that. So the first thing that we're asking you tonight in terms of our recommendation is to send a letter that says the Steamship Authority should pursue this grant. Now, if you read the report that we sent, you know that the Steamship Authority has already begun to do this. In fact, right before they crashed, I was in communication with Mr. Sayers, passing him names and contacts in Washington and elsewhere to get this, and he was saying, we're pursuing it. So why are we still asking you to do this? It sounds moot, they're going to do it. Well, here's the problem. The problem is the island is really invested in the status quo.
they like what's going on. They're not dealing with the impacts on Woods Hole Road, Locust Street, North Main Street, Palmer Avenue, and out to the bridges. They're not dealing with that, and they like the system that they have. They're comfortable with it. The message is the Falmouth Select Board thought so little of this proposal from their Transportation Committee that they didn't even consider it, and they never sent us anything. And, you know, government does not work quickly, and, you know, facts came in. So we're here to ask you tonight to send at least that request in the letter, saying we understand that you're working on it, we think it's a fantastic idea, and we don't want to give the impression that we're not in support of you securing grant funding to learn what a 21st century freight operation might look like. If you look at their operation, it's really designed for the 1920s, not for the 2020s. So I don't know if you want to take these one at a time, and if you want to sort of do anything, or you want me to go through the whole thing. It's sort of set up to do them one at a time. So
Well, that's fine. What's the feeling of the board? I think sending that letter seems like a good idea to me. I don't see any harm in it. It's already happening.
I agree.
Sure. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve sending a letter.
Second. Any more comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Sold.
Okay, so one of the other things that we observed is the Steamship Authority has set up a long-range planning task force, of which Mr. Brown and Mr. Suso are currently members, but there's no member on it from New Bedford. We think that this is short-sighted. You're not going to get a good New Bedford solution as a potential partial off-Cape port if they're not part of the conversation. I think tonight was a great example of not being part of the conversation and how you can get to a point and suddenly not end in the place that you thought you were headed, and that sort of thing. So we think it's up to the Steamship Authority to get a New Bedford representative on this committee, but we think it's essential. And it's almost a waste of having a long-range planning committee if New Bedford is not participating. This is why they were given a vote back in 2003. This is why Falmouth surrendered a proportion of its vote to New Bedford, because they were inevitable as an off-Cape port.
And they have been invited, they just haven't appointed anybody. And I've called the mayor's office myself to follow up, and I don't get a return call. I think it's because they're in litigation and they don't want to talk about anything along the waterfront right there.
Well, I think then, I think having a planning and not including them, you know, maybe that's time to take a time out and figure out what, you know, what all is going on. Or, you know, inviting Somerset and talk about Brayton Point. Brayton Point would be an ideal location for a bulk freight port. It's probably too far a trip for a ferry trip, but for bulk freight and pushing bulk freight, and I think you were at the presentation of how little bulk freight is being used or captured, and that it's available to even do things like moving rental cars. You could move rental cars via bulk freight back and forth. You know, I think that if you ask Somerset to come in and join the long-range planning task force, I think New Bedford might, you know, have an interest in doing that.
So have you gauged New Bedford's interest in having a port to run freight out of New Bedford?
It changes from time to time, and as I had mentioned, there was a conversation that I had with Senator Montigny, and he basically, at the time, said that New Bedford should be the center of all of the ferry operations, that, you know, Woods Hole should be a subsidiary port, and the main port should be New Bedford.
And how
He has
recent- how
since
recent-
changed his
I was gonna say,
mind
how
a
recently
little
is
bit,
that?
a bit more recently.
Have you been
about
to the
that.
waterfront in New Bedford?
What's
Ha-
that?
Have you been to that waterfront in New
Yes,
Bedford?
yes.
It's really changed over the past 5 years.
There is room for additional development in the north end, and it's going to take time if you are going to develop a really state-of-the-art freight transfer facility there, which it would require, and there's not room in New Bedford, in Woods Hole to do that.
I guess the quandary is the interest rate or the investment that New Bedford has in doing this with us. Because I'm unclear about whether it's there or not.
I think it is still there, but they're trying also to figure out how much of the port is going to be used for offshore wind right now. And there's some uncertainty around that. This is a long, this is going to go on and on and on. And offshore wind will have spurts, and there'll be a steady state at some point. But that steady state is going to be relatively small compared to what happens with the building of the offshore turbines. I still think it's important that we as a community say, as one of the mainland communities, that we really think that you should be putting an effort into getting a New Bedford representative here. And I don't think that we lose anything by that, and that we can only gain that.
Well,
that's the opinion of the committee.
Well, I don't have any problem supporting that. Mr. Sayers has already invited them twice, and he renewed the request recently. We certainly can send a letter to the Steamship Authority and say, please confirm that, you've invited the New Bedford people.
I think Ms. Tierney has a responsibility here, too, as well. And she's the New Bedford representative on the authority. And I think she has not been gone after as well in terms of that.
All right. Is there a motion to send a letter?
I have a quick question.
Yes, go ahead.
Same letter. We're just putting different points in the letter.
What is the process to add representation to the task force? Does the Steamship Authority have to do it, or can someone from New Bedford request?
It's their task force, so.
There's already a spot for New Bedford.
Okay.
It's not filled. So, I mean, I guess,
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, there's never harm in reiterating these things, but I think what Nancy is putting her finger on is that, New Bedford is in a position where they're watching the struggles that we're having, and they have some other development opportunities that are on their plate, and I think they're weighing, not that they're all ones, excludes the other, but I think, there are a lot of balls in the air for New Bedford, and they have some choices in front of them, and I think that the fact that they've been asked, and I know Doug in particular, I want to give him credit, he's really he's gone to New Bedford, he's tried on a number of occasions to kind of get that going. And I think that their lack of participation, it speaks to the fact that I don't think there's a clear path in terms of that desire. I think New Bedford has, they do have a number of projects that are before them, so.
I do think, though, at some point, you have to wonder why they're still on the Steamship Authority board and why that portion of the vote shouldn't come back to Falmouth.
So let me just say, when I met with the mayor it's at least 2 years ago.
Yeah.
At that time, he said he doesn't feel like the state pier is the place for freight. For one thing, it was falling apart. The other thing is, his ideal would be for it to move north to the Northport terminal, which they were hoping at the time to start redeveloping. They recently got some grant funding for the construction, and then they got started with the permitting, and the Scallop Fisheries Association and one particular Scallop person in particular started a lawsuit saying that the expansion of that pier was going to negatively impact his business. And he was against the construction even though in the end, it's gonna provide more area for everyone, it's during the construction that he's gonna be impacted. So there's a lawsuit that's stopping them from being able to actively pursue that right now. I don't know what the status is, but I know it's been going on.
But, no matter what, I think the future of the Port of New Bedford and the Long Range Vineyard are tied in terms of what's going on, and they should be involved, including even if they're going to say, we're not going to, be involved, and then they should be removed from the authority. I mean, the whole logic of them being on the authority was the conclusion that this is necessary and it's inevitable.
I agree with that. And
So-
I thought that there was going to be hopefully a little more information to share at this time, but I don't think that thing has been resolved yet.
Okay, well, that's the second one in the letter.
Can I make a suggestion that
Yep.
perhaps we direct a letter to the authority stating that we would like to know if New Bedford plans on appointing someone in the next X time frame or so that we know if we are ever going to expect someone, or they're going to leave it open, or if we should request those votes back.
That's a good way to frame it. Okay? I like that. Does everyone agree with that?
Yep.
All right, so that'll be part of the letter as well.
So we also, in reading the minutes, the committee went through all the minutes of the Long Range Task Force and whatever, and we think that it would really benefit from a professional facilitator, similar to what the Cape Cod Commission has used in its climate change and in its wastewater approach. It's much more task-oriented. Also, I think it was obvious in our minutes, in our meetings, that Mr. Sayers does have certain biases, and probably you would want someone who is more neutral to be facilitating those kinds of meetings, who's professional and whatever. We think that you would be more task and goal oriented if there were a professional facilitator at those meetings.
Can we back up a minute to the letter? Because, when you just mentioned that maybe we should ask if we should have our vote back, I don't know if it's appropriate we ask the Steamship Authority that. Now, think of this. So now we've had this situation where this has been going on forever. We've asked the Steamship Authority to create this task force and this working group, which they're doing as kind of an extra curricular activity in addition to their own operations. But now asking them to ask the New Bedford, are you going to cooperate, or should we get our vote back? Maybe it's us that should send a separate letter to the city of New Bedford and inquire, as a board, what's the status? We're participating in this task force. You have a vote that we've shared with you. We want to know. So I think the second letter, in addition to going to Steamship Authority, should go directly to the city of New Bedford so we can get a formal response.
I think that makes sense. Cut out steamship as the middleman.
Well, we could add them as a CC on the letter, but I think we're asking them to do maybe more than what they're capable of doing. They've invited these people from New Bedford. They get little or no response. I don't know, but I think maybe if we engage them directly, we might get a better sense of what the response might be.
I think that makes sense.
So I would entertain a motion to direct a letter to the mayor of New Bedford asking for participation in the task force and a response as to whether or not that's going to be possible, and if not, is there an interest in continuing with their position on the Steamship Authority voting board member?
I'd motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Yep, second. I think we had two motions for the
Okay,
same.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. All right, thanks.
So we're back to, this would go to the Steamship Authority to have them use a professional facilitator.
And that would be their purview because they have created the force.
Yes.
I know you feel like we're moving slowly. This task force is going to go on for quite a long time. I feel like we're in the early stages of it. I personally don't feel like there's a real problem with the way it's operating, but I guess you're in a better position to
I
do
think
that.
in terms of our review of the minutes, there were golden opportunities to facilitate some of the great discussions you had. I thought the meeting you had with Packer, there was a number of outcomes that could have come out of that meeting, just as an example, in terms of bulk freight, in terms of relieving roll-on, roll-off. It's really important to understand that half the trucks, almost half, around 40% of the trucks they're carrying on the Steamship Authority are empty. They're carrying air. And it's the nature of the beast. The island doesn't have a lot of exports other than trash and sludge. And, Crane's Appliance Company doesn't want to haul sludge and trash when their trucks are coming back, so their trucks come back empty. Mm-hmm. So bulk freight has really been under-considered by the islands, and I think that was clear in the meeting that you had with Packer, who does have places in New Bedford to move barges in and out. And as I pointed out, Brayton Point, they're looking for development at Brayton Point. It's right off the interstate. It would be a great bulk freight port for the island and those kinds of things. So, there was an opportunity there to sort of come up with something to do there, and I thought it was missed. Because they do roll on, roll off, and they do it well. And they've actually said that in terms of whatever. Mm-hmm. So, looking at competing ways of moving freight, is not what you're likely to do.
Well, Mr. Packer, we did resolve that Mr. Packer was available and interested in moving the trash.
But, they also got into a lawsuit when he moved Hertz rental cars.
And Mr. Sayers said that won't happen again. So
Yeah,
we'll see.
But I mean, that's because that's moving freight to the island, closes in on our business, and, moving rental cars on a barge, I'm not so sure that should have been a
Packer was
problem.
informational. I don't know what what did we miss an opportunity for?
I think to come up with a targeted way to begin to move bulk freight, to identify a timetable for bailing of trash so that it could be taken by barge.
How do we force the vineyard to invest in such machinery?
Because what would that require in terms of long-range planning to make that happen from an operational maritime transportation system? If you don't have a system of bailing and barging freight by 2025, what are you going to do? If we stop hauling trash, roll-on, roll-off trash, they're the most offensive trucks in Woods Hole, are the trash trucks.
But I guess I just want to throw the elephant in the room, and I'm all for, we should push back in all the ways that we need to with the Steamship Authority, but the elephant in the room is that at the end of the day, I could almost bet every dollar I have, it's not a lot, but that if it comes to getting trash off the island and complaints from people in Falmouth, we're going to lose that bet every time, because it's just going to end up being a priority of need and concern. And I'm not saying there isn't a ground for us to negotiate, but there has to be something to really, and I think that Sue Moran's legislation may be part of it, but there has to be a stick, for lack of a better word, and a carrot, but the reality is that there is, because we're talking about an island that is, has to get everything it needs onto it and everything it doesn't need off of it, that is going to that's what's made the legislation that creates the Steamship Authority so powerful. It's what limits so much of what we, can do, and frankly, what allows the Steamship Authority to have quite a bit of influence and sort of direction. So I think,
I do think we get to that later in terms of the MOU, because I think which is the last item, because Barnstable has negotiated some of those limits. They did it because the Steamship Authority needed something from them at the time. We have to be better bargainers than, because we don't have the greatest bargaining chip. But I do think there is a willingness to do that and working out those kinds of limitations. We can't stop trash tomorrow. There's no way that that's going to happen. But by good planning, there are alternatives to trash trucks. And they've been identified, and they've been identified by the island. And what it costs is like affordable housing. It requires an initial investment in the technology so that the trash can be baled, so that it can be stacked on a barge and hauled off to even other places in terms of, as the trash market changes in availability, it gives them more options. So I think we're thinking along the same lines that you are, but we put it in individual pieces, but I think that we need to be sort of a little bit more, a little less the victim and more, this is our front yard that you're walking across. And I think that has to happen.
Well, I don't personally agree with, at this early stage of this group, that we need to ask Mr. Sayers to hire somebody else.
If that's the one you're not going to go along with,
I mean,
that's fine.
If the other board members feel like it's important, then I would defer to that. But personally, I think it's too early for that myself. I mean, we're just getting to know each other. I'm learning about conditions on the vineyard this year.
I think one of the best way, and this is, I think one of the best ways for a group to get to know itself is to actually take some task definitive decisions. And that's the one thing that I think that's been missing from the meetings. And my opinion is that really helps bonds a group, is coming to a consensus and saying, yeah, that's a great idea, let's move forward with that. And that's what a professional facilitator does. That's partly why the recommendation is there.
Okay. Comments from the board on this one?
So to clarify, the professional planning facilitator, are you envisioning they would work for the Steamship Authority, or they would be an independent consultant?
They would be independent, like the Consensus Building Institute is the one that the Cape Cod Commission has used, and they were very effective in building consensus on a number of tough issues. They don't have anything in the fire. I mean, it's, the outcome, they're not worried about, what it looks like for the Steamship Authority at the end of this process.
And the concern is because now the facilitator is biased, and so we're not perhaps getting full conversation that would be appropriate.
He's the attorney for the Steamship Authority.
He's retired, but he's come back as a consultant to
I don't know how
facilitate this group, right?
How retired do you? I mean, he's the one who's working on the grant. He's.
Well, he's trying to pay his own way with the grant.
He's pretty engaged.
Yeah. Well, he's retired from his regular role.
Yes.
So if other board members feel like this is
I don't have a
good
problem
suggestion.
just saying that, they hire or they engage in a process that's, I don't think it hurts to recommend that it will be helpful at some point.
I think we could phrase it that it would be beneficial for both sides to have an intermediary, and that everyone's interests are going to be weighted the same.
I will say at the beginning of the process, Mr. Sayers offered our group, if we want to create a chairmanship to guide and lead the group. And we all felt like it was more of informal getting to know each other. It's the first time this has ever happened that I know of, that we're working together to try to understand the issues on both sides of the sound. So we all agreed that Mr. Sayers could just monitor the, coordinate the group. Maybe at some point, we do need to have this.
I'm not saying he's evil. I'm not saying, he's a nice guy. He's very knowledgeable, one of the most knowledgeable people in the Steamship Authority. But I think you were at some of our meetings where he came in, people are going to die if we get rid of the 5:30 a.m. boat. I mean, I
don't remember him saying that.
Well, he said people were going to die if something was going to, the Moran Bill was going to happen. If the Moran Bill was passed, people were going to die. Well, that was the implication.
Oh, okay.
And I think that shows a little bit of bias.
I think it shows dedication to the job of delivering goods to the island.
He was being an advocate, and that's what he's done all of his life. And an advocate should not be a facilitator.
All right. Well,
it's like you wouldn't want me to facilitate it either, I'm sure.
Why? Are you not objective?
Do we have enough information to go ahead and do a vote on number 3?
I think you do.
I motion that we send a letter in support of some sort of facilitator because of the issues that we've raised of feeling like we want to have more objectivity in the management of these conversations.
All
I
right.
think that's appropriate.
It's all gonna be the same letter with these bullet
It is going to be
points.
the same letter.
Right, include it in the same one?
Oh, gosh, I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's going to be one separate letter to the mayor of New Bedford.
Yeah.
All right. Is
Really
there a
should be
second?
in helping to find a
Is there a second?
solution to it.
Is there a second to this?
Yeah, I mean, I'll second it. That's
I'm
fine.
not going to be offended if you guys vote for it. It's my personal opinion. I'm not going to, but that's fine. So all those in favor?
Aye.
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 No.
Okay, there's 3. You got that one. All right. So number 4.
Okay, so we're up to the 5:30 a.m. boat, and you have already sent this letter several times. I think what we do have right now is a little bit more ammunition than what we've had in the past. So just a little bit of history and background on the 5:30 boat. The 5:30 boat used to be a 10-something p.m. boat. It was underutilized. There was lots of space on the boat, so they were sailing an empty boat. So the easiest way in a schedule is if you need to put someone who's at the end of a schedule on one end, the easiest way to do the schedule is to put them on the other end at the beginning of the schedule. And that's exactly what happened. Now, in our meetings with the Steamship Authority, we found out that there is slack in the schedule. And if they just started the schedule later, there's enough slack that by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they could have worked that boat in without having a 5:30 a.m. boat. So when they say the 5:30 boat is necessary, it's not. It just takes a little bit more work in terms of doing the schedule. At one point, they said, well, we'll look at it for this year, whether we can eliminate the 5:30 boat. And then they came back and said, no, there's too much logistics because the schedules are out or whatever. And we basically, and you'll see this at another point later on, we agreed. We said, okay, this year you have the 5:30 boat, but not next year. And they said, well, we are going to do everything we can to eliminate the 5:30 boat next year. And I think that they're honestly looking at that. But we actually gave them the way to do it. I mean, it wasn't just us. I mean, telling them what to do. It was the back and forth discussion. And we really did have good meetings with the Steamship Authority people. I don't want to imply that there was hostility or any of those things. So I'm fairly confident that there will not be a 5:30 freight boat on the schedule come next May. I think that's when it March. It's an M month. It's March or May when the 5:30 boat. It comes off in
October, I think.
It's in November or October. October 18th is the last 5:30 freight boat.
I
So
think you did a good job of identifying the slack in the schedule and showing them that, midday, there is opportunities. It's not
Well,
pleasant.
he then went back and only did one. Instead of looking at the two possibilities, he only looked at one, and that's when he came back and said, definitely can't do it this year and whatever. Too much, challenges and whatever. We said, okay, we won't recommend, we would do it. We also, pointed out that they would be the heroes of Woods Hole if they did that, but I think they were unnecessary to do it. So I do think that the 5:30 vote is not necessary to meet their mission statement, and you have stated that in the past, and I think
We have.
I think it can be restated again.
I think this time in our paragraph on number 4, that we say, if you folks agree, I feel like the Transportation Management Committee did a good job of illustrating the options for eliminating it. All in favor of number 4? Is there a motion to?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor of number 4?
Aye.
This is just a general philosophical sort of statement in terms of what we did here is there's a number of management issues that they're not looking at, and I'll give you a perfect example. We got a list of what trucks were on what boats, and there were 2 Cisco trucks, food supply trucks, on the ferry. Obviously, lifeline to the island, food, you can't argue with that. But our question was, do you need 2 trucks? Does Cisco need 2 trucks at that point? Or is that for their convenience or whatever? And can you, as a management agency, look at that and see whether you can make some management changes? And that's what we're talking about, optimization, is to try and reduce that 40% of empty trucks or partially loaded trucks, which they have no idea what the percentage of partially loaded trucks are, and try and reduce that. Because that reduces the demand. There's a limited amount of space, but if you're putting a lot bigger truck on the ferry than what you really need to move the goods over, then those are the kinds of things.
I like the first sentence. I don't like the second sentence. I think the philosophical piece is accept nothing less, or I'd reword that a little bit, than the optimization of freight scheduling and loading. And I like that, and I think that can be a point in the letter.
The only trouble with that is,
Don't like the
I
bottom.
cannot imagine how a ticketing system is going to manage that. They just they buy their tickets, and they're on.
Well, I think that's, I don't want to, in our committee, doesn't really want to tell them how to do. We're asking them to look at some of the things that we're seeing, and we're saying there's likely room for improvement here. One of the other trucks that were the doubled up trucks was a landscaping truck, because they're probably sending multiple crews to do multiple jobs. Is there a way that they can keep a truck on the island and move the crews over in one truck instead of taking 2 trucks over? Those are the kinds of things that we would want them to take a look at.
But how do they order that? You know what I mean? How can they tell a landscape company, go keep a truck on the island? I mean, that's
Well,
totally
they could do it simply by saying to Cisco, we'll give you a break if you can reduce the number of trucks that you transport in 2022 over 2021. If you can do the same, that's a possibility. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I just want to be cognizant of the time, but the bigger question I'm asking is just, what is going to be in it for the Steamship Authority, other than just being a good neighbor, right? So, I mean, we're asking them, some of these things are things that are helpful, but I guess,
At some point, you can reduce operating costs, because one of the things that they do right now is they put on an extra boat with overtime crews. So if you can reduce enough trucks so that you don't need that boat with an overtime crew, you can save some operational costs.
Okay,
So
well-
there is room there to do that.
I would you guys like the amended version by Nancy with just the
Yep.
first sentence?
Sounds good.
All right, and is there a motion to accept that?
Motion.
And that we would expect them to look at, I don't like accept nothing less than. I think we can
It was
reword that.
it was to send a strong message to you.
Right,
Okay.
I get it. As we're sending it to them, I would reword that a little bit. And
They have
just-
this, by the way, just so you know.
Yep.
And
We're
then I
gonna
would.
get the more polite version now.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Well, if it's coming from the board, I think it needs to sound like us
Right.
and not like the committee.
I agree.
So I get rid of that second sentence.
Say,
We
look
expect,
for ways to optimize freight scheduling and loading
yes,
to minimize trucking.
yeah. It can be reworded in such a way, and then I don't like
Or
the
some
second
language close to that that's
Yes,
more eloquent.
yes.
Is there a motion on that?
There was a motion and a second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Moving on to the legislation, our takeaway from Senator Moran's presentation to the committee was that her goal is to make this more about mainland versus island. And one of the things that the islands are really interested in the status quo, and the mainland is interested in anything but the status quo. And that makes it difficult. What her amendment does is it makes at least one of the mainland communities and one of the island communities agree on whatever it is that they're voting on. You have to have at least one on each side. The two islands would no longer be able to carry. Right now, if the two islands agree on something, that's it. And the mainland communities are voted out. This would require at least one of the mainland communities to vote yes on something. We think it makes sense because it breaks that sort of status quo versus non-status quo. And we would urge you to support the legislation because I think it's clearly in Falmouth's interest. So that would be the first one on there. And the second one is Representative Fernandez has publicly stated that he opposes it. I'm not really sure why, and I'm not sure what Representative Vieira's reasoning or position is, and he hasn't let us know that. But I think it would be important to at least, if nothing else, understand what Representative Vieira's actual opposition is to this. Hearing that what we're really trying to do is accomplish much of what's being attempted in the long-range planning thing of getting the island and the mainland to look each other in the eye and sort of understand what the impacts and those kinds of things.
Okay, well, I think we can, I certainly feel like we should support Senator Moran's, her proposed amendment to the Enabling Act, even if it doesn't pass, just to engage and discuss, and they'll understand more our frustration at this time. And as far as asking Representative Fernandez to tell us why, I'm sure if we ask him, he'll tell us.
Well, if nothing else, it's basically telling the state, we'd like you to get into this situation, act on, and see what you can do to help out the situation. Because ultimately, that's where the authority lies.
Right. Okay, any more comments on this from board members? Anybody?
No.
Is there agreement on this?
I see no harm in it.
No, I don't think there's a harm in it. I just think we haven't had, Senator Moran hasn't presented anything to us, I guess.
Yeah, it's too
I would
vague.
honestly prefer to send an invitation to the three representatives to discuss that and give her an opportunity, and for the public. I mean, Transportation Management Committee has read through it, folks in Woods Hole have read it.
Mhm.
The public at large, whom we represent as a whole, has maybe not looked at it. I really think it would be helpful to invite her, give a presentation. We can invite the other two representatives if they so choose to come in and hear comments and, you know, it doesn't have to be a long undertaking, but before I would vote on something, I mean, I've read it, but the public hasn't
Right.
had that opportunity
It's
as
not that long, so.
No, so I guess I would, I'm not saying I don't support it. I think we should put it on for an agenda and ask her to
I
come
think
and
that's a better
discuss
idea.
her, discuss her legislation.
Okay.
We had her come to us, so we've already had that
Yeah.
presentation, so I think that makes sense.
That would be my suggestion, to
I
defer
agree
those
with
and
that.
invite her.
Okay, we're going to defer this one, and we're going to invite the senator to come and speak to us on that.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so the first one comes out, you've probably heard that there's a proposal to make Crane Street and Cowdrey Road no truck traffic 10 a.m. to 6 a.m. or something thereabouts.
10 PM.
What, 10 p.m.?
10 p.m., yep.
10
6
p.m.
a.m.
to 6 a.m., sorry. We thought that was so targeted at the Steamship Authority that if they challenged it in court, it would be viewed as trying to simply regulate them. What we thought as a committee was a better way to approach this was to put the town staff together to put a quiet hours bylaw that is based on actual sound measurements over a period of time in a residential area. There are some problems in the law with trying to reduce truck traffic in commercial areas and some other areas. But if we had a law that was nuisance-based, that began with the assumption that everybody's entitled to a restful night's sleep, and there was a neighborhood anywhere in the town that was confronted with noise measured by some measuring equipment over a period of time, that they could petition to have a area posted to whatever the nuisance is, whether it's truck traffic, whether it's operation of a business, or something like that that's impacting a residential area. And that we thought that the best way of this was to have the town staff put their heads together and craft a bylaw that would not be targeting the Steamship Authority, but could be used in that residential area around the Steamship Authority if it was necessary. And we're optimistic that it's not going to be necessary for next year, but nonetheless, I think that this would be a good bylaw for the town if such nuisances do arise in terms of what's going on. And it would be limited in hours. And there are some towns that do have such bylaws.
Well, we do already. We have the anti-noise bylaw that's from 10 to 7 a.m., which is kind of targets construction.
Right.
And trash collection.
Trash collection. It's specifically at trash collection. We think that this is something to look at. Not a zoning bylaw. There's some real problems in terms of trying to enforce this through zoning. But using zoning as a sort of basis in terms of looking at residential areas. So that's the reason for that, and that was our thinking on what the better way than just simply posting Cowdrey Road and Crane Street, no trucks. Have it a little bit more rationally and scientifically based, and having it town-wide, not so targeted.
And so, I don't see any parameters listed on this. So what would be the parameters of this then? 10 a.m. to 6?
I think that's why you put a sort of an internal town staff working group together, probably town council, probably the town planner, and actually craft something and let them identify. They can and do that.
Would, I guess this is a question for the chair. Would it be appropriate, as I read through these, the first pieces for me are action items in communicating with the Steamship Authority, correct?
Yes.
These pieces are things that this group is asking the board to direct the town manager to do. And what I would like to ask is that we take 1 through 4 and 1 through 3 under advisement, and that we don't vote on them and we don't act on them at this minute, because these are, I'm just looking forward to, you know, the next year's work, and I don't know, Mr. Suso, if you agree with this or not, but these are things that we could talk about moving forward in terms of goals and things that we might like to see the town manager put into action. I don't know that these are things that we need to vote on at this time.
I would agree.
I do think the most important recommendation on here is number 3 under the Select Board additional actions, which is to explore a memorandum of understanding between the town and the Steamship Authority to really iron out what the critical terms are and use the Barnstable Agreement as a guide, which limits the number of boats that they carry, how they're going to use the slips, when they're going to use the slips, and those kinds of things. And I think it's only fair and we're not sure that this is a winner, but we think that this is really an important thing, because this is where we had a discussion of what is, and I want to get the quote right here, of what it is in the, to provide adequate transportation and necessaries of life to the islands of Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard. We asked, what is to provide adequate transportation? And no one on the Steamship Authority could come up with a definition. And I think that's a problem, because what we have evolved into is not an adequate system, but a system based on demand.
So number 3 is the most important to you. Is that what I'm hearing? Explore the memorandum?
I think coming up with a memorandum, I think in many respects is the most important. It really does. It tells what is the relationship between Falmouth and the Steamship Authority, and it outlines it.
And again, I would ask that we take these under advisement. We look at number 3. We get a copy of the Barnstable MOU to look at and to consider. But I'm not comfortable with voting on these or putting these into action right at this moment. I think we need to think about them and how we need to direct the town manager.
Well, and I quite agree with you, because ultimately, we're going to be relying on the state to enforce anything in the way of operations, and we don't have that authority.
I do agree, though, we should be researching and looking at the Barnstable Agreement.
Sure.
I don't know what leverage we have at this point right now, but we should look into it and see what we've missed.
And see what's there and understand it. I totally agree.
One of the leverage pieces you do have, and you don't have to do it tonight, but is to look at this October 19th date for Crane Street and Cowdrey Road, because it is something that you can do. I would, you may have an answer by then as to whether they can do the schedule for next year without having to do that. But I do think that had them concerned, because that would alter their ability to carry out their operations as they're designed today. That doesn't mean how they're designed tomorrow it would have any interference with. And this is, in a sense, an insurance but it's also probably an invitation for confrontation, so.
And legal.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, but I think it sends an important message about, we think, we've looked at this, we think you don't have to be there at 5:30 in the morning. You don't have to be.
I agree that we have to take a stronger position, but I also think that as an elected board, I think we also need to be cognizant of the policies that we make that put the town at risk for litigation that costs everybody money, right? I mean, I think we.
Especially when we're pretty sure we're gonna lose.
But that's why I'm on an unelected board that has no power and authority other than to recommend.
So I think, I think these are helpful things and we can engage in them, but I agree that I wouldn't vote on those things tonight. I think we can explore them and.
When would you like us to come back?
And they're also time sensitive. I mean, the capacity will shift. The needs of the island shifts throughout the year. So it can't be any one time. There's only gonna be a certain number of vessels with a certain amount of load. It's much more complicated than this suggests.
Well, I think if you looked at the Barnstable agreement, you might disagree.
Well, good. I'd like to.
Well, we're gonna look at that.
We'll look at it.
And we'll get you.
I'll
back.
leave you a copy.
That sounds good.
Perfect.
Oh, great.
This is the whole agreement that it's been amended, so you almost have to read it from the back to the front.
Okay. Like town email.
Yeah.
Want to give it to Julian to?
Yeah, would you like to make copies and
Sure.
disseminate that to us?
I think you have it.
You have Phyllis.
Thank you.
Scan it.
Okay.
I can email it. I have
All right, Phyllis will
I have a
send it to
PDF of it. You want me to email it to the entire board?
If
If I do select board,
Help
you all
yourself.
get it, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's acceptable, right?
Certainly.
Okay, yes, please.
Okay,
Thank
I'll send that out probably tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thanks, Ed.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
Very good,
Well
thanks for
done,
staying
thank
late.
you.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Okay, so now, Ms. Scott Price, have you been attending any of these that Mr. Jones used to do, just by chance? Nobody asked you to, but,
No, I think
Just
she only
curious.
just got this list, so.
No, I
Okay.
sure have not.
okay, that makes sense.
You're not a golfer?
Actually, that's the one that I really don't want. I golfed for the first time at the Rotary Club's event, the fundraising event, and I'm really terrible.
Okay,
You'll get better.
well, this is a chance to learn about golf.
Can I make two comments
Yes,
for
please.
mine? Chair Brown, you did the Historical Commission, and I assume you still want that?
I didn't do Historical Commission.
Oh,
I
I thought that was the one that you had called me and said you were going to the meetings anyway.
I
Nope.
think it was the Edward Marks. Was it that one?
Mark's
No, I
building.
didn't have Eddie Mark's building.
Okay.
No, it was,
On this list anyway.
It is.
it is.
Yeah,
So
which is-
historical, if I could have historical reassigned and energy committee reassigned.
Okay, let's see. Historical. Now, when does historic meet? That's in the evening, right?
Tuesday, 6 PM.
And I'm planning board, but I can watch them on TV after the fact, but sometimes I like to,
Yeah, can I just make just the broad reminder, because I'll say this for Ms. Scott Price as well, that the liaisons, it's wonderful for people to be able to go all the time, but the role of the liaison is not to be another member of that committee.
Right.
It's to be that point person directly with that committee. So we should be able to go, hear what, specifically if there's something big that's coming down. But I think we have to be really careful of two things. One, you're never going to be able to go to all the meetings, that's the reality. And two, we shouldn't be trying to influence what those, it doesn't mean we shouldn't be collaborating, but those committees should drive the agenda and the advice that they then come back to the board as a whole. So liaison should be participating in the way that's appropriate, but not, and I know sometimes it's hard because we're passionate about, not participating to the extent that we're driving their agenda. Because the whole goal is for those people to come up with whatever they advise this board about.
Right.
So,
You can make some suggestions on topics, and you can provide
Yeah.
information, but don't try to tell them what to do.
yeah.
No, but you can support them in, I've run into one committee where I've had to come back to the town manager and say, we need to move in a certain direction because it's a very dysfunctional group right now. So I think you can support them, but no, I've never had any input into agendas or, and I do think, however, you have to be careful about getting pulled in.
Yes.
Well, I had that with the Coastal Resiliency Group because I had some strong ideas, and in my early meetings, I was kind of on that line, so I kind of backed away.
It's just important for that, my point is, it's just important for that committee to generate the advice that they give this
Yes.
board. We support their work.
I see it role as really communication back and forth.
Correct.
Right.
Right.
Where we can basically raise issues that we don't think they're considering, reflecting on the select board's activities and authority, and vice versa. They'll come back to us with information that maybe we should be saying, hey, this is what they're working on, and we need to pay attention.
Yep.
Okay,
Is the easy way for us to just go through and say which committees we're willing to take, and then whatever's left we can divvy up? Does that make sense?
okay.
I mean, I'll take,
I like the ones I have, but I'm willing to
I do
trade
too.
if somebody
well,
wants.
I'll take Mr. Jones' Agricultural Commission,
Oh, thank you.
okay? I'm already on Bike and Pedestrian, Board of Health, I'm happy to keep those. I'm on Solid Waste, I definitely want to keep that. And I would take Zoning Board of Appeals, that was also Doug's. Unless do you want to
I
take that?
kind of wanted that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I only have 4, so I'm happy, I'll wait and see whatever, I can wait and see.
So I'd like to keep affirmative action, cable advisory, commission on disabilities, commission on substance use, human services, and veterans. I would like to get rid of energy and historical.
Okay, so I have a conflict with the historic, with the planning board, so,
When does
when is Energy Committee, don't they meet in the morning?
They do, and that's why it's really hard.
Gee, that's tough when you're.
It's an
working.
8 o'clock in the morning meeting, and I think I've been to like 3.
Hmm. You know what's the problem for me, this, Cape Cod Water Protection Collaborative? I have looked online and I've searched and I called the county and asked for information, and I know they exist, but I don't know how to get a hold of them. So, do you think you could help me with that?
Sure.
If you think you
I'll
can
ask.
find out when those meetings are?
Yes, yep.
I mean, I don't mind taking energy. I'm going to say right now, I work and court is in the morning, but I'm happy to be their liaison and help in whatever way. I probably won't be able to attend many of the meetings in person, but obviously, again, just as we said, I can be a conduit of information, and I'm happy to do that.
I have consistent conflicts on Wednesday mornings, so that's
do
why
it.
I'm
I
not
do also.
volunteering.
I'll do it, and there may be a time when I can go, but at least they have a point person.
When does the Golf Advisory Committee meet?
Wednesdays as notified. I can keep that one. I can learn about golf. That's fine.
You know, you'll get to see that awesome, town space and.
I'll take golf if you want me to.
No, it's okay. I'll keep it. I'll
Want
do
historical?
Not particularly.
Nobody's a good golfer.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Are you gonna keep transportation?
If anybody wants to take it, I mean, so far, I like all the committees I'm on, so.
Okay. Well, I was gonna, if that's what you were gonna do, I was gonna leave, that's all. Just.
Okay, I think you should, I mean, my opinion is, I'm not trying to be pushy, but you should keep it because you're doing the stuff with the
Yeah.
steamship authority, so it's kind of a
Yeah.
good,
Yep,
Combination.
yeah.
they're a tough crowd, but I don't mind.
All right, I'll keep Doug's zoning board of appeals, library board of trustees, golf advisory, Falmouth Housing Authority, and what else was he?
Rec.
Recreation.
Agricultural,
I'll take that, I
you're gonna
said.
do that, Megan? Okay.
And, Sam and I talked about, I'll take affordable housing. That's
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's 6 for me.
Did you, with rec in there? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I got 7.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're not the only one.
Yeah, I had 7.
I had a CCRTA advisory board, so that makes me 7.
But I like.
But you are chair right now, Doug, and so
Yeah,
Chairs
that's
taken
gonna be hard.
traditionally
it's an
few
awful
complaining
lot.
then, huh?
Can I take beach, or do you want to keep beach?
I like going to the beach.
Okay.
I never buy a sticker.
Let's see. Edward Marks is good for you to be at because you have that. Well, I don't know. What would you get rid of?
That is actually, even though I enjoy the group, it's tough. That 4 o'clock time is a little tricky. But I usually can do it.
Okay. Are they meeting monthly? Or?
No, bi-weekly, actually.
Ugh, no, I can't. Can't get childcare every other week at 4 o'clock. So,
Well, it's not always bi-weekly, but often.
okay. Well, do you want to keep those, and if you need help with some coverage, you can let,
No, I'm fine to keep them.
Okay.
It's been working, so.
Does that cover everything?
Unless anybody feels like they need to change something and want to trade, that's fine.
so are you keeping track, Mr. Suso? So we can update?
Yep, I've been trying. I think I've got it down.
So why don't we just go in the line? I'll just say Agricultural Committee, Bikeways, Board of Health, Energy, Solid Waste. That's me.
Not Council on Aging?
No, that's wrong. Nancy has that. I used to be Council on Aging. I'm happy to
Okay.
take it, but I think Nancy likes it.
I do like it. I just want to get rid of the historical
Is
committee.
Nancy on Council on Aging now then?
Yes.
She is.
Okay. And I'm sorry, Megan, solid waste you're sticking with?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So I am Affirmative Action, Cable Advisory, Commission on Disabilities, Commission on Substance Use, Council on Aging, Human Services Committee, Veterans Council Committee.
You've got 8.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's why I'm trying to get rid of
Get rid of
historical.
historical.
Does anybody want it? No, I just keep putting it out there.
That's Tuesday at 6.
Well, I talked to Ed. I mean, I'm happy to do it. Again, all of this is with, I'm not going to be able to go to all the meetings, but
Right.
can be their liaison. That's fine. So add historical, please,
Okay.
Mr. Suso.
Megan on historical, yep.
Okay. Doug, yours are going to stay the same, right?
Keeps me at 7.
Until somebody needs to trade something.
Okay. Nancy's gone through hers. Sam, do you want to say what yours are?
I'm just gonna be the same.
Same,
Affordable.
except you're going,
Except that affordable housing,
Affordable housing goes to
I'll let
Anjali.
Angie be the first person on that.
okay.
And
Thank you.
I'll probably go to those meetings anyway. I have
Alright.
Community Preservation Committee, Conservation Commission, EDIC, Finance Committee, School Committee, and I also have CCRTA Advisory Board, which wasn't on the list.
Okay. And Anji, what are you, do you want to just
I
read yours out?
have Affordable Housing Committee, Falmouth Housing Authority, Golf Advisory Committee, Library Board of Trustees, Recreation Committee, and Zoning Board of Appeals.
We'll repackage this and get it out to
Thank you.
everyone. And
And then can you,
with a request, if I drop the ball on anything, let me know.
Mr. Chair, just through you, if we could also ask Mr. Suso, I think that they do this already, but can Diane send this list out to the chairs of all the committees?
Yeah, once you've settled on it, to make
Yep.
sure that I got it
Yeah,
right.
send it to us first. And
Yep,
Thank you.
happy to do so, sure.
And I didn't see meeting notes.
No, they're still
Okay,
being
good.
prepared.
The message that said that they
Okay, I didn't see
available
that.
They couldn't fit in the email.
Okay. All right.
Anything else? Anybody want to do a selectman report?
Oh, I did mine already.
No.
Nothing important for me.
Nope.
Mr. Suso, did you want to report us?
I got a
anything?
couple. Just to note, I attended the annual Day of Portugal on Saturday evening at the Navigator, June 12th. Attended ribbon cutting dedication of the new College Light Opera Company facility on Sunday, June 13th. Also, ribbon cutting and tour of the Town Common location for Martha's Vineyard Bank on this past Thursday, and the business after hours. I know Doug and I crossed paths there. And I attended the pre-special town meeting gathering of precincts 8 and 9 this past Wednesday, and we have more Wednesday and Thursday of this week. As a reminder, the board knows special town meeting will convene at 6 p.m. A week from tonight. It's still the 21st, a week from tonight. In the field house at Falmouth High School, as the board has voted. And by the way, the board's agreeable, we'll have a brief meeting as we traditionally do, probably 5:15, because again, the town
Earlier
meeting
time.
starts at 6.
Thank you.
So,
Ask
just
you
to
that.
handle any lingering business items.
Are there any
Are
other
you gonna
precinct
feed
meetings?
us?
Oh, excuse me.
Are you gonna feed us?
Any other precinct meetings that might need
Sorry.
select board attendance?
I didn't see any hot potatoes, the ones that I went, Megan was there with me as well,
Okay.
that were really hot potatoes for the select board. It was more answering questions, I think. Don't you think, Megan?
Yeah, I mean, I think, obviously, it's always good to have somebody so that we can, but there wasn't, it was just some clarifying questions. I think it
Yeah.
was. So what do we, can you remind us, we have what do we have this week, which days?
1 and 2 is
It's
coming up.
Wednesday and Thursday. Let's see,
Okay.
I've got the schedule here. On, let's see, the 23rd, which I think is Wednesday,
Yep.
is precincts 1 and 2 here at Town Hall, 7
Okay.
PM.
Plan to be here.
On
Okay.
Thursday, precincts 5 and 6 at West Falmouth Library at
Okay.
7. So that's what remains this week.
Okay. Is anybody, can I ask, is anyone gonna be at 5 and 6?
I will go to 5 and 6.
Okay, and Sam said he's gonna be at 1 and 2.
Let me just check and make sure I'm not, Thursday night.
I have a couple other real short items, but
Okay.
I want to interrupt you, Mr. Chairman.
Where'd you say that precinct 5 and 6 is meeting?
West Falmouth Library.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Select Board's next meeting will be your annual strategic plan retreat, 5 PM on Wednesday, July 7th. And as was the case for our last in-person retreat, we're planning to gather in the conference training room in the new water filtration facility, which seems to work out pretty well, as long as that's agreeable. Your next regular business meeting then is scheduled for Monday, July 12th. And as a housekeeping matter, Town Hall and Town Administrative Offices will be closed on Monday, July 5th for the Independence Day holiday. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all for staying late.
Thank you. Can I have the red book?